In a world where change is the only constant, growth is just not an option, it's a necessity. At The Best You, we've embarked on a remarkable journey, celebrating the power of personal development and the transformation of thousands of lives. I'm Bernardo Moya, founder of The Best You. Over the years, we've witnessed the incredible impact of bringing people together through our expos and events. We've seen firsthand the power of shared knowledge, inspiration, and connection. But as the landscape evolves, so must we. The truth is, the world of events is changing. There's a plethora of events out there, often with the same faces, talking to fewer and fewer people. It's time for us to lead, not to follow. That's why The Best You is taking a bold step forward. We're not just organising events, we're crafting specialised forums. We're not just publishing content, we're delivering insights through a dedicated magazine. And we're doing it with the participation of world and global leaders across various industries. The Best You forums are your gateway to the forefront of knowledge and innovation. Each forum is focusing on specific cutting-edge topics like AI, crypto, anti-aging, and more, led by world-renowned experts and global leaders. And with the Best You Insights magazine, we're going deeper than ever before. Exclusive articles, in-depth analysis, and visionary content, all designed to empower you to be your best self. We're setting the stage for a new era of personal and professional development. An era where your growth is guided by your interest, your journey is fueled by innovation, and your potential is limitless. Join us as we embark on this exciting new chapter. Together, let's redefine what's possible. The time is now. Oh my God, here we are, another expo, another Best You Expo online. And I got to say, I am so excited. I'm delighted. And it's always a buzz. It's always a buzz. It's always just such a great challenge, you know, putting these events together. It always is. There's so many different moving parts, so many different types of speakers that you're trying to get involved, and all the different experts, you know, contributing and making this event happen. I couldn't do it without them. So first of all, I want to thank every single speaker that's involved, all the people that are here, present, and part of the Best You Expo, these and previous expos. I want to thank everyone. And I also want to thank, obviously, my team, an amazing lineup of, you know, people that have been supporting me for so many years. And I want to thank my team. And a few of them are actually they got a bit of a flu, and here they are. They're still working away. So I want to thank them all for their commitment. And then apart from that, well, listen, I'm extremely grateful. It's been an amazing, beautiful journey. This is the last Best You Expo online that we do. It's the last time that we're actually offering free tickets. We've got some great change, some great projects that we're going to be announcing during this weekend. And we have a phenomenal lineup of speakers. So look, it's going to be extremely exciting. It's going to be very dynamic. It's going to be very dynamic. 25-minute talks. We have a couple of panels. We've got 3 panels throughout the 2 days. Which have a combination of speakers. They last a little bit longer, around 45 minutes, but it's very quick. It's very dynamic. So there's going to be some great information for you. I've said this many times for many of you, thousands of you that got your free tickets. Congratulations, well done. It's the right thing to do, but I would highly recommend you go VIP because look, there's an opportunity for you to be able to get access to all the recordings and thousands of dollars worth of bonuses. So I highly recommend that you go VIP. You can, if you can. And there's multiple ways that you could do that. You can just simply go to the webpage, bestyouexpo.com, and then just click on the VIP ticket. But we have people watching this in every platform, okay? We're live on Facebook, on the Best You Facebook. We're also live, and that's it. That's the Facebook link in case you're watching this. I don't know, you might be watching it on YouTube or might be watching it on the Best You webpage. So if you want to engage with us, and that's what we would really like. You know, we all need to know that you're there. We all need to know that you care. We all need to know that, you know, we feel your love and your support. So if there's any aha moments, anything that, you know, kind of you feel that is something that, you know, is an aha moment, something that's very special for you, we would love to hear. So give us feedback. So we're live on Facebook, live on YouTube, the Best You YouTube, and we're also live on NLP Live Training YouTube. So we've got tens of thousands of people potentially watching these recordings. So again, thank you so much. It's going to be an amazing 2 days. And I'm going to bring now on stage a couple that are very close friends of mine. I love them very dearly. They helped me and supported me for quite some time now in this process. We've hit it off, and they're my co-hosts for the weekend. So I want to bring them in. That's Ken, Ashby, and Segal. Hey, Ken, Maris, how are you? Oh, you're muted there.
There we go.
There you go.
Great to see you, Bernardo. We're so happy to be here today.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're coming in from. And we are thrilled to be a part of your world as always, and to be here for growth, development, motivation, inspiration, whatever that looks like for you over the next 2 days. Be with us, and definitely get VIP, because I don't know about you guys, but I never take notes fast enough. I never remember the information as well as I might have used to a few years ago. And so VIP is really great. And we're actually offering our book and a free coaching session. So there's so many amazing things. And Bernardo, thanks so much for inviting us into your space.
We're honored to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And first of all, a very brief introduction. Mary Segal and Ken Ashby there, American master connectors from boardrooms to classrooms and heads of state. They have worked across the public and private sectors in nearly 40 countries. And they've got their new book, as they just mentioned. It's the R Factor. And for any of you that do have a VIP ticket, you're going to get access to a free copy of that book. And you're also going to get a coaching session with him, which is valued at thousands of dollars. So Ken and Maris, first of all, as I said, I'm very grateful for you being here. So we're going to be hosting the event together. I'm in Spain, so there's a bit of a time difference. But obviously, I'll be here quite a few hours, and then the rest will be Ken and Maris. They're speaking today too. So I'm not sure if you wanted to add any comments. I just wanted to go through the agenda very, very quickly and just tell people what they can expect today.
Yeah, no, I think that's great.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a great lineup of speakers today and tomorrow, of course, but we're focusing on today, starting with the panel discussion, and such a great lineup of speakers coming up all afternoon. And you can also see all the speakers, and particularly if you register for the VIP, it's a great opportunity to get a lot of very valuable gifts.
Absolutely. So look, we're going to kick off in literally 5-10 minutes, and the panel is called Redefining Engagement, Pioneering Live Events and Insights, the best new forums and magazines. So the idea with that panel is to discuss, kind of the future, the present and the future of live events. But we're also talking about some innovation and some new exciting projects that we're working on. My guest for that panel is Tony Salazar, Carmen Crypto, she's called Carmen Crypto, but it's Carmen Indalacio. And then we got Andy Brodaway. Carmen, Andy, and Tony, they are AI and experts in the crypto world and AI. And then we have at 11, we've got Robin Pollak. The title of her talk is Trust Your Intuition. She's a fascinating lady. At 11:30, we've got Jeff Barnes. He's a former US Navy nuclear power plant operator, but he's got some really exciting projects that he's going to be talking about. And that is all about how to leverage technology and AI to engineer the perfect online sales process. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got Maris and Ken, and they're going to be talking about creating a culture of connection and collaboration at work and at home. And then after that, we got Daryl Stern. Daryl Stern is the title of his talk is "You Are a Gift to the World: How Influence is Inside You." And then we've got Lady Jet Duplessis at 1 p.m. That's PST, above and beyond your business, transforming your career into a lifestyle. And then at 1:30, Natasha Robinson, walking in your REM, your path to purpose and profit. You're a gift to the world. How influence is inside you. And then we've got Bimal Shah. He did a great talk in our expo in London. And the title of his talk is 5 stages to make the biggest 90-day leap towards your 3-year business goal. He's a very dynamic speaker. We've got some fantastic resources that are available for you also within the VIP ticket. Then I'm also very honored to have David Fagan here today. And the title of his talk is The Conversation Shift, How to Attract and Enroll Instead of Chase and Convince. And then we have at 3 o'clock, Lamonte Wilcox and Michelle Wilcox. The title of their talk is Today's Relationships and Parenting and Technology, Mental Health Issues, Must-Have Skills for Parents. Absolutely love it. And then we have Andy Brodaway, which is how to 10x your productivity strategically, leveraging AI to monetize and automate your business. And then at 4 o'clock, we've got a gift for you. This is a very last minute announcement. I want to thank Maris and Ken for that. They've basically brought us George J Chanos. Now, I've seen him quite a few years ago in one of Greg Reed's events, and he's just a phenomenal speaker. And the title of his talk is An Unprecedented Convergence of Promise and Peril. He's a phenomenal. You don't want to miss that at 4:30. And then to end the day, well, we're just going to wrap it up with some Q&As. We're going to invite some of our speakers to come back and share a few ideas. So that's what we've got planned for you today. Yes, it's tremendously exciting. I know, and I know you're going to love it all. So I just can't wait. And as I said, please interact. Just give us some comments. We want to hear. Anything else before I invite my guests? Anything you wanted to add, Ken, Maris?
Yes, for sure. So one, as you guys can tell, the day is chock full, and tomorrow will be equally as chock full. Tomorrow we also have Anna Malikan coming as well, and a number of other amazing folks. Here's what I would say, you guys: sit back, enjoy from your space, and take lots of notes. Please be engaged with us as much as possible, because we're going to be going from AI to mastering connected relationships, to Bill Walsh and the tools you need to step onto a stage, to David, to you name it. So strap in, have fun with us, be with us here, engage, connect, and inform others so that we can have a bigger community enjoying and really appreciating all the work we're doing. And any of the speakers who are speaking earlier today, I'm inviting you now. If you want to come back for our last 30 minutes this evening, just send us a quick note and say, hey, I can come back, and we'll have you back for our Q&A. Anything else from you, Ken?
No, I think that's good. Let's get
go.
this. Let's roll it.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Okay, so well, what we've got is I've got my panel now. I did forget to mention that quite a few people are watching this on Zoom too. So if you did register for a free ticket, we gave you the opportunity to connect in Zoom, and that gives you just an additional opportunity to be able to network. So again, I want to thank everyone that is here today. I'm going to be inviting my panel within a few minutes. So we'll be right back. Thank you so much. Since its launch, The Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, The Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyouMagazine.co. So thank you. Very excited. The Best You magazine's back. We've just got a new issue out with Lee Steinberg. It is top, if I may say so myself. And if you haven't seen it, well, we're going to be sharing the links for you, thebestyouMagazine.co. You can definitely get that. You can get access to that for free. So I'm going to be inviting my guests, and I'm going to be bringing them in one by one. And the title of this panel, as I said originally, is really about, sharing ideas about redefining engagement, pioneering live events and insights with the Best You forums and magazines. And we're going to be talking a little bit about crypto, AI, new technology, and all the really fun stuff and exciting things that are out there on the planet at the moment. So let me just start bringing in some of my guests. There's Carmen. Hello, Carmen. How are you?
I am fantastic. Let's start this party.
Let's start it. And there's Tony. Tony, how are you, my friend? Oh, Tony, can we hear? There you go. There you go.
Hi, how you doing? Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. And there's Andy Brodaway. How are you, my friend?
I am doing amazing. Excited to be here today from the beautiful town of Las Vegas, Nevada. So anyone harping in, calling in from Las Vegas, I'm here.
Well, there you go. We got Carmen too, coming from Las Vegas, and we're on Vegas Online. And Tony's on there as well. So we got 3 from Las Vegas. Thank you so much. Looking very dapper as always, Andy. So let me just do a very brief intro. So Tony Salazar, he founded C&D Construction Services Incorporated and Liberty Salvage Materials, which focus on green industry, resource management, construction, waste management, recycling, and sustainability. But Tony's been heavily involved in the world of blockchain and crypto for the last few years. He's promoted some very big events, and we're delighted to have him here. We've got Carmen Indalacio. She's called Carmen Crypto. She serves as a head of business development for clearchainx.com, a Serious IQ AI company. She plays a pivotal role in driving growth and fostering strategic partnerships. She is committed to demystifying complex blockchain concepts, making them accessible to both newcomers and seasoned enthusiasts. And then Andy Brodaway. He's an accomplished author, publisher, sought-after speaker, and business strategist with a keen interest in artificial intelligence, with over 18 years experience working alongside world-class speakers, business leaders, athletes, and A-list actors and musicians. And Andy brings a unique perspective to tackling problems and creating new opportunities using AI. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
Thank you, Bernard.
So I literally kind of the idea of bringing you guys together was, around my experience as someone that I've obviously been I've been in business for nearly 40 years. I've also been promoting events for nearly 15, 20 years. I've always been very interested in technology. I came quite late. I've always been, I think I'm a bit of a geek, but, I never really got deep into it. But I still punish myself, with a little screenshot I have of when crypto cost 3,000. I know it was a lot cheaper before, but that's when I really started punishing myself for missing those opportunities. But I've always embraced change. I remember there was a time, and I think we were talking the other day, Carmen, when we've all probably been there. Do I need an email address? So those were the kind of questions we used to ask ourselves. And here we are now, where the world has changed so dramatically we're talking about the last 50 years, but even these last year or 2 years, with with all this amazing technology that's present now, blockchain, everything related to altcoins and Bitcoin, and then artificial intelligence. So I just wanted to kickstart off, kind of like the idea of what's happening at the moment and how, still very few people are embracing change. Still I feel that a lot of people are still dragging or holding on and trying to hold on to the old ways. I will not have an email address. I will not have a webpage. There's people like that still in the blockchain, kind of crypto world. So thoughts, I'll leave it there on the floor. Whoever wants to jump in first.
Well, change is hard for everybody, right? So, I mean, I remember when the first ATMs came out, like ATM machines, right? And I remember my mom and my grandparents writing checks, right? And paying their bills and, using still snail mail, what they call, or the US Post Office. But then as time goes on, people embraced, the technology, ATM machines, and, but still, I could see where the human connection still is needed, in technology, that human contact and emotional contact. However, if you don't embrace those things, those technologies, you're going to be definitely left behind. And so to that connectivity is more and more where we need to use more technology to connect, right?
There is a technology, we know some things in terms of the anticipated behavior of people wanting to adopt new technologies. We've seen it when the internet first came out. We've seen it when, cell phone technology came out. And what we understand is that there's innovators, there's early adopters, then there's mass adoption, and then there comes this later group called the resistors. And even though we're in this early stage of a lot of technology, innovation through Web3, blockchain, AI, and quantum computing, sometimes we think, oh, there's a lot of people resisting it. Well, there's a lot of resistors to come because we have not yet hit mass adoption. We're still in our growing phase. So when you go back and, Bernardo, we talked about missing out on that .com era. When we feel like we missed out, we weren't really connected through the internet. So here's a resource that we have today as this new technology moves forward. We are connected. We don't have to leave the comfort of our homes to be able to download and digest this information coming at us at a very quick velocity. And that's a good thing for everybody.
Yeah, I would.
Absolutely.
I would totally agree with you. I think the evolution that we are on, especially with AI. I read a recent report, and the recent report said that less than 3% of entrepreneurs are using any sort of AI technology. They're not even looking at it. They haven't even tried it. And recently, I did a training online with a small group of people that were the resistors. Like they came on and were resistant to the whole idea of AI. And after they left a call with me sharing just a few ideas on what they could do with it, their mind was literally blown. And they said, "Thank you so much for sharing this with us. We came on the call not even wanting to do anything, and you've literally saved us a bunch of time and saved us money, and where we could get onto this train faster and faster." So with less than 3% of people looking at AI right now, the people that are adopting early, the early adopters, are going to win faster. So I can't speak to Bitcoin, I can't speak to crypto, but I can definitely speak to AI because I've been involved with it for many, many years and super excited about it. And I would just say, if anyone is just kind of like on the fence about it, just take a dive in. You're gonna get hit with a fire hose of information that's out there, but just take one bit of technology at a time, one little tool, and start using that tool, and you'll see how it is there. Because I remember watching a video, and I think I posted it on my Instagram page, about the first news announcers talking about email. And the one host was going, "Okay, so what is that at in the email? So it's blah, blah, blah at. Well, why are they putting at in there? What's the whole thing?" And the newscaster's going back and forth going, "Who's going to use email? Like, why do I want to use it?" Right? But we all have not just one email account, Bernardo. We've got multiple email accounts for different things that we're doing. And literally with, my clients, we're sending out hundreds and hundreds of thousands of emails every day to lists, right? So it's like, okay, if you didn't adapt already, then it's time to adapt. If you don't have an email address, that would be kind of crazy right now. But with the AI, it's just super excited about all this.
Well, I actually read a quote. I can't remember who it actually was. I think it's someone quite famous, an entrepreneur, said that there's going to be two types of businesses: the businesses that are using AI and those are out of business. And that's the fact, isn't it? And it's the same with new technology, face it or not. I remember, I think I shared with you last time, Chris, I remember, because I used to read a lot. This company sounds interesting. Google. Now, did I buy shares? No. This company sounds quite cool. Amazon. Did I buy shares? No. So kind of all those things when you look 20, 30 years later and think, oh my God, I could have easily put 10 grand in that, and kind of what would we have today? So the idea, and this is where I'm going to throw a couple of ideas at you, because also, you, Andy, you promote a lot of events, and obviously apart from teaching a lot of people AI, with Carmen, we've got both things. She's an AI expert, but also she's a blockchain and crypto expert. For me, kind of where I'm at as the founder of The Best You, and just simply sharing my journey as a promoter, is I've experienced what it is to put events, and bring a lot of people together. And obviously, the pandemic just literally, broke the paper bag, and there's just like, people are still holding on. And I was one of them, holding on to the paper bag. No, we continue to do live events. So we're shifting in a big way. And that's one of the main things that we're going to be announcing over the weekend and the next couple of days. And we're shifting because, kind of, again, the world is changing very quickly, very dramatically. A lot of people are still trying to hold on to the old way. So we're looking at now running more specific, tailor-made forums around AI, around blockchain and crypto, around anti-aging. But additionally, that we're looking at very specialized forums where we could tap into the experts in those industries, and then we can create some publications where people could read it afterwards. Because again, there's just so many events out there. Anyone that has a Zoom, they've got a license to run an event. And so right now it's just, there's so much noise, there's so much going on, and it's very difficult to get people's attention. I'll tell you, from us promoting this event, we've sent thousands of emails out, and we've got thousands of people registered, but only a few are going to show up. And the reason is because just people are, overwhelmed, I think, with information, and overwhelmed with where and what to listen and who to listen and how to learn. So, I think we're really in a new paradigm when it comes down to events and educating people, because there's so much of the same and everyone trying to share the same messages with the same people, many times. And I'm talking specifically more within the personal development world, Andy, where I know you're quite familiar as well. There's a lot of the same people trying to teach the same things to the same community. And I think one of the things for us to become better humans, and that's what I've also found over the years, there's so many great people out there, great coaches, mentors, speakers, authors. But the problem is a lot of them are broke. A lot of them aren't financially independent. A lot of them can't really, create massive change because they don't have the resources and the know-how. And that's where technology and new technology comes in. That's where we have to, and I'll finish. Richard Bandler used a great quote. He said, listen, guys, he says, you were born 30, 40, 50 years ago. You're still using pretty much the same software that you had and you learned in school, plus some things that you've additionally added. Now, when we get a notification from Apple saying, hey, there's a software update here, you instantly go and update the software. Or if there's a new phone, you go and buy a new phone. But when it comes down to our mind and our brain and the way that we think and the things that we learn, we're still using our old software. We're still using the phones from 20, 30 years ago. So what needs to change? That's kind of my presentation. What do we need to do differently in order to teach people the skills that needs to be taught?
I'll chime in. So there's a lot of I know there's a big mouthful, Bernardo, right? So there was a lot of going ons. Obviously, there's AI. There's the AI part that you want to learn. Also, there's the crypto part or cryptocurrency part, and also there's a Web3. So let me explain all three a little bit. AI is just the driver, right? Think of a car, right? So you have the AI, that's the engine. You have the cryptocurrency, which is daily. I mean, think about it. Cryptocurrency is a digital currency or digital money that you can program in the future through your finances. So money touches everything in our world, right? You were born, you get a bill from the hospital, right? You die, you get a bill from the funeral home. So money touches every aspect of our lives. So as cryptocurrency evolves, you're going to have to understand your finances, right? You got to understand how we interact with those monies. And pretty much nowadays, your money is your vote. If you notice these, the political machines, it's all about the monies, the political power that people wield through currency and capital, right? Currency and capital is not the same. So what are these big ideas that you can create as an entrepreneur, right, to stay relevant, right? So education and educating yourself in those platforms. And of course, there's Web3. Right now we're in Web2, which is this interaction right here, where it's just a screen. Well, imagine putting some goggles on, right, that already exist. And you're now in the virtual world, right, virtual reality world, where you can kind of interact in an environment and you're on a website. So I remember when I was in college, the internet was gaining traction. And I was convincing business owners to get their website. And I had to convince them. They're like, what for? Why do I need a website? I have the phone book. I have Yellow Pages. I advertise there. Well, how many people advertise on Yellow Pages now? I mean, this is like 20 years ago, 24, maybe 25 years ago. That's it. And if you don't stay relevant, imagine you staying in that advertising, right? I mean, look at even the social media platforms. I remember when I was in college using MySpace, right? That network. And then here comes a better, bigger one called Facebook, and just demoted, right? MySpace. How many people still have their MySpace and use MySpace? I won't think a whole lot of people, right? So these are the things that you want to see if it's a trend, also, or if it's something that lasts and stays. So, for example, I believe that AI is here to stay. It's going to be the next evolution of computing power, right? Where you could do more and program more your your business to be more and more automated.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anthony. Comment, Andy?
Yeah, I would totally agree. Someone just commented about upgrading your mind and your mindset. But Bernardo, you talked about that we get all excited about the upgrades to our phone. I just had one on my Android, just updated like overnight, and I didn't press the button. It did it for me automatically. But when I woke up, it was there. It said, "Hey, you just been upgraded." And I go, "Okay, well that's kind of cool, right?" And I went to look at some of the features that it did, and I said, "Okay, well that's something new." But how many of us slow down and spend a few moments every day upgrading our mindset? And what do I mean by that? Learning new things, go out there and learning about new technology, learning about how I can adapt AI, learning how I'm going to implement crypto into my business and my life, and go out there and learning from the personal development gurus that are out there. They've left, we're fortunate. Bernardo, both me and you probably, I don't know about Carmen and Anthony, have probably met Jim Rohn in person, like at a seminar, right? So we've been fortunate to be able to meet him. I've been fortunate to meet him numerous times privately before he passed away. And now, but with the advantage of the internet and YouTube, we're able to go on YouTube and type in Jim Rohn, Seasons of Life, right? And watch his entire presentation that he did back in the 90s about the seasons of life. That I'm talking about, that is an upgrade to our mind. Even though it is older content, it's not older content because it has to do with upgrading our mind and our mindset. So how many of us spend 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes a day focusing on that? The other thing is, I would say that we need to focus on gratitude. When I got up this morning, immediate thing in my mind was, what am I grateful for today? And that right there is an upgrading of your mind. Because if you start the day with not being grateful, you can find a whole bunch of things that you're not grateful for. But if you start with the mind and says, I'm grateful for this, I'm grateful for that, and put a big smile on your face that I'm grateful for this, I believe those are practices that we can use to constantly upgrade our mind and our mindset around the new technologies. So I think it's critically important that we upgrade every single day. It's not just a matter of upgrading our phones, but upgrading ourselves. How do we be better? How can we become better?
I agree with so many.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with so many of the points Andy and Tony brought up. When it comes to the mindset, I think that the question we ask is, what is my why? Why would I be interested in this if I don't have a technology background, a finance background, a coding background? And really what it comes down to is, let's take a look at where our mindset is today. My experience with 2 decades in retail sales and being a part of frontline leadership, the masses have this in mind. If you're at a desk, if you're at a business and you are a consumer, you should have it in your computer. That's their expectation of where technology should be. And in a lot of these new innovative facets of technology like AI, which is really your automation, and blockchain, which is your ledger, your authenticity and ownership, the two come together and ask the consumer, well, why don't you have this information in your hands? And I think it comes down to, it's a lot of management issues. How do I, go back and find the deed to my house? How do I go and log into my 5 bank accounts? It's all in somebody else's hands. And so for those things, we can't just look at these movements and new technologies as a new app, a new website, a new company. This is a new frontier. And that's why we called it, crypto frontiers. In the AI space, we have really great vehicles. And right now, I think consumers can touch on applications that they can use for features and benefits every day to help you be more efficient, more productive. But it's a time for us to go even further down to the foundation and saying, well, I can own my own data pool, my large language model, and I can use that and craft it in a way that's from my vision and customize the way that this automation tool is going to work for me and my vision for my goals. Crypto and blockchain work in the same ways with its ledger technology. It is an immutable way to historically timestamp an event, a transaction. And so for that, we don't have to sit here as the humans that we are and try to remember, where did I leave that paper? Where did I put this? Is it safe from a fire? These technologies can really help us with the velocity at which, from our mind to action to impact, we can make sure that that vehicle runs really fast. So participating in events that we're creating for you, bringing experts to you, is an opportunity for you to have a seat at the table, because there's going to be a lot of things that we need to dig into in terms of what tools we have today, which ones are great, and which ones have an opportunity to change by adopting some of these things.
Love it, Carmen. Love it. Thank you so much. And yeah, that's the thing. The thing is that I think, you know, my experience with, I was sharing this in some of the Instagram lives I've been doing this week. What I've loved with the Best You Expo over the years is that we've managed to attract different expertise, but also evolving as the world has been evolving. So looking at the lineup of speakers and what they, you know, what their expertise is, it always, because I feel the universe, you know, sends you people that want to speak at the event. I believe everything is connected, and I believe that we're all here for a reason, and we meet people for a specific reason. Same reason I met Andy through a friend, and I met Tony through Diana Kelly, our mutual friend, and then I met Carmen thanks to you. Everything is connected. So when I was looking at the lineup of speakers, and I look at, okay, what kind of experts do we have? Now, I didn't go and pick them. They picked me, and some I did pick. But, you know, normally they come to me, and then, you know, I'm the conduit. So if anything, we've just been a conduit for many years. So looking, so we've got a couple of amazing, phenomenal AI experts like yourself, Andy. We've got Larry tomorrow, you yourself, Carmen. We've got some experts around crypto, that you, Tony, and Carmen, and we're going to be sharing a little bit more, obviously, before we wrap up this call. But also, we've got a few speakers that are all about intuition and resilience and spirituality, you know, and then we've got some of the speakers which, you know, are here to help others, you know, get those ideas out, you know, through books or, you know, through marketing. So it's interesting how, you know, kind of it comes to us, but it's what are we doing? And I've always felt that sense of responsibility. I felt, well, what am I here for? Well, I'm a conduit, okay? I'm a promoter, I'm a producer. I create and put events together, and I do everything I can to attract an audience. But that's why I think right now my focus is more is in what we're talking about now, really is providing people with specific skills that are essential for human evolution, you know. And it's just one of those things. Am I going to jump the bus, or am I going to stay at the bus stop? You know, and that's the fact, that's the thing. So what I love about this panel that I have here, you know, you're at the forefront of technology, and I just want to keep on holding on to the last minute, especially because it's so exciting. I know you, Andy, you keep sharing ideas with me about, you know, some exciting new technology that's out there, you know, that can create videos and you know, kind of with your voice and stuff like that. And so, you know, there's so much great expertise. So we're tapping into a little bit of your expertise specifically, Carmen and Tony and Andy. And I'll start with you, Andy. Share some of the exciting, you know, without going into too much detail, but share some of the exciting, amazing technologies out there that anyone could use in order to create content or to produce or to market.
Well, one of the things is that a lot of entrepreneurs have this challenge of sitting at their computer, and I call it the blank screen syndrome, or they look at their computer and then try to figure out what they're going to write, try to figure out, okay, how do I do this? How do I do that? I want to create a video, but I don't want to create a video. And they get locked in, and they're just stonewalled into a blank screen. So that's where a tool called ChatGPT will help you start creating content. That's one. if you're a person that would love to have a voiceover, meaning like you've got slides or something that you want to do, right? And you don't want to be on camera, and you just want to record your voice, well, you could record it with a regular microphone, recorder, whatever, or you could give a sample to a tool called 11 Labs and sample your voice for about 15 to 30 seconds. And now you could type in words and it will use your own voice, and it's protected. So 11 Labs has been doing that. And then there's another tool called HeyGen if you want to take it to the next level, and that is digitize your being, your face and your hands. That'll take a tool to the next level, and that is you could type in a command and it will essentially create a video using your own avatar, using yourself with your voice. So there's different levels of it and different ways for it to go, and it's fantastic. But the evolution of that, let me give you a comparison. That tool 11 Labs, 1 year ago, you had to upload about 30 minutes of audio for it to sample it and create it. Now it's down to 30 seconds. ChatGPT is working on one that's 15 seconds. And by the way, just so that you can kind of put your mind at ease, 11 Labs, when you upload a piece of audio, you have to authorize that it is you, because it takes a voice or imprint, authorize that it is you, and you alone are only allowed to use that file. Now, some people have actually making money off of it. They're uploading their audio and allowing 11 Labs to now share with other people, and they get paid. So think about it as an income stream if you wanted to have your voice. I'm not going to use my voice because I want to keep my own voice to myself for my own content. But there are people that would like to do. I mean, I've got a really great voice. I know that. I got a voice.
You've got a great voice.
I've got a voice for radio, and I got a face for TV. I'm blessed with both. I'm just saying right now. But with that in mind, that's another revenue stream. But just think of the evolution over the past year. Uploading 30 minutes of audio. Now we're down to 30 seconds of audio. And it will create pieces that will literally blow your mind, and also do the tonalities now. So it had a difficulty with the ups and downs and the pronunciation of certain things. Now it's there. And let me just say one other level. Imagine taking your voice and translating it into another language. 11 Labs has that. So translate the content into Spanish. Boom, it's now your voice. You're speaking Spanish, Italian, whatever language you want, blow your mind stuff. That allows you to expand content out a little further. That's what I'm excited about. The evolution of things are moving rapidly fast. And those are just three things. There's way more than that I'll share later during my presentation, but I'm super excited about it, as you can tell.
Yes, absolutely. Andy, and what are you sharing in your talk? And then I'll just ask.
I'm going to be sharing how you can 10x your efforts using and leveraging AI. So I just kind of give you a little sample just now of that and being able how to do it, but how to also automate. So that was something that Anthony brought up, how to automate. We've got several tools that we could share with you on how to essentially automate that process of being able to do it instead of doing something once and then being able to automate the procedure and being able to go out there, automate the social, automate the text messages, emails, automate a conversation that somebody's having via a chat on your website. Again, automation is it, and leveraging the AI, and at the same time having that human touch. Anthony talked about having the human touch. We never want to lose the human touch, but AI will allow us to automate the things that we do repetitively. That's what we're going to be talking about.
Absolutely. Love it, Andy. Thank you so much. So with Tony and Carmen, one of the things that we're talking about, and we're going to be sharing, obviously, within the screen throughout the next couple of days, it's really announcing these forums that we're producing. So the idea with the Best You is creating specific forums where we discuss subjects. And the first one that we're going to be launching is the Crypto Frontiers, which comes with a magazine, which is a Best You magazine. And this case is going to be Crypto Frontiers Insights. And then we're planning on doing one around AI, and then we're planning on doing one around anti-aging. So we're going to be running these very specific niche events. But the first one is around crypto. And I'm very excited to have Carmen and Tony to share a little bit about their insights on what we're putting together. And we have a date now. We have a date, which is the 28th and 29th of June. which is when we're launching the Crypto Frontiers. And we've got, we're very excited about this project that we're bringing together. So Carmen and Tony, kind of what's your insights into the forum and the special edition that we're creating, and who are we targeting and who is it for?
Well, I think, for first, the first impression anybody should have is understanding that history is being rewritten on the blockchain. And even though you may have come into contact with an article or some kind of screen time talking about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, it is truly only one facet of the technology. So you're going to want to expand your access to understand that this is an emerging industry that will be ingrained in every industry in the same way that the internet has touched the entire globe. And so for that, when we talk about crypto frontiers, we really break it down into understanding the monetization of this technology, which would explore, coins, tokens, altcoins, NFTs, anything that has smart contract drivers around it, as well as beyond, cryptocurrency, things that are using blockchain technology. Then, of course, we have to anticipate that majority of that information would be for founders, for business owners, for people looking to build with the technology, but there's also traders too within our facet. So we will go over investing strategies. And because this technology is so new, we also have to make sure that you have access to understand the environment in terms of regulatory, guidelines, as well as the legal side of all of this. Remember, we're not the resistors yet. We are the early adopters. And so getting into this information, we have tons of experts who have spent so much time kind of getting rugged, ruined, and wrecked, and also never giving up to be able to go through the growing pains of this industry. And while we get to sit here and teach, we are also learning every single day because of the immense amount of velocity behind the changes that occur with this.
Thank you, Carmen. And I wanted to add that the idea behind these specific forums, and in particular with the crypto, is to really provide anyone and everyone, valuable and essential information. So if you're a beginner, there's going to be so much information there for you that you can understand what it is, which are the basics, kind of obviously what are the best wallets to use, which is the best technology, which are the most exciting projects in altcoins, or what does the bull run look like, but then also to bring experts, as Carmen is saying, people that have the expertise from a legal point of view, to make sure that your investments are as secure as they can, and what is, because there's some massive projects that are involved at the moment in this, but it's all around technology. It's all around technology. It's about creating a new reality. So Tony, how do you see this, the crypto frontiers, and what are we planning?
Absolutely. First of all, the reason why I love the Best You and to gather information, because as you said, Bernardo, we're humans, right? And so we have that spiritual component, we have our financial component, and our creativity and our minds that we need to develop, right? And I feel the people that are going to really expand into this industry is the curious mind, right? That mind that just that's really curious about how things work, how can they implement things into their own life. And slowly, you don't have to adopt all of a sudden. It's slowly. You go at your own pace, right? So now with crypto and cryptocurrencies and blockchain, so let me break it down a little bit for the new person. Myself, as the CEO of Maven Federal Credit Union, we're looking for adoptions, right, that are easy to implement. For example, most people don't know, but you're already using cryptocurrency since 1980s. So a digital currency, which is the US currency, your dollars live in your bank account. How do you see your balance? Well, most people, they go on their phone, on the app, their bank app, they log in and they see their bank balance, right? And it's in a digital format. It's not in a physical, paper money, right? So as we, if you really look at the money supply, how we deal with dollars and cents. I mean, when's the last time you've actually paid something with cash? I mean, I know there's still people that do that, but I would say 80% of them, most people use their debit card or credit card, right? With using the Visa networks, and MasterCard networks, and American Express network, or now even with the new generation, PayPal, Venmo, Zelle. So Zelle just came out like 3-4 years ago, and now you can send money automatically from one bank to another when that was not even heard of 10 years ago, right? So as a credit union or a bank, they're innovating slowly as well as things come into fruition, right? And so what's secure, and all those things we need to think about in the banking industry, in the financial industry, and of course, financing touches every single part of your life. You go buy a car, you go buy a home, you finance your your credit card or your daily usage of money, right? So that touches on every facet. So AI. So imagine this. So imagine a world where, for example, you tell your child or your nephew or niece, "Hey, I'm going to give you $5 to take out the trash," right? So how do I automate that, right? So, and plus, I don't want to give him a $5 bill. I want to give him maybe a $5 incentive so he can pick and choose something from a marketplace on the 3D space or even on the internet, like an Amazon card or a Starbucks card, right? Or some kind of reward. You're starting to see that already. So, for example, your airline rewards, your Starbucks rewards, your Amazon rewards, those are actually tokenized rewards that you use on certain apps. But imagine connecting those rewards globally and using them as money. We're actually already doing that with gift cards, right? So you want to, you give gift cards to on Christmas, right? That's cash, really, but in a certain ecosystem that you specifically are giving that person that gift. For example, a Walmart card or a Starbucks gift card, right? That's cash. That's actually money that you use to give someone a gift. So using your blockchain, imagine having no more physical plastic cards. It's all on your phone, phone like this one, right? All your cards are in your Apple Wallet, which people are using already, your Apple Wallet, to have your credit cards and your debit cards all listed there, and you just pay, swiping your phone. So all of those technologies and adapting those technologies into your business or as an entrepreneur, you want 3, 4, 5 ways to collect money and filter that money into your bank account so you can pay people, even your employees. You're going to have employees that, no, I don't want direct deposit. I want Venmo. I want Zelle. You know what I mean? And so how do you track that? How do you keep those consistent in your ledger so that when comes tax season, you can report accordingly? So these are all the things that are going to teach, that are touching all these things, and blockchain is one of those things. So let me give you another thing about blockchain. Not only it touches money, but it also touches contracts, and that's what Chairman was talking about. So a smart contract, for example, your birth certificate, your passport, your ID, your state IDs. Imagine, and it's happening now, where you don't have a physical ID no longer. It's all in your phone now, and it's stored on your phone. The state of Louisiana actually has its own wallet that you download, and you have the ID there. That if there's a fire, you still have access to your ID. You still have access to your marriage license. You have access to your birth certificates that are transparent. You want those, government wants those things to be transparent, because as you go through, you fly, right, which is real ID, right? And that's coming pretty soon. Your passport, when you go to other countries, you have a digital format, and then you have also physical format. So those are the things that are going to start really coming to play, especially Andy was talking about, creating a cartoon of yourself on the AI, or even, you know, your voice is, and so you have to identify where is it an AI behind that, or is it an actual physical person? So those things are coming into really thought processes that you're going to say, well, wow, I have to really consider these things. However, don't fret, don't be scared of the technology. Just like a car, right? I remember the first time I learned how to get on to, you know, drive a car, right? But once you don't need to know how it actually works. You just need to know the you know, how to put the key in, what's reverse, you know, just the basics, how to drive these things for you so it's convenient for you.
And that's what we're, thank you, Tony. And that's kind of what we're hoping to do with the Crypto Frontiers, is obviously to present you with the ideas, the technology, the projects, and the essentials and the basics and the details of where this is going, and how blockchain is part of what we do, you know, how so many companies and corporations and you know, kind of the landscape of it. And very quickly, because you know, we're running out of time, we've only got a few minutes left. Carmen, I wanted to finish with you. So first of all, I want to remind people that we are putting an event together. So it's called Crypto Frontiers. It has a special magazine with all insights regarding crypto and blockchain, and it's going to be on the 28th and 29th of June. And there's opportunities for people to obviously get involved. And I'm going to be sharing the QR code again in a minute. But Carmen, one of the things that I think is really important, and I stepped on that previously, is where the market is going, and how it is so essential and important to, one, understand it, but potentially, if you can, is invest in it, even if it's a very small amount of money. And obviously projects that are established, that have billions of dollars, it's backed, and it's here to stay. So we have a speaker tomorrow that's going to be talking about DeFi. And you know, so even that word, oh, well, what does that mean? And decentralized, oh my God, is that scary? So could you just give us a bit of an oversight of kind of the basics of, one, what we're hoping to achieve with that, and just give a little bit of an insight of the potential future and the gains that are there to be had, you know, in these coming years?
Absolutely. First, I'll address this. I think that there's an intimidation that somebody feels when they first consider trying to explore cryptocurrency and the monetization of blockchain technology. I want to kind of calm those nerves down a bit to explain that majority of our market cap in this new industry lives in our top 10 tokens. And that's kind of a bite that's worth, you know, taking, and it's chewable. So when you come into this space, we call those blue chips, and you can start your education there. Beyond that, you know, there are some underlying philosophies that are emerging from this in terms of what the utilities are of those assets and tokens and coins. What it comes down to is, when you think about decentralization, we have experienced in the financial sphere over the last couple of years some really big milestones. We've seen banks fall. We have also seen investor tools like Robinhood decide to stop trading and not give people access to their money. And these are centralized institutions. And because we've experienced these things, I think that we have a really big, you know, feeling inside of us to explore, wait a second, if it's my money, if it's my asset, if it's supposed to be mine, why don't I have access to it? And so you will find and meet a lot of experts and advocates in the decentralized space and decentralized finance that are trying to use some of these technologies to develop ways in which we can own it ourselves and decide who we interact with. And then layer that with authenticity. This helps employers. This helps, you know, our personal lives too. When I want to interact with somebody on Zelle, when I want to send money because I'm doing a business deal, I need my own ways to authenticate their trustworthiness. And so a lot of great benefits could come from players that are coming into this space and trying to build the solutions for these problems.
Love it. Well, thank you so much, Carmen. Well, I wanted to thank you all for being here today. I think the details are there. So Carmen, just share quickly, how can people connect with you if they wanted to?
Well, it's been on the screen for almost an hour, guys. I manage my own Twitter account now called X. So reach out to me directly. I love to hear and meet so many new people building new things. And to Andy's point, sometimes all you need is to connect with us to find out your why and to get over any kind of resistance that you have to adopting new technology that can take you to new heights and help you and your business thrive. So also reach out via email at cryptofrontiers with an S at the end at thebestyou.co, and you'll get straight to me.
Thank you so much. Tony, how can people get hold of you?
Sure, absolutely. You can find me on LinkedIn as Anthony Salazar. I am the CEO of Maven Federal Credit Union. We do have a LinkedIn group there for Maven Federal Credit Union, or you can find us at mavenfederal.org.
Thank you so much. Andy.
All right. So you can reach me at my audio still working, Bernardo? You can
yes, it is. Yes, all good.
Okay, cool. It went out earlier. You can reach me on Instagram at Andy Brodaway. Just keep note that there is an extra A between the D and the W, Andy Brodaway. When you get there, you'll see a real handsome face right here with a bow tie. That's me. Not to get confused with anybody else, but that's where I'm at. You can hit me up over there, send me a private message, and looking forward to connecting with anyone that wants to know more about AI. I'm also known as AI Andy, so look me up there too. All right.
I wonder why. And Andy, I want to thank you because we've been using some of Andy's software, CRM, and we highly recommend it. So if anyone's interested in getting my advice on using a great CRM system, make sure you connect with me and I'll introduce you to Andy because it's been phenomenal. Guys, we're over the time in a minute. Typical is me delaying the whole thing. Anyway, thank you so much. Lots of love to you all, and we'll be back in a minute. Thank you to Tony. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Carmen. That was a great panel. I hope you enjoyed it. It's really about presenting you different ideas, new ideas. We've got a lot of things going on around AI. We also have some experts over the weekend to talk about DeFi, for example. So I'm going to be bringing in my next speaker very, very soon. That's Robin Pollak. And I'm just going to play a very quick commercial and we'll be right back. Since its launch, The Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, The Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyouMagazine.co. Thank you so much. So I wanted to share the latest issue. Very proud of it. We got the story of Lee Steinberger. It was a great interview. This is just the latest issue that's come out now. If you wanted to get, you can go to thebestyouMagazine.co. But we're always looking for contributors, for people that want to have massive exposure. And that's what we're doing moving forward. We're going to have these specialized forums, these specialized events with special editions of the magazine. But the magazine's going to continue. So if you're interested in being involved or just reading the latest, get your phone out there. If you're interested in advertising, if you're interested in subscribing or you want to be part of the Best You magazine, as I said, it reaches over 42,000 people. It's a quarterly magazine, but we've got more issues. We've been publishing it with 60 issues now. So it's got a massive track record. Very proud of it. So let me bring in my next guest. I'm going to bring in right now Robin Pollak, and then I'm going to just literally very quickly. Hey, Robin, how are you? Nice to see you here. Oh, you're muted. Hello. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
there you
okay.
go.
I have a little bit of an
echo. It's all right. There's always technical issues now and then. Robin, thank you so much. So Robin was born in the Bronx and has lived in New York City her whole life. After a rewarding career as a speech pathologist working with children, Robin felt compelled to shift her entire life and share her intuitive gifts. She has since helped thousands of men and women around the world discover their soul purpose activate their intuition and fulfill their highest potential. I mentioned to you last time, Robin, that I loved your talk at the Best Expo last time. I felt the love. I felt, how spiritual you are. And I was sharing with you the kind of like, I've always felt that sometimes there's so much more within us. We've got this knowledge and this expertise within us. And sometimes we just don't listen. And that's your gift. That's your gift. And it's the gift that also you give to many other people. So I won't take any more of your time. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Bernardo, for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And Bernardo's so right. We're all born with this intuitive gift when we are first asked, and we stop listening to our own inner voice. And the truth is, it's ours to listen to if we give ourselves the permission to do it. I think there is a greater gift than trust in another. It is the trust in oneself. Others may say it is brave if it is the magic that allows us to be who we are, but I say it is our soul's purpose to be just that. I want to talk to you about the content a little bit about my book. And how do you actually know if it's an invitation, if it's education, if it's your life experience that's speaking to you in your mind? That's a question I get all the time. How do I trust that information that's coming to me? And how do you use it? And how do you seek it for it to come more to you to answer questions for you? And so I want to show you a little trick that I do with my clients. I know I'm there to you, so please forgive the model. But if you take your left hand and you open it up to the universe, and you think about something in your life, perhaps 5 to 10 years ago, that was something that was a thorn, a trigger, a sore spot. I want you to think about that for a second and remember that. And now I want you to be in the body that you are in today, right now, in this moment. And look at that trigger that was there. And this distance, it's not that triggering anymore. But what happens is sometimes I decided it sparks that little glimmer. And people used to call it triggers. When the past comes to haunt you, it sort of just shows up and it's sore again. It's a pain. But I'm calling them glimmers because there's a light that comes with that allows you to see the distance that you've traveled from 5 to 10 years ago to where you are right now. And then if you take that idea that was so painful and move past where you are right now and go to the right hand in your future, you'll feel a sense of neutrality and even compassion to the person you were over here. That growth, that space is the space of intuition, that ability to be able to see where you were, see where you are now, see where you're going, and be able to appreciate change. Have love for yourself and compassion for all the steps that you've taken along the way, and know that it is your gift from the universe that you actually got to experience that whole shift. So many times we take it for granted. Things like this happen and we don't pay any heed to it, or even a second gap or a thought. It's just all just sort of happening. But if you're a person who gets triggered and you go right back to the past and it's sore and it hurts. That's okay. It's actually even good because you get to reflect on the change that you've made. And if you're a person who gets anxiety about what's coming in the future, where you're going, you get to go back again and look at that past spot. Look where you are right now and know that when you move towards that future moment and you're in it, that there will be a shift. And you get to know it because we do it over and over again in our lives with so many things. So how is that intuition, right? You're asking as you're listening to me. The intuition is honestly the wisdom of life experience, what you know, just because you do, and also what you've learned. And it's sort of this gets interweaved into the core of who we are, and it's something that we reach for when we think about things, when we make decisions, and especially in a state of crisis. Whenever we're in those moments where a decision needs to be made now, we rely on all of that information to be on hand to make the right decision. And if you ask yourself in crisis, if you've ever made a bad decision, your probably answer is no. You probably make the best decision. And if you are the kind of person who worries, I don't know if this is right, I don't know if this is wrong, if you start to think about all of that, most of the time, it's because you're carrying the expectations of all the other people in your life. Your mother, your father, your friend, your sister, your brother, the people you work with. You're carrying all of that energy along with yours and thinking that that's going to help you make the right choice. But the person you really need to ask is you. And I just feel that we struggle with the authenticity of actually choosing ourselves and grounding in the idea that we know. And so I wrote this book, Trust Your Intuition, because I was a people pleaser. I thought my value came in how I showed up for everyone else. And that made me more valuable. What I didn't know and I discovered was my value was just me being me. And I want to tell you that your value is you, actually just being you and being bold enough to be that, being bold enough to be proud of that and actually even love that. Because if we can't love ourselves for being everything that we are and have that relationship with ourselves, that connection to who we actually are, then how do we do with anyone else? How do we develop a level of intimacy in relationships? How do we put our best selves forward to make the choices and the decisions that we want to do in relationships, in life, in business, pretty much anything? And when we show up, that's not confidence. That's just being us. And so I want to share something. I wrote this book because for years, I doubted myself all the time. Even in ordering food at a restaurant when I was younger, wondering what everybody else was ordering, thinking, what was a popular dish? Will they judge me if I order chicken, roasted chicken? Maybe that chicken cordon bleu is the thing that's hot. That's the thing I should be ordering, right? But I learned I don't really like chicken cordon bleu, and I wanted the roasted chicken. So after a while, I started ordering what I wanted. Then it became about money, thinking, oh, I shouldn't order that thing. It's too expensive. I can't do that. And then I saw all the other people doing just that. And I said, well, maybe sometimes that's okay to do that. Maybe it's okay to crave that, want that, to give myself the ability to have enough value to do that. And it didn't just happen with food. It happened with the people I associated with, friendships, business associates. And actually, that's the reason why I left speech pathology. It was because I questioned whether or not my value and what I was offering was really appreciated. And I needed to be in a space where I was sharing with everyone that your value actually does not come by what you do, but it comes from how you believe in who you are. So I want to read you a little piece from my book, Trust Your Intuition. In this book, they're short chapters, about 45, and they're channel messages because I am a channel. And they're affirmations, which are associated with an oracle deck that I'm actually producing and creating and should be out by the end of the month. And that is called, all these papers, sorry, Uncork Your Magic. So it's going to be coming out. And if you sign up for my website for newsletter, you'll be the first to know when it comes out. It should come out in 2 weeks. So let me read you this little part. The truth is, we all have intuition. We deny it. When we question the trust in ourselves, we are saying we are not enough. Instead, we need to nurture the part that allows us to have trust and faith and recognize our value and worth. When we deny our intuition, we are letting go of the most precious piece of us. We are lost. In an effort to turn off the flow of your intuition, you are also turning on the most intrinsic part of you. Intuition is your guiding light. And here's the channel. In your most quiet moments, you discover who you are. That doesn't need permission to come out, to be seen, be heard, be acknowledged. The permission needs to come from within. You need to see all of your gifts, claim them as yours, glory in all you are. Create a timeline in the future where your light can shine. You can stand for of who you are and know your wisdom. And you can say, I acknowledge my gift. And when we say that, we actually are acknowledging our birthright, everything that we are. And I wrote this and the channel, and I decided recently I wanted to create a place to talk about this all, to hear what you have to say, what you think, and where else you want to go. So I created a book club called Off the Page. It's free. And to sign up for it, you just have to go to my website and sign up. It's free, like I said. And once a month, I'm going to be talking on a Zoom call and answering questions. And you get to ask more questions and think and share about your own beliefs and values and allow yourself to connect with the thoughts you have, connect with yourself. And I feel like this book club stretching globally, really will allow a safe place for people who want to explore this thinking, this notion of that connection to who you are being the strongest relationship that you can have. And I feel blessed, really blessed. And I'm not just saying, I really mean it, because I feel like it's time. It's time for us to see ourselves, and not just to see all the role models out in the world and talk about their greatness. It's time for us to see the greatness that we have within ourselves, because I always feel like that's overlooked. I feel like we spend so much time looking at all the people, all the stars that are out there, because the world has decided that those are the people we should look at. And they're great, but so are we. And each of us has gifts. And just because we don't have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame doesn't mean we don't have greatness. Doesn't mean that what we think and what we know isn't worth everything, because it is. I think that people in the world want connection ultimately, and they want to experience and feel love. They want to see light. They want to see who they actually are connected to, and understand that there is no loneliness, really. That it's not about the people, how many people are on your Instagram following you. It's about the core relationships that you have, where you can actually share your life and show who you actually are to those people. There's no mask. You're just you. And every morning, really, I stand up out of bed and I plant my feet on the ground and spread my toes wide. And I close my eyes and I say, I choose today. I choose this moment. And I am seeking information for my highest good. I am a spiritual channel. It's true. But just like other things in life that you can dabble in, not everybody has to be the Olympic athlete winning the gold. Some of us just want to jog. Not everybody wants to run the 26-mile marathon. I don't. But in this realm of spirituality, I feel like I am choosing it over and over all day long, because that connection that I have with me and my higher self gives me the wisdom and the strength and the light to shine it on you, because your light needs to be seen in the world, because people can feel that energy, and then that light transfers to the next person. So help me, help you to discover that inner light that you have, and let it be an anchor for where you want to go in your life, so that you can do it with joy and be everything that you actually want to be, and feel that value and worth of actually who you are, because that's special, truly. I think we all think we need a medal or an award to actually feel that. But what's funny about that is that something we were taught, right? When we were growing up, you got salary in the house, like a little bit of allowance when you cleaned your room or cleaned the living room or you did some chore around the house, right? And then your parents would tell you what a good job you did. Then we went to school and we got gold stars and we got acknowledged for the little things that we did. Then we went to other schools and we got more acknowledgments with grades. Then we got those grades, gave us the permission slip to go to college and be acknowledged for everything that we know and we are, right? Then we get a job, and that's competition too. And depending on who picks you, you then have to rise and shine and show what you can do, because that is the value piece that we use in the world to decide how important we are. So it may sound a little odd that I'm saying to you, well, that's not really your value. Your value is how you love yourself, how you see yourself, your worth, and know that it doesn't matter, actually, what the other person thinks. Doesn't matter if you don't get that medal, because in the end, you know who you are and what you're giving. I spent a long time wanting people to stop, listen to me, see me. I always felt overlooked, not seen. Here's what I didn't know. I had to claim it. I had to claim the space to be seen. I had to find the strength within me to know that what I actually was talking about was worthwhile and that people actually wanted to hear it. And for the people who don't, who aren't interested, that's fine too, because everybody doesn't like everything. And here's a little thing I say in my book. People are sort of what they are. You can't change them or shift them. But what we can do is respect them. Respect everybody in their own space. And they get to be exactly who they show you. People show you all the time who they are, but we think, I used to think, I could change them, but I can't. And you can. The only one you can change is the perception that you have of yourself and start to see all the things that are you. The truth is, people are talking a lot about manifestation. Manifestation, I don't know how I feel about that. I personally feel everything is in the universe. And how we attract it is how we actually live our lives and what we feel that we have value and worth to receive love, anything that you actually want. And so when you believe that you can see it in your future, when you believe that it is yours to actually have, see your mind's eye, you actually having it, experiencing it, living it, and it becomes you. Timeless, those are all different. I'm not telling you you're going to get it in a day or a week, but I am telling you that it is something that comes to you in time. But you have to believe it is yours to have. I feel like when I wrote this book, I felt that it would be incredible if it was published. And as I published it, I saw myself creating a deck of cards with it so that people could learn how to trust their own intuition and channel what they know and anchor into their own guide. We all have spiritual guides. And if you sign up for my newsletter, there is a PDF you can download that teaches you how to discover your guide. We all have spiritual guides. And if that's something you're interested in, I recommend that you download them. It has been such a gift to be here and speak to you and share the bounty of my book and share the exciting new card deck that's going to be coming out. This is the back of the card deck. And I'm going to pull a card for all of us watching. This is the card. And it's interesting, this is the card that actually won the competition for me to work with a young man named Cameron Wilkie in South Africa, who helped me design the card where I use light language in every card you see, and light. And so when I look at this card, it's about releasing the idea that we can transform and that the change that we are looking for, that we are looking to, will actually be something we can do and have, that we are deserving of it. That when we close our eyes, we know that we are entitled to all the goodness that we want. Thank you. I can't hear you, Bernardo.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Robin. Thank you so much. Loved it. Always very powerful. I've got some many amazing comments. We've shared your QR codes quite a few times. So, Robin, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing the light, so much wisdom, so much knowledge. So, thank you. Take care. Thank you, Robin.
My pleasure.
That was great. Always touching. Robin is always touching. So, look, we're running just a few minutes late. We just got a very quick commercial here. We're going to be playing for you, and we're going to be right back. It's we got Jeff Barnes joining us very, very briefly, and we'll be right back. In a world where change is the only constant, growth is just not an option, it's a necessity. At The Best You, we've embarked on a remarkable journey, celebrating the power of personal development and the transformation of thousands of lives. I'm Bernardo Moya, founder of The Best You. Over the years, we've witnessed the incredible impact of bringing people together through our expos and events. We've seen firsthand the power of shared knowledge, inspiration, and connection. But as the landscape evolves, so must we. The truth is, the world of events is changing. There's a plethora of events out there, often with the same faces, talking to fewer and fewer people. It's time for us to lead, not to follow. That's why The Best You is taking a bold step forward. We're not just organising events, we're crafting specialised forums. We're not just publishing content, we're delivering insights through a dedicated magazine. And we're doing it with the participation of world and global leaders across various industries. The Best You forums are your gateway to the forefront of knowledge and innovation. Each forum is focusing on specific cutting-edge topics like AI, crypto, anti-aging, and more, led by world-renowned experts and global leaders. And with the Best You Insights magazine, we're going deeper than ever before. Exclusive articles, in-depth analysis, and visionary content all designed to empower you to be your best self. We're setting the stage for a new era of personal and professional development. An era where your growth is guided by your interest, your journey is fueled by innovation, and your potential is limitless. Join us as we embark on this exciting new chapter. Together, let's redefine what's possible. The time is now. Hey, Ken, Maris, how are you? So I just wanted to say hi to my co-host, Jeff. We can see you there. We're going to bring you right in a minute. How are you? How's it going?
Oh my gosh.
Wow, it's so great this morning. The panel discussion, and then Robin was so
inspiring.
Cool.
Yeah.
So inspiring.
Lots of powerful nuggets, incredible pieces of information. And oh my gosh, I don't know about you guys, but I'm energized already. We can't wait to come up in just a few minutes. We can't wait to hear Jeff, and then we'll be up talking about mastering connected relationships. So funny, everybody's talking about it. So I love it. Can't wait to hear Jeff.
Everything's connected. And yes, Robin was great. We got some great reviews there, and we have a great day for them. So I want to thank you. And you are up on stage after Jeff, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Okay.
And Jeff, if Jeff will just save us some space to get in there, because Jeff's going to tell us everything.
Yeah, Jeff is going to tell us everything. Absolutely. Jeff, how are you?
I'm doing well, Bernardo. How are you guys doing today?
I'm very good. Thank you. Just running a little bit late, but it's all good. So Jeff Barnes is a former US Navy nuclear power plant operator on a submarine, Navy diver, risk management director, technology enthusiast, business growth expert, advisor, and management consultant. He's a geek. He loves numbers, loves knowledge. He's good in systems. He's good in funding. And I can vouch for it. So, Jeff, we're very honored to have you here today. And I believe that the title of your talk is how to leverage technology and AI to engineer the perfect online sales process. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, great. Well, listen, the floor is yours. We'll give you a little tick 5 minutes before, and that's it. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Bernardo. So, hey, everyone, I see there's a lot of comments coming in on the thread there, and I want to ask you guys a question before we get started. How many of you are leveraging AI right now that you know of, that you are actually putting your hand in and you're actually using AI inside of your business? Just go ahead and give us a comment. And I know there's a delay here, so I'll read those off as they're coming in. And then let us know how you're using AI in your business. Now, we just listened to an incredible talk about connected relationships and how you can actually be a part of a journey with somebody and how you can be an important individual yourself, right? And actually shine your own light. And I want to talk and relay that and into how do we leverage AI in technology. Now, as Bernardo says, I am a systems guy. I'm a systems technology geek. I really like focusing on systems that are going to make my life and everybody else's life a lot easier. And AI is leaps and bounds ahead in that process, right? It allows us to actually move the needle forward faster than we've ever seen before in our entire life. And so I want to talk about how we can leverage AI in a smart and efficient way. Now, when ChatGPT kind of opened up and allowed people to start using it, a lot of people said, okay, well, this is great. We can leverage this to create more content. We can actually start to write more emails, and we can do social media posts. We can write blogs. We can do all that stuff. And that's great. But guess what? AI, if it was completely artificial intelligence, is looking at you going, well, are you serious? Like, that's the best you can do, right? And so what we want to do is we want to look at AI as another brain that we can leverage. And this brain is a super brain. It's an incredible tool that we can leverage. And when you harness it properly, it can do amazing things for you. And I see there's a lot of people here saying, yes, we've used it. We use AI. We love it. Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to start challenging you in how you're using AI. And are you using it to the best of your capability? And are you using it for the best and highest purpose inside of your business? You see, I started using AI with a number of companies a little over 10 years ago. And AI has been around for a lot longer than that, but it wasn't really truly artificial intelligence back then. It was algorithms that were designed to do things and actually do learning. We call it machine learning. And this machine learning allowed us to take different inputs, and as those inputs would evolve and we get more, the machine would supposedly get a little bit smarter. Now we've moved beyond that to where the AI can actually start doing thinking for you based off of millions, if not billions of inputs that are not just from you, but from all sorts of other databases, right? So now when we think about AI, we want to think about it as the smartest person in the room that you could leverage and talk to and figure out answers for. And I'm going to give you some really specific use cases that you can start using AI for right now inside of your business to start making your lives a little bit easier. Right? One of my coworkers said recently, having AI on our site is like having 2 people doing the work of 10 people now. And that's exactly what it is. It allows you to move things along further, faster, and easier. So now let's talk about why we're here today talking about AI with technology and sales process engineering. So first and foremost, who has heard the term sales process engineering? Go ahead and raise your hand, say I, say me, put it in the chat, let us know. Because if you haven't heard that, then I really need you to step back and stop thinking about AI right now and go back to the very beginning, which is what is a sale and how do we make a sale? And when you think about what a sale is and how you actually close a deal and get a sale done, this is going to lead into how we use AI and technology to develop a sales process. So at the very beginning, when you have your company up and running or you're getting started, you want to launch your business, it used to be that in the old towns, you'd be the only blacksmith, the only barber in town, the only person that maybe had a dairy farm in town. So all you had to do was hang a shingle outside of your business or on your farm, and you were the only game in town, so everybody could come to you. Fast forward hundreds of years now, and what do we have? We have a globally connected society that has limitless access to anybody, anywhere, at any time, which makes competition extremely important to understand. Because you can't just put a website up now anymore and expect people to find you and then do business with you and transact with you. They have limitless options. So what do we have to do instead? We have to get to the core of answering and solving objections and problems for our potential clients so that they want to do business with us. Okay. Now, I want you to write this down. The first thing you have to understand is what we call a unique selling proposition. What is it that is unique about you that makes you the ideal candidate for the person who's looking to do business with you? And here's how you answer that question. Your unique selling proposition answers this question. Why should I, your potential customer, do business with you over and above any and every other option available to me, including doing nothing at all? Okay. It's a very, very, very difficult question to answer. By the way, you can go give ChatGPT a whole bunch of inputs and you can say, what's my USP based off of all this information? It's going to get you a lot closer than if you were just trying to figure it out yourself, but it's not going to be spot on. But let's just say you figure that out and you have your unique selling proposition. Okay. And I'll give you one as an example. Fresh, hot pizza delivered in 30 minutes or less. Who can go ahead and put who the unique selling proposition that was that launched a major brand here in the United States faster than anybody else? Go ahead and put it in the chat if you guys know what that one is. But that is an example of a unique selling proposition. And what it does is it overcomes a problem that somebody is trying to solve, and it gives them a very clear indication of why they are or how you solve the problem, maybe the way you go about solving the problem, and what it is you do. Okay. Now, I haven't seen anybody put it in if they know who that unique selling proposition was for, but it was delivering fresh hot pizza in 30 minutes or less guaranteed. It doesn't talk about the best pizza in the world. It doesn't talk about mama's homemade recipe from Italy. It doesn't talk about sourcing cheese from organic grass-fed cows. Bingo, Domino's, right? And what did they do? They solved a problem for somebody. Now, I'm going to back up just a little bit and we'll talk about AI in just a minute. But here's what happened. Domino's, when they were starting, the Monahan brothers were saying, hey, you know what, we're right outside of a college and they want their pizza and they don't want to have to come get it because they don't have cars, they don't have any time. And also they're kind of cheap. So, why not just give them something and we'll deliver it to their dorms, and started working. So then they started delivering it to local areas in the neighborhood, and it grew and it grew and grew. And now it's Domino's. And we know what it is today. But the fact is, what they did is they identified a problem in the market. They identified a problem that was so close to home to certain people that they wanted to overcome that problem. So the very first thing you have to do is find out what the problem is. And the only way you're going to find out what that problem is by going and figuring out who your customer is, who you're solving the problem for, and then really, really diving deep. And this is one of the very first things that we do with a lot of clients is, what problem are you solving, right? I run a company called Angel Investors Network, and we have a marketing agency as well. And whenever a company comes to me and they start telling me about how great their technology is or how amazing they are or how much money they're going to make, the first thing we try and look at is, what problem are you actually solving? And then who are you solving it for and how big is that market? And so if you cannot figure out the problem that you are solving for, then you are not going to be able to start attracting people in. But let's fast forward. Let's say you figured out what your problem is. Now you need to go find the right people. And you need to figure out who in the world has that problem. So here's where we start getting into AI. Okay, let's just say I'm going to use an example of a chiropractor. Okay, now in the town that I lived in, where we actually started up a chiropractic office, we had 13 other chiropractors before we ever started that business. Okay, so small town, less than 20,000 people in the town, 13 other chiropractors already. We needed to figure out what was the problem that we were solving. Well, we already know that the problem that we're solving on an individual level is, hey, I'm in pain, my back hurts, my neck hurts, I'm waking up and everything's kind of out of whack. Well, that's what every chiropractor does, right? So instead we had to say, well, what's the other problem? What are the other things that we're trying to solve for? Well, they're busy, right? These are all commuters. They leave really early in the morning and then they come home kind of late at night in the town that we live in. So, all right, we need to maybe open our doors and stay open later. But the other thing we were finding out was that we were solving the problem for families. And we were solving the problem specifically for families with little children, with moms who were overworked and just needed a break. And so we engineered the entire business around those people. So, okay, we're going to be open. We'll have appointment availability on Fridays and Saturdays when you have time and you have your kids. We're going to stay open later. And we're also going to have an environment that is friendly and conducive to having kids coming in. So you have little toys, you have little games, we're going to have TV on, we're going to have all the little fun things that they can do while they're there. We can entertain the children while mom is getting her adjustment. Oh, by the way, we're also going to talk about, hey, you might want a cup of coffee, right, mom? It's been a long day. You're stressed out, you're overworked, you're underpaid. You definitely need something. So we're going to go ahead and give you this. Hey, while you're sitting in there in the waiting room, why don't we put a nice hot wrap on your neck and on your back? So you start feeling good and relaxing a little bit. The smells in the office, everything was designed with that person in mind. The chiropractor office that we built didn't look like a chiropractic office, right? It had reclaimed wood on the wall, and it had a story around where that reclaimed wood was coming from, and the scents that were in the office. We were using lavender and honey and vanilla and things like that. There was no whitewashed walls. There were different shades of pink and different hues of purple and things like that, and white barnyard doors and sliding doors with privacy locks on them. It did not feel like a medical establishment. Now, why am I bringing that all up to you in the context of AI? Because what that is, that's a sales process. And here's what I want you to think about. Whenever somebody comes to do business with you, every single touch point with you is implanting in their minds something that is good or something that is bad, right? It's either a detractor or an attractor. And what you need to think about is, what am I doing that is attracting or detracting from my ideal client? Now, the reason I told you all those things is because we wanted to attract a very specific clientele, an affluent mother who is also working, who is stressed out of her gourd and just wants to be taken care of a little bit, right? And so we engineered everything around that. Now, how does that relate to doing business maybe online in this global world and completely interconnected? Well, the very first thing you have to look at is, what does your presence look like online? How are you showing up in the world? And if you are showing up in the world that is detracting from your ideal clients, then you need to fix that. How do you fix that? The first thing you need to do is you need to go in and you need to create a buyer persona. You need to figure out who it is that has the problem that you are trying to solve for, and you need to get to know them inside and out. And this is where you start your process with AI. Now, I don't care which AI tool you use. We actually developed several that helps people with this process, but you can ask about 30 questions of yourself, and you fill that out, and then you feed that into this AI tool, whether it's ChatGPT or you can use Google. It's not, Gemini, whatever you want to use. But you feed that in and say, these are the people I'm trying to sell to. Okay, so you take these 30 questions, and the questions are like, what's your product? What's the name of your business? What are the things that you stand for? What are your core values? What's the result that people are getting? What's a testimonial that someone would give you if you actually solved the problem that they had based off of whatever your products or services are? You feed that back into the AI. You say, this is what I think my buyer, how they would answer these questions. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to generate a USP, and then you're going to ask, what is my so the USP, unique selling proposition, and then what is my buyer persona? Who is it that really has these issues? And now once you have all that information, you then feed it back and say, okay, based off of what I now know about this person, what is it that they like to do? What do they do on their free time? What are their demographics, right? Age, rank, serial number, right? Say, how old are they? Are they married? Where do they live? What's their income? Things like that. We're starting to figure out who this person is. And I'll give you an example. I'll tell you exactly why in just a moment. But now that we're figuring all of this stuff out, we've built out our buyer persona. And we want to know now, okay, here's the product or solution. And if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, if you're anybody out there that has something to sell, don't ever talk about your solution. Always talk about them, right? What's the number one thing people like to hear more than anything? Their own name. They love to hear more about themselves than anything else. So if you talk about them, you talk about their problem, and you understand their problem inside and out, they're just going to trust that you know exactly what it is that you're doing. They don't even need to hear what exactly your solution is. Like, how many people here actually know exactly how an internal combustion engine works inside of a car, right? How many here know how a crankshaft works and the camshaft works and how all the inner workings happen inside your car? Most people don't, right? They know that when they turn the key on or press the button, the engine starts up and they can go down the road and they're okay with that, right? They don't need to know everything about your business. You need to know everything about your business, but what you really need to know about is how to convey the result to that person. So again, we're using AI to figure all this stuff out. And then you take that material, you say, okay, now that I know my USP, I know my buyer persona, I know where they hang out, I know the kind of publications they read, which, by the way, you use AI to do this research. You ask it questions. What kind of publications would somebody be reading if they fit this buyer persona? What kind of periodicals are they looking into? What kind of forums are they maybe on Reddit? What groups might I look into on LinkedIn and Facebook and things like that? And of course, it's not going to know all the answers, but here's what it's going to do. It's going to give you an idea of what to search for. So you start searching that stuff, and you're just doing the research right now. Okay, so as you've done all this research, now you can say, okay, great. Now I think I know who my people are, where they are, what they're hanging out, what some things are they're searching for online. That's another thing you can do. What would these people be looking for, right? So the chiropractor, let's figure out, okay, if somebody has a bad back and they're waking up every morning and struggling to get out of bed, what are they searching for online? Well, they might be searching, how do I fix my sciatica? They're not searching for sciatica doctor, right? They don't type, no one really types that in until they know they have sciatica. They might be asking, what's causing my back pain every single morning, okay? And now we take all that stuff, and that becomes our SEO basis. And now we use that information. So we've done our research. We know what they're looking for. We know what the problem is they have. We know what they're looking for to try and solve that problem. And we start using AI to write articles around that. So we can actually start writing blogs around that. We can start writing social media posts around that. We can do all of these things that are going to allow us to be promoted in front of all these individuals because now they are looking for us. Okay. So that is what we're doing with this AI tool, is we are using that AI tool to figure out exactly what the client wants and how to get in front of them. Okay. So that's another part here. All right. So from there, what are we going to do next? Now we have to draft emails for them. We want to have a lead magnet. We have an opt-in. We want to have all these different things that we want to offer somebody for free. Okay, so AI is now going to help us with writing a lead magnet. What's the PDF? What's the blog post? Maybe we get a script for a video sales letter. We get a script for a presentation that we want to do. And we tell them, hey, this is the problem we're solving. And you have to feed a lot of information into the AI and say, give me some examples of headlines people are looking for that will help them solve this problem. Give me examples of bullet points that they want to read about. You start using AI to get the content, okay? And this is all basic stuff right here, guys. I'm only talking about using AI to do a little bit of research and generate a little bit of content, okay? That's all. This is like AI 1.0, if you will. From here, now what we need to do is we need to engineer that sales process like I was talking about. Just like I mentioned in the chiropractic office, everything we did was done with intent because we wanted them to actually be able to come into the office, and then we wanted to eradicate the sale. We did not want to worry about whether or not they were going to buy from us. We wanted to set everything up for them to buy. So now let's go back to a customer journey. Somebody comes in and they see your website because now you've ranked really well on Google and you're answering these questions that they're looking at for answers for, and they see and they click on it. They go into your website. Is the very first thing they see going to attract or detract? Do they see something that resonates with what they're looking for? Do they see answers to their questions? Or are they going to bounce off the page and leave right away? You have to think it through this whole process. So now we have the content on the website. It should be branded properly. It should be looking like your business. It should be looking like something that people want to work with and do business with. It shouldn't look like a Web 1.0, just a 500-page blog article with no spacing and no images, no scrolling effects. Like, we don't want that anymore, right? People are getting more and more sophisticated, and they're getting used to seeing really great things. So you have to engineer that very first entry point to how they find you in such a way that makes them want to learn more from you. Okay, so you can also start using, there are AI tools out there that will allow you to start doing heat maps of your website. It will allow you to check your website. Like what is, you can type, you put this all into a program and say, like you have Grammarly, you have Quillbot, you have all these other programs out there as well that are using AI. What's the readability of my page? Find out how hard it is to read. Maybe the reason that they're leaving your page is it's too hard to read. Maybe your video is boring. Maybe, you know, all these things AI can help you with. Okay, so it's kind of being that really smart person in the room, like I mentioned, that's giving you feedback on the stuff that you are putting out there. So now, let's just say we get them to come to your site. They're reading some information about you, but they leave because, let's be honest, people don't do business the very first time they find you. They need to get to know you. Okay, wonderful. That's okay. We don't need to worry about that because the next thing we want to do is we want to follow up with them. We want to find them. So if they didn't opt into your site, they only stayed there for a minute or so, they didn't read enough, now what do? Well, we have these really cool tools that allow us to use AI to do advertising. And so with AI advertising, we've taken all this other information that I just told you about that we just generated in a Google Doc or whatever you want to put it in, and we can feed that into an AI tool that we use that helps us generate headlines, subheadlines, body copy, images, and videos that we can then put on Facebook, we can put on YouTube, we can put on TikTok, we can use on LinkedIn, and we can start retargeting these people. And we can build up that audience. So I come and I visit your website, but I leave because I was like, yeah, I'm not really ready to buy right now. I leave and I got some great information, but I'm out of here. So again, the customer journey is these people are not always ready to buy. In fact, it takes roughly 500 touch points before somebody makes a buying and purchasing decision. Now, that doesn't mean that they have to look at you 500 times. Maybe they've been looking at the car that they want to buy 300 times. They finally see it now. All of a sudden, they want to start like really researching it. Okay, or maybe they've been researching sciatica, or they've been researching joint pain, or what does glutathione do for me? They're researching a lot of different things before they ever make a buying decision. This comes from Google, not me, by the way, guys. So now they've done all this research. They're looking at it. I use my AI to retarget them. I send them a message on Facebook. I say, hey, I saw that you were on our website. Would you like to learn a little bit more about what we do, or could we offer you this free thing that we have? Okay. So if we have this free thing that we can use, then we can now program our AI to start having a conversation with them. I'm going to give you guys a really cool hack right now that if you're not using this, you need to start using it. We're using it with my wife's business right now. It's working incredibly. We're starting to implement with clients. But inside of Facebook, you now have the ability to run advertising to send messages to people. And so here's the way I would use this. And this is exactly what we're doing. So I'm not telling you anything I'm not already doing myself. Run the ad, $5, $10 a day to send a message to you from your Facebook page to say, hey, we have this group over here. We'd love for you to join our group. Go ahead and click this button, send a message, and we'll show you how to get in. And when they send that message, you're going to get their name. Then you ask them, okay, what's your email address? Take that email address. You get that and say next thing, well, thanks so much for that. What's your phone number so we can follow up with you if we have any questions? And believe it or not, because it's within Facebook, people will just tap it and they'll give you your phone number. Then you can ask them a few other qualifying questions. Now, what we do with that information, because it doesn't matter if they give you all that information or not, they want to get into the group, they want to find out more about you. Now we take that information and we sync it over to our CRMs. So now our CRM has name, phone number, and email. Okay, we have all that information. And because of how they've come in through Facebook Messenger, we can use our AI tool that we have now programmed and said, by the way, this is my buyer persona, this is my business, this is the problem I solve, here's the solution I offer, here's where you can find out more information on my website. I want you to go crawl my website, so you can program your AI to crawl your website. And then this person just came in and they wanted to learn a little bit more about us. They've already seen us online, they've seen us on our website, maybe they saw me at a talk, they saw us on a Facebook page, they saw us on this Facebook post or an ad, and they sent us a message. Here's what I want you to do with them. And you tell the AI how you want this person to be treated because you fed it all this input. And now the AI takes over, and it actually is what we call conversational AI. It's starting to have conversation with that person. And when you program this in properly, it is better than a lot of salespeople. And it can actually start having those conversations for you and pre-qualify people. And if you're in the business like we are, of getting on the phone with folks so that they eventually want to have that sales conversation, once they're qualified, then and only then do you send them a booking link. And the AI will do all of this for you. Now, it takes a lot of time to set it up. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but once you get it all set up and let it run, it will run itself. And all you have to do is make sure it's working every single day and get on those phone calls. When we do this, folks, whether we're using LinkedIn, we're using Facebook, we're using a chat widget on our website, we are booking up phone calls incredibly fast for a lot of people. And as a result of that, we actually have a lot more feedback coming in from our clients and from a number of our sales folks saying, hey, this is really cool. My calendar's getting really filled up. How's that happening? Right. And that's the secret sauce, that you use the conversational AI to help book those phone calls. So there was a lot of information. It was really, really fast. I know that there's probably about a million things else we could talk about, but I am out of time. So Bernardo, thanks so much for having me here. For everybody who's watching, appreciate it. And we have a free marketing report that we give you guys if you guys are curious about that.
Yes, absolutely. Please share that, Jeff. Thank you. You give so much insight, and I know that was quick, but I shared previously that I've worked with Jeff in the past. He's has phenomenal systems in place to create phenomenal marketing opportunities, which we all need. We all need these in customers and clients, don't we? So, Jeff, how could they? You have a link for them or something that we could share?
Yeah, I just tried posting this that I can't post it, but that's okay. If you go to demg.io at the very top right,
if you just put it in the,
says,
I'm happy if you put it on the private chat. I'm more than happy to share it very quickly.
Sure, perfect. I'll do that for you.
And then I'll just put a little banner up there. So, Jeff, thank you. That was very insightful. And you were saying anyway that people can connect you how?
Yep. If you just go to demg.io, so that's Digital Evolution Marketing Group.io. So demg.io, that's where our business is, and you can get your free marketing report there.
Okay, great. I'm just going to share that very quickly. And so, Jeff, what apart from that, is there a webpage or something that they can get in touch with you, or a link or your calendar link?
Yeah, so on site of my website, which I'll send this over to Bernardo as well, is jeffbarnes.ceo. There are links on that page as well, and allows you to get on call with me. So if you're interested in learning more or need help setting all this stuff up, by all means, reach out.
Okay, great. All right. Well, listen, thank you so much, Jeff. That was amazing. And we are going to continue. Thank you so much. Take care. All the best.
Take care.
Thank you. Okay. Well, everyone, if you wanted to get in touch with Jeff, I highly recommend. We are pretty much on schedule. How's the day going? Please give us your comments. We need feedback. We want to know what's going on. Quite a few of you have been extremely interactive, and we love that. And I'm going to say, we are going to be giving all sorts of great things away. I've done this in the past. A lot of the speakers are giving phenomenal value in and with the VIP ticket. So as I said, it's only $49. You can still get access to it. It gives you access to all the recordings because, like Jeff, there's so many opportunities for you to be able to miss something, so many golden nuggets, maybe one of the talks that you weren't or aren't going to be able to listen to. So you can still go VIP, you can get the recordings, and you get more than $4,000 in bonuses. I'm going to be bringing up my next guest speakers, but apart from my guest speakers, they are my co-hosts. They're Ken and Mary Segal, and Ken Ashby and Mary Segal, and I'm going to be bringing them in a minute. Thank you. Here we go, trying to catch up. How are you, lovely couple?
We're great.
So great.
I'm reeling from Jeff's so much information. I couldn't, as someone said, I couldn't take notes fast enough. So it was very, very cool.
Here's my big question to Ken. Did you buy us VIP because we couldn't take notes fast enough? We definitely get to get back. Did you get us VIP already?
Well, I have one for you and one for me.
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you, because I'm not sharing
you. Well, no, listen, and one of the things I really emphasize with the VIP is like yourselves, your book, that's thousands of hours of, research, study, years, knowledge, wisdom, boom, in a book. And then you're doing a coaching session. What's the value of that? It's thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Well, there's so many other people that have done the same. And I want to thank you both for being here and for being part of this event. Maris and Ken, they are known as America's master connectors, from boardrooms to classrooms and heads of state. They've worked across the public and private sectors in nearly 40 years, in 40 countries, sorry. But, kind of apart from that, they're close friends. They are phenomenal networkers. They know so many great people. And we've met in multiple events with Greg Reed, Secret Knock, and Prosperity Camp. Kudos to him. But over the years, everyone that's met you and everyone that you're connected to speaks so highly of you, and you're so extremely knowledgeable. And I'm very grateful, one, for you two to be my friends, and two, for being here today, speaking and also hosting. So thank you so much.
Thank you,
The floor is
Bernardo.
yours.
Thank you so much, Bernardo. We're so happy to be here. And there's been so much amazing information throughout the morning already. And we're happy to be. I'm just going to give you a little preview. Everyone's talking about AI. Right now, we're going to talk about RI. Tell you more about it in a minute.
We are. So I'm Mira Segal, and
I'm Ken Ashby.
And we are married, husband and wife, dynamic duo. So we are business strategists and relational leadership coaches. We actually work with teams and individuals to evolve and elevate their relationships for prosperous business and thriving lives. So we've been talking a lot about relationships today. And you guys, you know what? Relationships, relationships, relationships. No matter what happens with AI, human connection will not go away. In fact, it'll become more important. So I don't know about you guys, but think about it. Are relationships important in your lives, right? How are you relating at work, at home, in your life, right? When you think about that, how I'm relating, think about we have one life to live, one body, one planet, just one, right? So relationships are the most significant factor impacting and influencing every aspect of our lives. From the time we wake up in the morning to the time we sleep at night, like air and water, good or bad, we can't really live without relationships. We may try on some days, and they can't be avoided. So we always have a choice in how we operate in those relationships. We heard that a little bit earlier today. So we call this relationship immersion the R factor. And so the R factor is really about relationship and relationship connection. Because if you want to have a relationship with someone or something, that could be a car or a human, whatever that is, it also first begins with a desire and then a connection. And then we build on that connection to build trust. So in our work, the TEDx talk that we did, we really believe that mastering connection with universal relationship rhythms is the next evolution in our human story and our life legacy. We're going to talk about that a little bit. And when we talk about legacy, think about where you've come, right? From your culture, from your past, from your parents' past, from their parents before them. We've all come to where we are today from relationships from our past. And those relationships and that legacy also really shapes how we feel, how we think about money, time, religion, social issues, community, health, wellness. All of these things come to us from relationships and legacy from our past. So when we think about that and we think about how we're showing up, remember that we don't have to carry our past with us. We get to be in the present and learn from our past and release ourselves from it to be in a solid relationship moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, whether emotional, physical, intellectual, or spiritual, if you think about it, we are all in many relationships and connected to someone or something from the time we wake up in the morning. Think about your day today. Did you wake up like millions on the planet? Did you wake up to a jarring alarm or to dogs and cats?
I woke up to you. You were my jarring alarm. But it was okay, though. It wasn't so jarring. It was a gentle, good morning, honey.
Or dogs and cats or kids jumping on your bed. Do you check the news, check your phone, choose your wardrobe, and have breakfast all before you headed out the door to your car or wherever you are now, whatever transportation you're taking. So whether you know everybody or all the people around you, it is important to remember that we are all connected as humanity first. And that's where the bottom line begins.
For sure. You know, it's interesting because we've been living, loving, and working together for nearly, over 20 years at this point, you know, our relationship has evolved. And I don't know about you guys, but think about all of your relationships, professionally and personally, right? Do any of them need attention, right? How would you say your relationships are working at work and at home? Because it's one life. However they're working at work, however they're working at home, they're showing up in the same way in both places, right? One big life.
Well, I just thought about something as you said that.
Yeah.
You talk about relationships needing attentions. Well, we all have cars. Most people have a car. And occasionally you have to take it in and get the oil changed and get the brakes checked and check your state licensing. And that's the kind of tune-up. Sometimes we look at our relationships and say, well, that's a relationship. That's the way it's always been. That's the way it's always going to be. Not the case.
Yeah. It isn't the case. And when we talk about RI, Ken, you want to just tell us what
we
RI
say
is? And we'll step into this.
RI is relationship intelligence. So using RI, and we love AI and we love all of that, but we also think that RI may be the next evolution, as Maris said before, that RI, this relationship intelligence, we need tools, we need understanding, we need ways to work through it.
And it's really ultimately about how we connect. Okay, so as we said before, we've been together a long time and we choose each other every day. And I will tell you that as long as we've been together, and yes, as Bernardo said earlier, working across 40 countries and combined 40 years, the fact is people have always said to us, wait, you work together and you live together and you still have a romantic relationship. And how do you do that without making each other crazy and still having a personal life?
I make Maris crazy quite a bit.
We make each other crazy. And here's the thing though. What we found in our relationship is that we have a rhythm. We have a rhythm that works. We have a rhythm. And when it's out of sync, it's not working. When one piece of our relationship is out of sync, then it's out of sync in our professional life as well. It's out of sync everywhere. So what we found in our exploration of discovery, working with hundreds of celebrities, heads of state, heads of household, all kinds of people, is that there were 4 key rhythms, relationship rhythms, that when they are working in sync, life is great, business deals are happening, I'm healthy, I can communicate well, things are all working. And when they are out of sync, when one of them is out of sync, mayhem. So here they are. You guys ready? So I want you to write these down. These are 4 key universal relationship rhythms: respect, responsibility, reframing, and resilience. When one of those is out of sync, something's not working in your life. So we see these 4 universal relationship rhythms as the lifeblood for mastering connection in every aspect of our lives. Think about your life, right? And look at this whole conversation now moving forward with a lens into your own life. How are you seeing yourself? How are you showing up? And above all else, how are you showing up for yourself?
So one of the things we found working with as executive producers and business consultants and coaches, and having the great opportunity to work around the world and really worked with heads of state, heads of household, from classrooms to boardrooms, we also began to notice a clear distinction between being in relationship to and being in relationship with someone or something. So words matter. Think about it. Being in relationship to someone is a one-sided thing. It has kind of nowhere to go. It's like I'm talking to someone instead of talking with someone.
It's like a wall. It's a little bit like a wall.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really like a brick wall because there's no real connection there.
Being in relationship with offers an exchange of connection, belonging, and possibility. So words really matter. Now, this is the other reason I realize resonate with this so much is I'm a singer-songwriter, have been all of my adult life, and I understand rhythms. We recognize that all of our relationships also have a rhythm, a beat, a tempo, and it's something that we experience all day long, and our relationships can experience every one of these rhythms. So we're going to talk briefly and invite you to be curious and see how these rhythms apply in your personal and professional life. The first of these relationship rhythms, as Mara said before, is respect. In the rhythm of respect, we show up and we're present. We listen, we build trust, and we lead with compassion and authenticity. I don't know if any of us could think of a healthy relationship we have without respect. There always has to be respect. And when we bring respect to our relationships, they become collaborative and empowered. You can ask yourself, one of these things is like when you communicate with someone at work or at home, are you really listening? Are you respecting them? Or are you only half listening, more connected with what you're going to say next? This is the idea about being present.
Can we stop for a moment
and that
there?
Respect. Yes, absolutely.
So this is actually something that both as a couple and in our business relationships, we navigate through on a consistent basis. And why? Because we know each other so well. right? So imagine, right? You're sitting with friends. We know each other so well that we do finish each other's sentences and we do go there. So the notion of really, we practice at this, is really being present so that I'm not listening to Ken to figure out how I can support him. If I'm present and I'm just listening to Ken, I will know how to support him. It will just come through. So it's trusting yourself in that respect as well. And we've really worked on this. And thank you, because I really respect that you've done a lot of work on it, and I have too. And it's important. You know, it's not always an easy thing.
And this idea of respect is not something that's new. Back in the 18th century, there was a philosopher, Immanuel Kant, and he argued that all people are owed equal respect by virtue of their humanity. It doesn't have anything to do with achievements or abilities or qualities. And really what Kant was saying, that is, no matter where you're born or the culture you grew up in, respect is a birthright.
For sure. And so one of the things, just tune in for self. I don't know about you guys, but you know, I was raised in a very strong, close family. And always in my family, we heard respect other people, be kind to other people. And as close as I was and as amazing as my family was, I never heard respect yourself, right? So you guys, it begins with us. It begins inside. When we respect ourselves first, can we then respect others, right? So the next relationship rhythm in the relationship rhythm circle is responsibility. Got to have respect first and then responsibility. So in the rhythm of responsibility, we're intentional, we are committed, we communicate clearly, and we stand accountable for our actions. When we're responsible, expectations are aligned and our relationships are full of possibilities. So think about your life. Think about who's responsible for ensuring that your personal and professional relationships are clear in communication.
Not my job.
Yeah, not your job. Guess what? It's your job, right? It is each of our jobs. It is our responsibility, not the other person's, to be sure that we're communicating clearly. Because here's a quote you may want to write down. Expectations without agreement create premeditated resentment. Expectations without agreement create premeditated resentment. And why? Because if we're not being clear with our words, if we're not being present, if we're not having a conversation that is with the other person, then we are not engaged in clarifying, being on the same page in our relationship and in our business.
I mean,
right? That's how it goes.
It's basic contract law that when you do business, you create a contract, and in the contract it says what the deliverables are, what the payment is going to be, the remuneration.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's really this idea of expectations. There needs to be agreement. So when you're in a relationship with anyone or any place, make sure that the expectations are clear. They know what's expected of you, and you know what's expected of them. And you both agree on it.
Yeah.
And you agree on it.
Communication is everything. And years ago, I had an experience with the iconic chef, who some of you may remember, Julia Child. Anybody remember? Drop in the chat. Let me know if you remember her. And at breakfast one morning, Julia said to me, she asked me a very simple question. And she said, for as much as you travel and you're on the road full time, is this relationship with this person someone you think about when you wake up first thing in the morning?
It wasn't me, right?
It wasn't you. Okay. It wasn't you. It was pre-you. I've since learned a lot.
There was someone
so she asked
me
me this question, right? She asked me this question. Do you think about this person first thing in the morning when you wake up in the morning? And I got to tell you guys, when I answered the question, immediately the words no came out of my mouth, and I was stunned. I couldn't believe that this relationship that I had been in for 7 years was now not the first thing I thought of in the morning. And I couldn't really understand that. And so what struck me when I was having this conversation with Julia, she looked at me and she said, "Get rid of him," in that iconic voice. And I thought, how is it possible that someone who barely knows me, but who's been hearing my story, could tune into the fact that my relationship was no longer in sync, right? Clearly, the expectations were no longer aligned. I had a responsibility in that relationship, or I could be a victim to it. Well, clearly the choice and my responsibility was to be in connection to that relationship. So these are all things, again, think about your life and the challenging experiences that you're having in relationships and ways that you can shift it, Tell us about the third relationship rhythm.
Right.
Ken.
So respect, responsibility. The third relationship rhythm is reframing.
This is my favorite.
Reframing. In the rhythm of reframing, we lead with gratitude. One of our speakers earlier this morning spoke about gratitude, spoke about waking up in the morning and saying, what are you grateful for? So in this rhythm of reframing, we lead with gratitude. We accept traumas of our past. We accept them without letting them limit us. And we meet people where they are. We also get to honor feedback. So feedback is, we get to take that as neutral. Sometimes we get comments from someone, it's just feedback. So when we reframe, a new perspective emerge and a shift can happen. Years ago, I had a powerful experience, a conversation with Apollo 17 astronaut, Captain Eugene Cernan. Captain Cernan was the last man to walk on the moon. He shared that from his vantage point, which I'm still in awe of, looking back at the Earth from the surface of the moon, 250,000 miles away, that he saw no differences between people. He said, I saw a world without borders. So that's reframing, and his reframing, and in many cases, our first chance to see the Earth, that big blue marble, that reframing compels us, I think, all to recognize that we are all connected on this planet that we call home.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, I just want to touch on the gratitude piece of this, and that is that we have a gratitude practice that we started during the pandemic pause. And it was really to be sure that we knew what day it was every day and that we could just be tuned in to what was going on inside of us so that we could be in support of others. So we actually have a gratitude practice guide as part of what we're offering today. I think you can probably put up that QR code, Genesis. And please download our gratitude practice guide. We've seen a shift as teams use this, as corporations use it, as families use this at home. This gratitude practice guide is really used in our private coaching quite a bit. And as you coach with us and do private coaching with us, whether or not we're working with your team or with a family, we take these 4 rhythms and we deep dive into them to really navigate them to build a culture of respect and connection and family and communication in your business. It shifts everything when we do that.
What's the last of the relationship rhythms?
Resilience. So we all know, look, relationships along the way experience challenges, right? Who doesn't have traumas and dramas? Raise your hand if you don't. I'd love to meet you. So, when you look at the rhythm of resilience, we stand up, we step forward with consistent action, and we accept support to courageously face and navigate inevitable change. Look, when we are resilient, our relationships are inspired and renewed. And here's the bottom line about resilience. In those moments, as sucky as they may be, it often includes learning something new and stepping outside of our comfort zone, obviously, and we're better for it. Here's the thing, too, about resilience. I am a recovering lone wolfer. Don't say anything out loud, Ken.
I didn't say a word. I was just sitting here.
And resilience is not a lone wolfing tool. It is a tool that gets to ask and receive support. We get to have support. And it's been something that I've worked on consistently over a number of years. And as we build trust with people, that's how we build resilience. So look, today as individuals, we think about corporations, foundations, countries, cities, states. Everybody's in desperate need of shifting mindset, which is what we talked about earlier. We heard that in the first panel. Shifting mindset, right? Regarding the significance of relationships. Human connection is not going away, just like AI. We've been living with AI for years. You're just hearing a name now. Human connection won't go away. How we support people and making them feel wonderful, valued, that's not going away. We are in relationship with someone or something 24/7. Think about it. How we feel about ourselves is how we're showing up in our relationships. So it's an inside out job. So when you look at these 4 rhythms and you think about how am I going to live them in my life, think about how you're influencing other people, the choices that you have, right? The opportunities you have to be in relationship to or with someone, that is a choice, how you're showing up. And what I think we'd love to leave you guys with today is we've got something called the R-Factor assessment. And in our workshops, we do a much deeper dive with that. And we go into each of these. But I think, Ken, I think
we're just going to quickly, just if you can grab a pen or a pencil, and paper, pen and paper, pencil and paper, whatever, grab it. We're going to give you something that you can work on your own. I'm going to give you a list of a few words, and I want you to just make a list of these words. So if you're ready, if you have your pens poised, here's the list. The first word is time, money, work, family, trust, listening, communication, accountability, a little bit longer word, gratitude, feedback, and the last two words on the list, change and courage. So you've got 12 words on your own time. Look at each one of these words and say, what is my RI? What's my relationship intelligence? What's my connection with each of these things? Is my relationship fantastic, healthy? Does it need a little work? Or is it somewhere in the middle? So ranking these from 1 to 3, what's my relationship with time, 1, 2, or 3, and just make this list. Now, this should not overthink it. 30 seconds, that's all you get. And as Maris said, enjoy that. And then you can look at the list and say, maybe there's some spots in my relationships with some of these things that I need to work on my relationship intelligence, my RI. And we guarantee the return on investment, the ROI, is going to be fantastic. So recognizing our connection as everyone and living in this planet, it's kind of at a tipping point. We invite you to look at your relationships, personal or professional, and with the planet, and ask yourself, am I living in relationship to? Am I choosing to be in relationship with those in my life and everything around me?
So as we look at our lives and as we look at the relationship rhythms, remember that we get to choose the rhythms in our lives all day long. When you wake up with gratitude, that sets the tone all day. You can call that gratitude up all day long. At the end of the day, when you end with gratitude, it's a beautiful experience. Life can be in sync when we are living in all 4 of the relationship rhythms: respect, responsibility, reframing, and resilience. So think about this. Is it time for relationships to up level in your life, in your personal life or professional life? Whether or not you're looking for romance, to build that relationship, whether or not you're looking to, for a new job, to strengthen the relationship with your team, it all comes down to people feeling valued and connected and the value of those connected relationships. That's why we're involved in relational leadership. It's also why our relationship with the best you is so important, because it's building relationships with like-hearted and like-minded people. So as you head into the rest of your year, 2024, we challenge you to look at every one of your relationships through this lens and see how can they be up-leveled and evolved. Thank you so much for your time today. We're so thrilled to continue to be here with you as your co-host and here with our friend Bernardo. Our friend Daryl's coming up, and Jen Duplessis and others. So we're excited to welcome them as well. And Bernardo, my friend, it's getting late your time.
It's getting late, but it's all good. It's all good. Loved it. Thank you so much. A masterclass on relationships there, deep, profound, and obviously with lots of experience backing that up. So thank you so much for sharing all that. I'm going to share your QR code again. Please just make sure, just take advantage of the free gratitude practice guide. It's available. Get your phone out and take advantage of that. So I want to thank you. Thank you so much for your talk. Thank you so much for hosting with me today. And I'm going to introduce Daryl, and then we'll see you next. Thank you so much. Take care. Okay, so we have still an amazing lineup of speakers. I've got Daryl Stern joining me very, very briefly. He's going to be up next. And then after that, well, we've got Lady Jen Duplessis. She's going to be joining us at 1 p.m. PST. Then we've got Natasha Robinson at 1:30. And then at 2 o'clock, we've got Bimal Shah, 5 stages to make the biggest 90-day leap towards your 3-year business goal. And then we've got David Fagan joining us at 2:30. Title of his talk is The Conversation Shift, How to Attract and Enroll Instead of Chase and Convince. And then at 3, we've got Lamonte Wilcox and Michelle Wilcox. And then we have at 3:30, Andy Brodaway. At 4 o'clock, new surprise guest speaker, phenomenal speaker, George J Chanos. So he's going to be joining us at 4. But let me bring Daryl on in just a few minutes, or actually in seconds. And we're going to continue this amazing lineup of phenomenal, inspirational speakers that we've got ready for you. Thank you. Hey, Daryl, how are you?
I'm doing super fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. Thank you so much for being part of the Best You Expo. Thank you so much for your support over the years and for being so interactive and so engaging with us. So you're in for a treat. I've worked with Daryl a few times, and he has lots of clients that have used these services over the years, and he has a completely different approach, I think, to what a lot of marketers are doing out there. So you're in for a treat. Daryl, I'll do a very brief intro, and the rest is the floor is obviously yours. So what Daryl has been doing for years, he runs the fastest dramatic video marketing agency on the planet. His stern-storming content extractions experience will bring massive profits and influence to your brand. As I said, I've worked with Daryl in the past, and he has a very unique approach to what he does. Daryl, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
All right, super awesome. Let's see if this will work. I'm going to try something.
Upon a time, you were tired of slow-paced content creation, tired of advertising without building up an audience who trusted you, tired of struggling to articulate your brand's magic. Then, you found Stern Storming.
We taught you that your best marketing is inside of you. All you needed was our special content extraction experience. We found the stories that made your brand viral and profitable. We filmed 200 videos of your stories in 3 days. You have videos like Spielberg and content like Shakespeare, because marketing is theater, and you are the star of the show. Now, 1 year later, with 12,000 posts out and you're following up by 2,000%, the world has come to you. You are a gift to the world, and always have been. This could be your story. Go Stern Storming.
All right, guys, we're going to use something amazing today. It's an amazing technology. It has actually taken 4 million years of organic evolution to create. And the abbreviation of this amazing concept, this amazing thing that you have and I have, it's called HI. In other words, human intelligence. So here we go. When I was 3 years old, I walked over to my dad and I said, "Dad, get out a pad and a piece of paper." He's like, "What? What, son? What do you mean?" I said, "Get out a pad and a piece of paper." All right, okay. So I dictated to him from memory my one-man show starring me as Peter Rabbit. He was so amazed by this that he took me to his college, Cade University, anybody out there from New Jersey, and I put on, without a moment of hesitation, my own one-man show starring me as Peter Rabbit. From there, I went on and got an agent in New York City. I auditioned for The Goonies. I met Steven Spielberg. If you watch the new Ghostbusters movie, the mayor in the movie played the EPA jerk in 1984. His name is William Atherton. I was in a play with him in 1982, and it goes on and on and on. So my life built up with, bam, I'm telling you, bam, I was Scooter Computer on ABC Schoolhouse Rock back in 1983. So I introduced kids all around the world to a computer. So all these notifications on this crazy thing that you have in your hand right now in your back pocket, I do apologize for that. So I'm going in theater. And then the year after I graduated college, after winning the National Young Playwrights Festival and all this, I'm selling computers at Radio Shack. And I said, what the heck happened? You know, I was a really talented kid. My agent started telling me I could be a character actor. That means I could play the fat guy. And I was like, I don't have a girlfriend, so I don't really want to do that. So I even did stand-up comedy for a while. So this is going to be funny too, the different things that I show you today. But fast forward, I decided to study this thing called HTML, because when I got my master's degree in 1997, out comes computers and HTML and websites. And I really went and studied that and went into corporate, hated the corporate thing. My mom had ovarian cancer, unfortunately passed away about 21 years ago. And in 2002, going into 2003, I decided to start the world's first ethical website design company, where I would explain in plain English everything that I was doing in websites. And if you go back to the technobabble age, it still exists today. Something about something artificial people are talking about all over the place, and it's kind of confusing. They're selling all these gadgets with this artificial thing, with something with the mind. I don't know, these days it gets a little confusing. So I always want to be ethical and explain everything in plain English. So today we're going to use this thing called human intelligence, cognitive thinking, logic, and reverse engineering, and what's in our own minds to create magic on the internet. So I'm going to jump right into this. Fast forward, years and years and years, I'm making websites, and all of a sudden there's this thing called video that comes out, and streaming video. And I see all these business people try to make videos, and they're not actors. They really don't have any camera presence. They're shooting their Zooms like this. Hi, I'm Beth. Right? And they don't understand how to frame a shot. They don't know how to land a story. They don't know how to be emotional on camera. And I realized that this is something that I could really help people with. In fact, there was a lady 9 years ago that I worked with. Her name is Tanya Waring. And I was teaching her how to act on camera at the end of this video for her landing page to really get people to sign up. And she turned back to me and she said, you are the best theater director for marketing that I've ever seen. And the funny thing is I didn't even realize that's what I was doing. I've just been doing that with my imagination all year long. Okay. Fast forward again. Now we're going to get into a little workshop. I'm going to see if I can share my screen. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can. Look at this. This is super fantastic. So let's see if this goes and I can share my screen. So we're going to hop right into a workshop. Get out your pads and your pens, your pads and your pens. Is that right? Or you can use that crazy new thing called an iPad, or type on the computer, or whatever you want to do. Old school, new school. But here we go. So I met an auto mechanic in 2016. This auto mechanic had an ego, and I love to work with people with an ego. They want to be number one in their town and their city and their community for what they do. And he said to me, I want to have the number one auto mechanic shop in the state of Arizona and the city of Denver, bar none. I want to be seen the most. I want the most customers. I want to beat everybody's butt out of town. So I said, okay, let's do it. So I made him a website with not one or two or three, but literally 60 different landing pages, not just one funnel that you looked up on the AI. But anyway, 60 different landing pages, one for each and every type of car that there is that you can drive. So here's the first lesson. I call this situational avatars. Now I'm going to parallel playwriting and character development to marketing. So when I'm going to stop. Oh, yeah, there we go. I can stop it right there. I got where the buttons are. So when I write a play, I have to develop the character. So I write it a big long sheet. What religion are they? What do they like to drink? How old are they? What is their sex life like? Do they like Star Wars or Star Trek? If you're a Star Wars person like me, that's very important. That's a very big difference. If you say Star Trek and Star Wars are the same thing, you're not my friend. Okay. So then the characters start building up their voice in my head. So what I want you to focus on in your marketing is what I call a situational avatar. What's a situational avatar? A situation is you know what a situation is. A situational avatar is a person that's frustrated and in a particular situation that you can help them with. So here's the core of your business. Yes, here's the service that you do. This is what you slay at. You do this every time. And when people have this type of problem, you know that you can fix it. Correct? Everybody cheer, raise their hands, tap the buttons. Yay. Okay, great. But around that is a wheel of your business. And those spokes in the wheel are the different types of situations that someone can be in that then you are the answer to. So we're actually going to write a little script. I'm going to teach you 4 sentences to begin this kind of inbound video that will get that person to sign up. And keep in mind, I've got 60 of them, or 100 or 200, based on every type of situation that someone could be in that then you are the answer to. These are also stakes in your SEO. We'll get into that in a little bit. So the phrase goes like this: are you frustrated that you don't have anything to do right now with public speaking? Or you wish you could reach a worldwide audience and go streaming on 6 different, well, how many, Bernardo, how many you have? 7 different platforms at once, all over the world, and really get your new book out, my new message out, my coaching program? Well, guess what? What if Bernardo Moya, genius from Spain, has created the Best You Expo, where you can actually be and speak right next to the best people in the world, and by guilty by association, be known now as the Best You. Come to the Best You Expo. That was a short, brief example. But when I work with you and go sternstroming, I'm really going to flesh that out into a 90-second script, and there's going to be more than one of them for every type of situation that you're in. Okay. Now, this presentation is called How to Go Viral, and that there's viral influence in you. So I'm going to show you a very unique way to do just that. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to make sure, oh, here it is. I got it. I got the right screen and I'm sharing. Boom. Okay, I'm getting good at this. Okay, good. All I'm using is my HI today, my human intelligence. No robots are responsible for helping me with this presentation, by the way. Pretty good. Okay, so this guy fixes cars and trucks. We're taking the videos that he makes and we're transcribing them. We're also making them to blogs. We're also hyper optimizing on YouTube. And I'm going to take you behind the scenes of a video that made tons of money in a second, but I want to tell you how I got there. Okay, what do lots of people do wrong in your town or community or globally around your thing that you fix, right? Like you might be a chiropractor and a lot of people lift things up the wrong way. Or you might be a plastic surgeon and you realize that people could take a lot of anti-aging, kind of medicine and they don't really need plastic surgery. Whatever the case may be, there are problems you can solve that are already viral. For instance, if you had the cure for COVID 2 years ago, which is watch The Empire Strike Back twice, right? And have a fine, delicious coffee from, you can't see the brand, whatever. There you go, right? Have a cafe Marco Polo cappuccino, whatever it is called. Okay, if that cured COVID, you would have gone viral 2 years ago. I want to hear a yes in the chat. Yes, do you understand that if you had the cure for COVID 2 years ago, you would have gone viral? Yes. Billions of people were searching for this. Okay, so let's figure out how we can make this auto mechanic go viral. So here is this thing that I noticed. A lot of people drive Jeeps in Colorado. Jeep has an engineering flaw I discovered called the death wobble. I actually started to talk to some of these Jeep owners and ask them what are some of the problems that they've encountered. So go Google this problem. Let's see if the problem, hold on, because you're doing it like this. You're creating content and putting it out like Curious George folded up an airplane and you're putting out your content. You go, I hope someone sees it and likes it. I don't know. Instead, let's have strategy. And that's what this is all about, using my human intelligence. So a lot of people drive Jeeps. Jeep has an engineering flaw called the death wobble. Look at this, 462,000 views. 2.6 million views. That's a sponsored one, 124,000 views. So you get the picture. Lots of people are looking at this and saying, oh my God, I need that to fix this Jeep death wobble problem. So I told the young man, I said, you need a video about fixing this Jeep death wobble. So we made this video 6 years ago. Oh my gosh, went out to his shop. He nailed these videos. He's an expert in his field. And by the way, become an expert at your field first. Please don't just start a business and just go out there before you really, really learn how to speak. And you really, really are well studied in what you do. This kid is a genius, like a flipping genius at fixing these cars. We never had to edit any of his videos. One take, bam, done, move on to the next one, done. That's why we were able to go so fast. Okay. So this video has 199,000 views. This is without any paid advertising. I've heard people say, and then you just place an ad. I'm like, no, you just use your thought and your cognitive thinking and reverse engineer the viral problems, and then you go viral organically and you spent zero money. Okay. So not only does it have 199,000 views, 1,500 likes, and 212 comments. Now, some of these comments say, this is the best example that I've ever seen of this. Every Jeep dealership in America should watch this video. You got to keep in mind, this is a kid on a dirt road with 5 of his buddies, fixing cars in the middle of nowhere. He made, drum roll please, $7.9 million from this video. That is in customers. No, I'm not trying to get YouTube to pay you any money. We're in business. We run a service and we have a business, right? So what I want to do is I want to extract the content from you, the viral stories from you, get to know the topics of it, research it, see what kind of viral topics are already out there, see exactly what the title should be and all that kind of stuff, and then put this all together in a masterpiece that actually brings people to you for the specific problem that you already slay out and you can solve. Okay, so click the likes, click the happies, click the hearts and all that kind of stuff. If you would like to go behind the scenes of a video that made $7.8 million, I'm sure you're all doing that right now. I am going to go over here. Beep, 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 beep. I'm going to share my screen again. It says video details is the tab. There it is. Bam, bam, bam. So we're actually got to go behind the scenes now and actually figure out how all the steps that you need to put a video on YouTube and make it go viral. I'm very into action steps. We can think it, we can plan it, we can talk about it, whatever. When I meet with you after we go Sternstorming, like I've done with Anna, who's partnering with me on events here. We're doing an event February 19th called Viral Mindset. She's teaching mindset. I'm teaching how to go viral. Okay. Put things into action, right? Do it. Just do it, but Google it and, learn how to do it right, or join my marketing academy. That's something else you can do. Okay. Very simple, blatant title. We can fix the Jeep death wobble in Greenwood Village, Colorado, lifetime guarantee. No fancy things, no fancy, I'm an entrepreneur and I can help you grow. Grow what? Plants? Okay. Anyway. So then underneath that, you want your call to action to be right at the top of the description. A lot of people put that stuff way down here. No. I want it right at the top of the description. The link should be right on top of the description. I'm going to say it again, right on top. Then now, of course, he's an auto mechanic. You just call him. There's no ebook to download. You just go there and get your freaking car fixed. All right. So then, of course, we have the other links and all this other kind of stuff and all this kind of stuff. Okay, next, thumbnail. Thumbnails are very important. Thumbnails need to be big, bold text. Here's what YouTube thumbnails are. They're billboards. You remember billboards? If you live on the East Coast, you see a lot of billboards in the United States. Out west on the federal highways, you don't see them because those are built by the federal government after in the 1950s. Eisenhower, built out the federal highways that go out west. That's why it's called the Turnpike in New Jersey. The state roads have tolls and the federal highways don't out west. Didn't know that. More human intelligence. Look at that. As David Letterman said, there is no off position on my Genius switch. Okay, so let's go through it. So they're billboards. So I want 5 words top. I want giant text. Right? I want it really to be bold because you will get a lot of hits on your YouTube video from related videos. So they're looking at the other cheap videos. Have you seen the thumbnails? You've seen this on the side of the YouTube, and there's all this other list of the videos and all this other kind of stuff. You have seen it, right? So because that thumbnail is so good, there you are. Yeah, and you can keep me in this view because I really want to show them what they do. They don't need to see my face. I got pimples. All right. So come down here. Let's see what else we have to do. We also have to use an end screen. Now, if you want to do this dirt cheap, go to placeit.net. It's part of the Envato, Video Hive and AudioHive.net. Okay, these things that give you video effects and all that. Placeit.net costs you $7. You make an end screen, which is this. So after the video plays, it's going to have this little subscribe button over here and this thing and related videos. Why do I want to do that? Because I'm going to actually drive people to stay on the channel. You got that? So you have a great thumbnail, but you also want to build this out. Now, what that means is when I put out a video, we do 2 versions. We do one for Facebook and LinkedIn, and we can do a second version for YouTube. YouTube is its own world, its own format, and all that kind of stuff. Okay, next. Most people stop here, or gosh forbid, they just upload a video. And please don't upload your entire podcast Zoom call. I'll tell you why. One thing is you're sitting like this, right? And it's boring. And I'm not going to sit with 45 minutes of you just like talking. I'm just not. And you guys can just interrupt me when I'm done, but I'm just going to keep going until I teach the maximum amount of stuff and value that I can today. All right. So playlists. Playlists are important. I'm not going to explain it. Go to Star Wars. Okay. I'm not kidding. The Star Wars YouTube channel, my favorite thing in the world. You can be my friend if you like Star Wars. Do you like Star Wars? Let's talk Star Wars. The new Acolyte show's coming out. It's based on the old Jedi, like the old Republic. First time they're doing that live action. So we'll see if it works. But anyway, okay. So playlists are cool. If you go to Star Wars, it's really cool. They have Star Wars in the news, the new Star Wars show, the Star Wars this, and it's all separated in the playlist. So depending on what of Star Wars you like, you can skim the front page and go into that. So you might have, you know, shorts from your podcast on one. You might have stories from your life on another. You might have tips and demos from your software on another playlist. So it's all neat and tidy. Also, you can take the link to the entire playlist, right, and put that in the email signature so they can get pop right there. Testimonials, hello. You can put them right there and go pop. Okay. Next thing, is it made for kids or not? Where did I miss it? I'm going really fast. Okay, so you have to fill out all of these different things. One is it made for kids? That's very important because if your material is of a 18 or older, and I'm not talking about anything, you know, adult oriented. I'm just saying like it's a serious business, you know, and 12-year-olds aren't coming in for their Jeep. That's what I'm talking about. So you make sure you check that off. It's not made for kids. Come all the way down. You got your tags. Now, before you even upload any videos to YouTube, you do this. You go to settings and you go to upload defaults and you fill all of this out. Settings. Would someone want to post that in the comments? Settings and then upload defaults. This is where I put in the default tags, the default settings of every video I'm going to upload. So it's not blank and I have to start all over again because I'm lazy and I want to start all over again. Okay, so the tags are general topics, Denver, Colorado, auto repair. But then in that specific video, how do I get out of that? Beep. Okay, so in that specific video, I'll go further and I'll put more tags in it, like Jeep Death Wobble, Jeep Grand Cherokee, whatever. So I'll put more certain thing. Next, yes, it's in English. Yes, this is important. What part of the world do you want it seen in more? Here's the next one, recording date. So you want to say this is June 15th, 2016. We did this. You want to make sure it's recorded. And this is another very important one. Listen to me. Your phone knows where you live. You want to be a local hometown hero first. I slay it at what's called local SEO. That means you want your chiropractor, auto mechanic, whatever, to be number one in the entire state. We tag the videos. Why? Because when I type in Chinese restaurant into Google Maps here in Scottsdale, Arizona, I get very different results. Yes. Than you guys do wherever you live. Yes. Logical. Yes. So you want to center your results. That means you're going to kick everyone's butt in the 3 towns over because you're in Denver and you want your customers around Denver. Get it? So make sure you fill all this different stuff out. I think I did everything with that. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing there. Did it work? Did it stop it? Yeah, it's lag over there. So I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Good. Okay. A couple more things I'm going to teach you before we wrap this up. First thing is I run a marketing school. I teach you marketing. It only costs $97 a month. So I'm going to put the links to all that in all of the chat rooms of all these live things. I do it for fun, but I also do it because I see tons of people wasting tons of time and money. Ooh, look, you know, this person's AI class and this and that and whatever it is, you know, whatever they're doing. And you don't have an education about this marketing yourself. Go learn how YouTube works. Go learn how Facebook really works. Go learn SEO. And if you want to be someone who's on camera, go to Toastmasters, take an acting class and an improv comedy class and even a playwriting class. Because I know this, your best marketing is inside you. It's your stories. You have the influence, but you can't go on camera and talk like the AI voice print of yourself. And today, Daryl Stern is going to teach you the wonderful things of, sorry, I fell asleep, robot. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to teach you is called energy variance. So when you do those videos that I talked about, where you go, are you frustrated? Do you hope for something better? You have to vary your energy. The great thing to do is if you take a singing class. When I was 5 years old, they stacked encyclopedias on my stomach, and I learned how to sing and work my diaphragm. I'm not a very muscular guy, but my diaphragm will kick your butt. In other words, I can project, speak clearly with diction. I know this facial instrument, you know, very well, and I'm able to vary my energy. I can be sad. Do that. Or I can be excited. I can be angry like that. And I can attune to the person that I'm talking to, and I can instantly bring them in, match and mirror them, and I can really nail these stories. When I come to your house and I film 200 videos of you in 2 days, which I'm working with someone very special. We're going to conclude this with a very special thing, and I'm going to tell you who I'm going to on Monday that you're not going to believe. There's only this little itty bitty box, and there's a trillion things scrolling by it a day. When you get the chance to get someone's attention, I want to tell you what you're doing. There's this old-fashioned thing called voicemail. Now, when my mom was very overprotective of me, and every time I left the house, she would say, "Oh my God, you got to call me. You got to call me back." And I would leave her a voicemail, and I'd say, "Mom, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm at Jeff's house. The chicken's in the refrigerator. Yes. I'm sorry. I will be home. Please don't worry. I love you." And I would talk to her because I knew her reaction. I was present with her before she heard the message. Does everyone understand? This is leaving a video voicemail for someone that you care about. You notice I didn't put my camera up high on my thing and I'm on Zoom and I'm way down here. I'm in your face. I'm right here. I frame myself. I'm looking right at you because you do have influence in you, but you got to learn a few simple things about how to deliver your stories on camera and how to take those stories and optimize them. So I love each and every one of you. I want to take you guys to the next level. You have it in you to create viral videos that will bring you in millions of dollars. We've just got to find those stories and architect those stories and SEO those stories and making them in the blogs and this and that and all these things that we have to do, all these steps that I'm sorry, a robot isn't going to do. And yes, I do use AI tools to edit videos now and all these shortcuts and all these fun things. It is incredible, but it's your human story that conveys to the other human watching you. And that's where your viral marketing begins and ends. So I think I got about 5 minutes left. I saw the thing scrolling across. There's Bernardo. Da, da,
da. Thank you. That was great. Thank you. So much information, so fast. Obviously, people need to connect with you. You've got your people can text you. So please, yes. There's a screen there again, so you can. And any other call to action, any other link you would like to leave, Daryl?
Well, sure. I'm going to post it on the YouTube and on the Facebook Lives and all over the place. So you guys will be able to get in touch with me. And of course, you see my name. I'm all over the place on the interwebs, LinkedIn or any of that. Reach out and connect and let's have fun creating the viral stories that are in you. Oh, so here's what I want to tell you, Bernardo. I was frustrated because I live in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's a high-end area. And I'm not really meeting all the high-end area people. Now, if you know, Mark Victor Hansen wrote the book Ask. And just before my birthday, last week was my birthday, I decided to write him a note. And I said, look, I want to show you what I do. I'm frustrated. So the day before my birthday, I have a meeting with him. And now on Monday, I'm going to be in Mark Victor Hansen's house. And we're going to go stern storming. So I want to tell you something. I will leave all you with a message. Just ask. Ask for help. Ask for guidance. Ask Bernardo. Ask any of us. Just ask. Ask for that opportunity because it's there waiting for you. You just have to be brave enough to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Thank you. There you go, Daryl Stern. Thank you very much, everyone. Well, we're pretty much on schedule. Absolutely, pretty much on schedule. So we have a great lineup of speakers coming up soon. We have Daryl Stern. He's left his contact details there, but I'm just going to put it here very quickly again. Easiest thing is obviously text him. And I highly recommend that you engage with him if you can. He's obviously a marketing guru. But anyway, we have an amazing lineup of speakers organized now. And there's an opportunity for you to obviously still connect with phenomenal people. We've got Lady Jen Duplessis joining us in a few minutes. That's at 1 p.m. And then at 1:30, we've got Natasha Robinson. And then we have at 2 o'clock, Bimal Shah. At 2:30, we've got David Fagan. And then at 3 o'clock, we've got Lamonte and Michelle Wilcox joining us at 3. And then we've got Andy Brodaway at 3:30. And then our guest speaker, George Chanos, joining us at 4. So we still have an amazing line of speakers. I would love to get some feedback. What do you think? We're going to play a very quick commercial and we're going to be right back. Thank you so much, everyone.
Don't settle for less. unlock your potential. At the Best You Synergy Project, we believe that your story needs to be shared. We are your key to unlocking your true potential. Join a community where growth knows no bounds. It's not just a network, it's a catalyst for your success. Your journey begins here. Visit thebestYouSynergyProject.com and apply now. In a world where change is the only constant, growth is just not an option, it's a necessity. At The Best You, we've embarked on a remarkable journey, celebrating the power of personal development and the transformation of thousands of lives. I'm Bernardo Moya, founder of The Best You. Over the years, we've witnessed the incredible impact of bringing people together through our expos and events. We've seen firsthand the power of shared knowledge, inspiration, and connection. But as the landscape evolves, so must we. The truth is, the world of events is changing. There's a plethora of events out there, often with the same faces, talking to fewer and fewer people. It's time for us to lead, not to follow. That's why The Best You is taking a bold step forward. We're not just organizing events, we're crafting specialized forums. We're not just publishing content, we're delivering insights through a dedicated magazine. And we're doing it with the participation of world and global leaders across various industries. The Best You forums are your gateway to the forefront of knowledge and innovation. Each forum is focusing on specific cutting-edge topics like AI, crypto, anti-aging, and more, led by world-renowned experts and global leaders. And with the Best You Insights magazine, we're going deeper than ever before. Exclusive articles, in-depth analysis, and visionary content, all designed to empower you to be your best self. We're setting the stage for a new era of personal and professional development. An era where your growth is guided by your interest, your journey is fueled by innovation, and your potential is limitless. Join us as we embark on this exciting new chapter. Together, let's redefine what's possible. The time is now.
Well, let me bring my co-host. Hey, Ken, Maris, how are you?
Hey. Good.
Great.
We're so happy to be here and to introduce this next speaker. And Bernardo, we thank you for allowing us to be here with you today.
No, thank you so much.
So,
well, I'll still be around, but I want to just thank you so much. And you guys have the mic. Take care.
Okay, great. Fantastic.
All right, and good afternoon. This morning and earlier today, I have to say that what's been so far has been remarkable. And I don't know about you guys, but we've been taking copious notes because it's fun to be able to just be in curiosity the whole time. But here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to plug the VIP because I don't know about you guys, but I can't take notes fast enough. So the best way to do that is to get the VIPs so that you get all the amazing information and all the amazing tips, tools, and additional value coming from our amazing speakers, including our next one, Jim.
Yes, and so we're so happy to bring to the stage Dame Lady Jen Duplessis. Let me get her up here with us. There you are. Great to see you.
Hey, guys.
So happy you're here with us this afternoon. Dame Lady Jen Duplessis is the scaling architect. Lady Jen is a leading expert in building world-class teams, and she's been in the financial services industry for 4 decades. She started when she was 2, authored numerous best-selling books, hosts 2 podcasts, and is the producer and host of her own TV show. Jen, it's so great to have you with us today. And I think you're going to talk a little bit about how to transform your career into a lifestyle.
Beyond.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beyond and above. And I always say, Jen, we love you. We're so grateful for our growing relationship with you. And you know, you're always full of tips, tools, but most grateful for our friendship and being able to just tune in and connect. So
we turn the stage over to you, Jen. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you know, I love you guys too. And I love any time that we can do anything together, even if it's just a simple introduction like this. I just thank you guys for the friendship and relationship that we've had over the last several years. And Bernardo, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me again to the Best You Expo virtual. I sure appreciate it. And I want to say to everybody else, thank you so much for showing up today. It's Saturday. Right? You could be doing all kinds of things, but here we are, and you are taking this step to move your business forward, whether it's the personal development that you're going to be learning from all of the wonderful speakers, or if it's the tactical and strategic pieces that some of our other speakers are talking about. And today I'm going to be talking about both. That sound good? Both. And so Bernardo, I know you're here. I'm assuming I can just present and share my screen, or am I going to use the slides in here? I see it. Never mind. Got it. There we go. I got it. I figured it out. Yay. Yay, yay. So again, it's just a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much. Yeah, today I want to talk to you about smart scaling, about how to transform you and your career from working, you know, from having this career to living a lifestyle. And I think that this is super important for most businesses, and I don't think that everyone is thinking about it. And especially now, we're about ready to make a big major shift. Bernardo was talking about it in his video that he was just sharing, you know, and I think that there are gifts in shifts, right? So write that down, gifts in shifts. Whenever there's a shift in the market, it's actually a really good gift. And we're about to be shifting. In fact, we're already starting. So we're already ahead of this transformation in what's happening in business, you know, but what I'm going to be talking about today is the whole global piece of this as well. Thank you, Anna, for that great comment. I love you too. But before we get started, I want to give you a quick gift. So go ahead and take your phones out. This is the only time you should be distracted by this. Go ahead and take your phones out and take a screenshot of this. I want to give you this PDF called 7 Strategies to Transform Your Business Mindset, because today that's what we're going to be talking about. You cannot take these actions without stepping back and taking a look at your entire life and your entire practice and how they are integrated together to be able to move forward. So I have a mantra that I'm going to be sharing with you here in a second, but I'll tell you right now, and you want to write this down too. Mindset plus mechanics equals momentum. You cannot just will your business to grow. You cannot just have the great tactics or the mechanics behind it and saying, gosh, if they only knew how good I was, right? You need both. You need to have both of these in order to really create some momentum in your business. So I want to give that gift to you. So go ahead and grab that gift now. And I want to start off by saying, I'm just like you guys. I've been in this position. You know, there's a difference between coaches and mentors. Coaches know the game, but not necessarily have played the game. Mentors have played the game. They know how it works. They've been in the trenches. And I too have been in the trenches for over 40 years. You know, being in financial services and in the mortgage business, and other businesses. I own real estate. I'm a real estate investor. I currently own a mortgage company. I own Airbnb. So I have been in business for a really, really long time. And so what I'm going to be teaching you today about how to transform this lifestyle and this smart scaling is related specifically to your business, because all of this is applicable to all businesses. But it wasn't that way to begin with. I was known as Jenny who ain't got the penny, and I had a whole life of proving. You know, I had to prove to everybody that I could make it. And have you ever had a rock, a little pebble in your shoe, and you're like, I got to get that thing out of my shoe? That's how it was for me. I actually carried a penny around in my shoe for years because I wanted to be reminded of where I came from. But one day I realized that that penny in my shoe was a pebble that was driving me crazy, and I had to kick it out. And I stopped proving and I started living. And what I did is I created and cracked a code on how to manifest twice, 3 times, 4 times the business in less time, because I was sick and tired of working all the time and filled with excuses as to why I was always late, and my customer needed me more than my family, and I had excuses for why I ate dinner that was cold all by myself. And if that sounds like you, if that resonates with you, then you're going to want to listen in, because I'm going to share with you what I did and how you can implement this today. Or maybe you want to take a couple days off like I do. I don't work 5 days a week or 7 days a week. I work 4 days a week. I still do today with 4 businesses. And work on the details behind it this weekend so that you can implement it first thing Monday morning. So everyone said a little bit about me, but I have a lot of podcasts. I'm writing another book right now, and I'm going to be starting another television show soon. So things are moving for me. I continue to move forward. And I think in this type of market, I shouldn't even say this type of market. I think where we are as human beings right now, we need to be moving forward or we're moving backwards. We can't sit still. We've got to move forward. So yes, I've had a lot of books. I'm writing more books. I have podcasts. I have a television show. Have participated in many books, all #1 bestsellers. I've been fortunate to grace the covers of several magazines, speaking in NASDAQ, being, shown in my books, etc., up on Times Square. Over 1,300 podcasts that I've been on. One of my podcasts has been going for 12 and a half years. So I'm a veteran in the podcast space. And I've been so grateful and honored and privileged to be able to grace over 600 stages, ranging from nobody showing up and doing what we have to do, right? All the way to over 5,000 people. And so I want to show you how this transformation kind of happened. But I think what's most important first is for you to understand why I do this. I do this because I want to help people experience the success that I've had and the happiness that I've had as a result of this, so that you don't have to go through 35 years of how do I do it? There's got to be a trick. There's got to be a way. I've created that. It's here, and it's here today, right now. So get your pens ready, because we're going to take a lot of notes. But what makes me most happy is seeing the success that happens with my clients. And so whether your definition of success is money, the monetary side, or whether your definition of success is what mine is these days, which is being able to, at a drop of a hat, to drop everything and go spend time with my grandkids and spend time with my husband, or go on our boat, or travel, or sleep in. That's what success is to me, is to have that freedom. So whatever your definition is, I want to help you achieve it. And that's what I did with Anna. She came to every time I talked to her, she was crying because she was a single mom renting. And now she owns multiple investment properties. She has a great team, and she was named, and she happens to be in the mortgage business, but she was named as in the top 100 Latino loan officers in the United States of America. And that wouldn't have happened if she didn't take that step to say, you know what, Jen, I'm sick of it too. We've got to figure out how to do it. So here's the thing. A lot of people think that living this great luxurious life is where it's at. So I want you to write this down. It is not living a luxurious life. Okay, so write that down. Not luxurious life, but rather living a life of luxury. And there's a unique piece to this, is that most people think this is what a luxury life is. And while I want these things too, and I'm sure you do, for me, living a life of luxury is spending time with my family. It's doing what I want to do. And it also is having personal time, time for me to get a massage. I don't know about you guys, and I have to work on this. I'm going to be very vulnerable. Every time I get a massage, they say, when's the last time? And I say, last month. And they say, you need to get it more often, right? But taking time from up, that's living the luxury. And I remember back when I was, in the corporate world, and I would see that women and men were going on field trips with their kids. And I said, well, they have the luxury of doing that. I don't have that luxury. But boy, did I want it. And now I have it. And that's the luxury I'm talking about, is the luxury of the freedom to be able to do what you want to do when you want. And so this starts very dramatically. Well, and actually I have this as a PDF, so I'm going to have to look at this a little differently. But if you think about a wheel on a tire, right, there's two components to it. One is the inside, which is the wheel, the steel, and the other is the tire, right? So what happens with most people in business is that we focus so much on that steel as our business, everything about our business, that what happens with the tire is it runs down, it treads off, it gets nails in it. And I can transform this into divorce, not putting your family first, yourself first, right? All of these things happen to the business because we're not focused on the right thing. So if we can invert this, and this picture that I'm showing you here is an inversion of it. It's saying, instead of the steel being your business, what if the steel was your life? That you focused on what you wanted, the core values, setting the boundaries, really knowing what you want. And that becomes the steel. And then you build this beautiful business around it, this 4-wheel drive tire that's ready to go across any terrain, won't pop, won't do all those things, right, on your way to success. And so we've got to get our heads straight to ensure that we have our priorities in play. Because if you don't, it's like eating soup with a fork. And I see so many business owners at all levels running around like chickens with their head cut off because, this sounds good and I should do social media and I should do marketing and I should do this and I need to do AI and I need to, do all these things because everyone's approaching you about it. But there's a sequencing that's required in order to have a successful business. Yes, you need all these components, but do you need them today? And if you succumb to shiny object syndrome, which is an SOS, help. I need help. That's really what shiny object syndrome is. If you succumb to that, then you may be doing the sequencing improperly, and maybe you're ahead of yourself. Maybe you're spending money where you shouldn't be spending money. And the thing about eating soup with a fork is, at the end of the day, are you hungry? Are you fulfilled? Are your pockets fulfilled? Is your heart fulfilled? Or are you empty? Because you're exhausted because all you've done is scrambled all day long without any intentional purpose for your practice. So I want to introduce you to one of the strategies that I came up with about living above and beyond your business. So as Maris had said, another saying I have besides mindset plus mechanics equals momentum is that I help people stop working in and on your business and start living above and beyond your business. So we've got to get you out of the minutia of being the practitioner in your practice. You were a great widget maker. You thought you could do better than your boss. And so you started a new company making widgets, except that now you're still a widget maker. You're working longer hours and you're not getting paid the salary that you were paid before, because you continue to keep yourself in the practitioner mode rather than the CEO mode. And that's what this process does, is help you move and take that leap of faith in between the on and the above, that you have that leap of faith and change your mindset to say, wait a minute, I don't need to be doing all the mundane work. I need to be focusing in my genius zone and moving forward the best, and moving my business forward and hiring people below me, my team members, to do what they do best as well. And one of the things that I found is that most people don't really understand how to do that because they weren't a manager before they became an owner. And so there's a lack of management skill and a lack of leadership skill. And there's a key difference between those two. You need both. And so if you're getting leadership training but not management, you're going to have trouble in your business, and vice versa. And so when we look at these stages, there's the me stage where I do everything. I'm the finder in my business, the minder, and the grinder. I do all of it. And I've had businesses where I've had to do that. When you start a business, that's how it is. But we want to progress into stage 2, which is managing the methods. You've got to have your systems down and you've got to have them in writing. So when you bring people on to your company, this is where the on stage works. Me is in, methods are on. Now you're managing your methods. You're starting to bring some people on board and you're fine-tuning those methods so that you can tether yourself away from your company, from the day-to-day routines. And that's where you get into stage 3, which is really your message. That's the above, where your message is everything. So in the above, there are 3 V's to that process. The first V is having a vision. You cannot tether away and start working above unless you have a vision for your company that's large enough to include the people who work for you. If their goal is to own a home, your vision has to be large enough to help them own a home too. It can't be small, and you have to share it with your team. Number 2, you've got to have core values. I know a lot of people have talked about core values. It's really huge in biz, but you need to have those personal core values, which if you get the 7 strategies that I've gifted you, you can get those values, right? You can get those core values for yourself personally, because we work on that. But you also need business values, and some will overlap and some won't. What are the non-negotiables in your business? Do you know what they are? And more importantly, have you shared it with your team? Do they know what those non-negotiables are? Or are you just going home every night frustrated because your team doesn't understand? So let's not finger point, let's thumb point. And the third piece of that is your voice. Are you formal? Are you informal? Do you like to call people? Do you like to text? Do you like to do video? Making sure that you're creating a voice so that everyone speaks the same language, everyone's on the same page. And those are the steps to do it, because when you do that, you can create this life that you want, the life that you want. And what I'm sharing here is the life that we have, right? This is our life. This is what we love to do. And it's really, really key that you know where you want to go before you start heading out in your practice and in your business, because it will create a ripple effect, an absolute ripple effect for your practice. And you won't be able to handle, well, I shouldn't say that. You will be able to handle, if you learn the right skills, you'll be able to handle the ripple effect that it does. It's so exponential. It's not even funny. If you just need that trigger, you need that skipping stone to create that. But you got to have the skill set first. Of course, very first would be have the vision, right? But you've got to have that skill set built in there, because you know what you want to do, but getting there is a whole different story. And so transforming businesses with record-breaking revenue is what I do. 45% of my clients increase their revenue 30%, generating $100,000. Every employee you bring on, every team member you bring on should generate another $100,000 for you. So if you have a team of 5, you should be doing more than $500,000 a year. 68% of my clients have increased their lead generation through referrals and speaking and presentations, because that's how I love to do it. My average client grew their team 70%. 85% of my clients have reduced their work hours by 25%, and that is killer. It's the old Palian, right? Routine of 80-20. Let's release 80% of the work that you do and only focus on the 20 so you can do what you love to do and spend time with your family. And many of my clients have pursued other businesses. Your beyond is your beyond, not my beyond, not what someone says it should be. Do you want more businesses, or do you just want to relax? And so it's important to create a work life that makes life work. We don't have infinite time, but we can create it by hiring a team and moving our business forward. So I want to share with you very quickly a program called Letting Go to Grow, because this is something that I experienced too. I'm the only one who can do it. They want me. I built it, right? All of those pieces. And when I learned that I had to let go in order to grow, it was the key to scaling my business. And this program will help you go deeper into the 3 roles I just mentioned. Learn how to free yourself to become a true business owner and not just a practitioner or your own employee, right? You'll learn how to cross-train so you can prevent emergencies or starting over. I have to start all over again. They quit. I have to start all over. Dramatically change the course of your business, and in record time. This is one of the things that I love, is that if you do what I share with you, you will increase your business. You'll multiply your practice in record time. You just have to be ready and prepared for that. And most people aren't. They're not ready for the growth that could come by all the activities that they're doing. So we have to build the foundation in order to create that. And you will stop having those sleepless nights. So this program is a $2,500 value, and I'm offering it to you all today for $197. This is a quick, easy, no PowerPoint presentation. It is simply me telling you stories, teaching you lessons, and giving you your next step so that you can start making this transformation for yourself. The bonus that I have for you today is, and I mentioned about relationships, right? Is bonuses that I have a masterclass called Conversations to Cash, because so often we're meeting people, doing one-to-ones, and then nothing happens. We're in the hope and pray mode. That was so good. I know we're going to work together, and nothing happens. So I want to offer that class to you so that you have endless opportunities in your practice. You cannot do this alone. I will tell you that. I used to think I could, and that's what capped me. That's what stuck me. I, had the ceiling for me where I could crack through it. Is because I felt like I could do it all alone. You need a community. You need a mentor. You need referral partners. You cannot do this alone. No one scales by themselves. Nobody. So endless opportunities and referrals is where it's all at. So if you'll take your phones out and take a screenshot of this as well, you can go to gendacademy.com. gend.academy, not .com, gend.academy, and you can sign up for this class. And I think Bernardo, you're probably going to be you'll probably be able to put another link in here in the notes as well, because we provided that to you as well. So with that, I just want to say thank you again so much for the opportunity to share with you. My true heart here is not watching you suffer and having you, really excel the way that you want to excel, not someone else's definition, your definition of excelling. And especially in today's market, it's time to make a shift. It is time to take a different action to get a different result. And I hope that showing you this program and how you can get thinking about it will start stirring the results for you. And with that, I'm going to leave you with this quote. And that is what my mom always said to me: we flatter those we scarcely know. We please the fleeting guests, but we deal many a thoughtless blow to those we love the best, including ourselves. Be just as good to yourself as you are to the business you're trying to create, and consider attacking this and going after this new way.
Jen, thank you so much for being here. And wow, I love this. Be good to yourself. That whole concept is so important for all of us. And also the vision, values, and voice. That's such a great way to think about incorporating your whole life and putting that all-terrain vehicle tire on your life.
Well, the only way to live above and beyond is to have vision of knowing where you're going, right?
Yeah.
So that's the whole, right? That's the whole thing. And we talk about this a lot. And then being in relationship to that. Like, one of the things we love so much about you too, is that we share that sense of it's an inside out job, right? How we're feeling, how we're showing up. So we get to respect ourselves and we get to be for ourselves, which is what you also really talk a lot about. And I think what's phenomenal about how you frame this work is that it doesn't matter where you are in terms of your personal. When you see what's possible here and you can really look at that, then your tools and tips are exactly what people need. They get to have that next experience with you. And I think that's really supportive. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, and just so everybody knows, Maris Ken and my husband and I, we're just good friends. And we were out on a boat. We do it every time we go to San Diego, right? And we're living above and beyond. This is what we do. We just enjoy life. And, thank you so much for just, what you guys do. I really appreciate it. And again, Bernardo, thank you so much for sharing your message with the rest of the world. And I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you, Jen.
Jen, thanks so much. And we've got Natasha coming up. So in just a moment. And I think we've got a commercial.
Since its launch, The Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation. guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, The Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyouMagazine.co.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We hope you've enjoyed the first part of our program today at Best You. Are you living your best you? This is the big question. So there's some amazing things coming up with Best You. We've got the forum coming up, the crypto forum coming up the end of June. We're also really now talking a lot about the work that Bernardo's created around the Best You Synergy Project, which is really about an incredible, engaging community, accountability, connection of like-hearted people in the personal development and service space. And the Best You magazine is incredible in terms of what it's doing. I know that we're also a featured article this month, which we really appreciate. Great article on Lee Steinberg. Last quarter was great article on Greg Reed, and all kinds of amazing folks writing in this magazine. So if you're interested there, I know Genesis will share that information later. And for the rest of the day, we've got some incredible, incredible people joining us.
But who's next?
But who is next is
Yes.
Natasha Robinson. Let's bring you into the circle, my friend. Hello, Natasha.
Hi.
Hi.
Here we go.
Oh, nice to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So the title, your title, I love this title, so I can't wait to hear more. Walking in REM, your path to purpose and profit you are a gift to the world. How influence is inside you. And it's interesting because we're all talking about inside out, right? Even from the start of our conversation today. So I can't wait to hear you. And look, you're a speaker, consultant, best-selling author, and mindset shift coach. Really important conversation for today. As the CEO and creator of her corporate Path to Purpose, she's dedicated to helping women in corporate America find and align their purpose with their professional growth and next level goals. So Natasha, thank you for being here with us and for sharing your story, your information. Anything you want to say before we kick in with you?
Just thank you guys for having me. I've heard some great speakers so far, so I can't wait for day 2.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Well, let's give you the stage and take it away.
All right. Thank you so much. I am going to talk about walking in your REM, right? So again, I am Natasha Robinson. I am your mindset shifting coach. I am also the CEO and founder of Her Corporate Path to Purpose. So we focus on finding purpose, aligning it with your next level goals, and manifesting your destiny. And so I'm so excited to speak about this topic today. Let me go ahead and jump in there. I do have a presentation I want to share. So let's make sure I can pull that up for you. There you go. All right. So again, that's just the title page there, letting you know what I'm speaking about. But listen, let me go ahead and talk about REM sleep first, because that is always a big question when people see my topic. And REM sleep, what it does, it is the stage of sleep where our most vivid and realistic dreams occur. And it's an important stage of achieving healthy sleep. So like so many of you, I remember not getting enough sleep, or I couldn't even remember the last time, right, that I had a good night's rest, or even, dreaming while I was sleeping. And then all of a sudden one night I had an aha moment, right? So not only am I not dreaming while I'm asleep, but I'm also no longer dreaming while I'm awake. So that stuck with me when I realized that I was no longer dreaming, right? So somewhere along the way, I lost the ability to dream about the life that I desired and that I deserved, right? And I know so many women that I mostly speak with, but it actually goes for both men and women. But, so many of us have lost that ability to dream about that life, right? A life that we desire and we also deserve. So I was mentally and physically tired, as well as feeling unfulfilled, just with my overall life. But, you know, something was missing. I couldn't quite figure it out until that night. And when I heard that message that I was no longer dreaming about the life, while I was awake. So this was a wake-up call for me. This is exactly what I needed. And so I started my journey. So this was the start of my own journey. And that's how I got into helping other women find their purpose and align it with their next level goals. So starting of my own journey allowed me to find my purpose and find that fulfillment that I had lost. Now, what if I told you that you can also get back to dreaming again without limits, right? You can find your personal purpose. You can align it with your purpose. You can align it with your next level goal, right? You want to find your purpose, align it with your next level goals. You have the power to manifest your own destiny. Okay. And then once you find your purpose, if you want to turn that into profit, you absolutely can. But guess what? It is going to do that for you anyway. If you are still in corporate America, you may get a raise or you may get a higher position. If you are an entrepreneur, finding your purpose is going to help you throughout your business. So whether it's your career or your own business, finding your purpose is going to be profitable for you. Okay, so I'm here to tell you that it is possible. It is possible to get back to dreaming and walking in the life of your dreams. So let me be clear though. I do want to clarify some things. So I'm not saying that you have to be unhappy in your life. Being unfulfilled and being unhappy, that's two different things. So this doesn't necessarily mean that your life hasn't been meaningful, that it hasn't been fulfilling or successful up to this point, because a lot of us are high achieving, right? We are successful in our career. We are successful in our life, in our relationships, families. So yes, you can have spirituality, you can have education, a successful career, right? Your family, your friends, and you can still be disconnected from your purpose, right? So I had all these things, but I never started with my purpose. So by the time I got into this journey, I'm 20 years in to corporate America. I am high achieving, but I am still disconnected from my purpose. And this has caused burnout and a feeling of unfulfillment in a career that I was definitely fulfilled, right? Thriving, but I started to feel this burnout and I started to feel unfulfilled. So that's why I started my journey, right? The light bulb went off for me that night. And that's when I knew there was something more for me. And it was time for me to focus on myself. I had to get back to dreaming again and finding my purpose. And I know that so many of you also feel that same way, right? After so many years of being, a top executive, some of you are even CEOs or even entrepreneurs in your own company. But without purpose, it's not going to be fulfilling. So that's why I want to make sure that everyone finds their purpose and align it with their professional development or the next level goals. So on this next slide here, I'm talking about my 3-step approach. And it's proven, right? So this is my proven 3-step approach. This is going to jumpstart your journey, because your journey is going to be lifelong from now. When you find your purpose, it is a lifelong journey. So that's why I always tell people this is a jump start to your journey. Once you get on this journey of your purpose, you will ride it out for a lifetime, right? You're going to walk in the life of your dreams. So if you haven't put the two together yet, right? REM sleep and dreams, right? So that's why I say I'm walking in my REM. I'm walking in the life of my dreams. Okay? So when you get into that REM sleep, you are not only dreaming while you're asleep, but now you are dreaming while you're awake, and you are a sleepwalker. I call all of my people, all of my ladies, anybody who follows me, you are my REM sleepwalkers, right? Because we're all walking in our purpose, walking in our passion, we're walking in our dreams. And that's what I aspire to have for all of you. I want everyone to have that same roadmap to finding their purpose, right? Everyone to have that same fulfillment. And so I have this proven 3-step approach. And it starts with reflection. So as you can see there, reflection is the first one. REM, right? REM sleep, REM. Reflection is the beginning. So it all begins with the reflection. Remembering who you are at your core. So this is where you have to understand the why behind your actions, right? You have to understand the why behind your reactions. So it's important to know who you are. You have to ask yourself all of these hard questions. You have to get deeper into who you are, because see, the important thing here is knowing who you were and who you are now. That's going to play a big role into who you are designed to be, right? Who you are designed to become. What is the next best version of yourself, right? We are talking about the next best you. Okay, so you have to start with this reflection, identifying your strengths and your weaknesses. This is going to allow you to know exactly who you are, what you need to improve, what's your capabilities, where are the areas of improvement. And so be honest with yourself. You have to be honest with your own capabilities and the areas of improvement, because no one is perfect, right? I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. So we all have something that we can improve on. So identify your strengths and your weaknesses. I also want you to plan for your growth. See, we say we want a thing, right? But we don't ever plan for it. You have to plan for your growth. You have to plan for the next level version of yourself, because you can't take who you are today into who you are tomorrow. It's not going to work. It won't fit, right? So plan for your growth. Set realistic and achievable goals. And this is for personal and professional. Me personally, I break the two up. They're not the same. My personal goals and my professional goals are not the same goals. Now, will they work together? Absolutely. That's the purpose of all of this, because everything has to be in alignment, right? But I have to separate the two first in order for them to be in alignment at the start of this journey, right? I say the start of the journey because once I find my purpose, that is the start of my life journey. Okay? So plan for your growth, set those realistic goals. One thing that a lot of us forget about is practicing gratitude. I think I heard some of the other speakers on earlier today talk about gratitude. And so that let me know, that was a clarification for me that I'm on the right track, right? Because others are talking about being grateful, acknowledging and appreciate the positive and the negative aspects of your life. You have to appreciate the entire journey, right? This is a must. It is a must. You cannot skip this step. You have to be thankful for the entire journey. Practice gratitude. That's a big one. Again, I've heard that from other speakers, so I know that is some truth to that if everybody is putting that as part of their process. No matter what they're talking about, practicing gratitude was a part of it. So with the reflection and the assessment, you are going to uncover your authentic self, right? You are uncovering the next best you. Okay. So that's approach number one. That's reflection. So we're jumping into empowerment. Remember, REM, I'm walking in my REM. Now that I have reflected, right? I know exactly who I am now, right? Who I was, who I am now, and I'm so excited to learn who I'm going to be. I don't know that part yet, right? So we can't get ahead of the game, right? You are gathering this information so that when you get to that next best version of yourself, that next best you are prepared. So we're going to empower ourselves. So empowerment is the second approach. And this is about unlocking your power. And you're going to gain control over your own life. So many of us give control to other people, right? We please other people. We live our life for others, whether it be your family, whether it be your friends, whomever. Sometimes we forget about ourselves. It's time for you to take back your power. You never actually lost it, right? Most of the time we give it away. Okay, I want you to take back your power. You are going to become more confident and more self reliant. I want you to take control of your life, claim your power, and you can do that in many different ways. One thing I'll say, you can empower yourself just by improving your body language. If you're sitting and you're talking to someone and you're laying down and you're all slumped over, guess what? People can hear that. But practice standing tall, right? Make good eye contact, shift your shoulders, smile. You know why you're smiling when you're looking at people? They don't have to know what you're smiling about. You're smiling because you know what you hold inside, right? You hold the power. So take back your power. I need you to stand tall and give that eye contact and be confident in yourself. Now, another thing, we shy away from stepping outside of our comfort zone. I know for me, I'm 20 years in corporate America as a senior learning and development consultant. I'm very comfortable with that job. I can do it in my sleep, right? And so that's not outside of my comfort zone. I'm really comfortable. What I'm doing here today, talking to all of you, guess what? I'm outside of my comfort zone. I am facing my fears because even though for 20 years I have been a learning and development consultant, talking to people all the time, I am still very much an introverted person. But I had to learn that if I needed to grow, not just in my career, but in my personal life, I had to step outside of myself. I had to step outside of that comfort zone and face my fears. You cannot grow without, facing your fears. So I didn't want to stunt my own growth, right? So I stepped outside of my comfort zone, and that gave me a boost of self-confidence, right? Just if one person said, oh, I gained something from one thing you said, guess what? That gave me more confidence. And the more I talk about it, the more I do this thing that's outside of my comfort zone, the more confident I am in myself. So I start with small challenges. If you have to, start with something small, right? And you will gradually, grow bigger, right? Take on bigger challenges, and you'll have that, and you'll be walking tall without even knowing it. Sometimes we have to work at a thing before it becomes a natural part of you. I know for me, I do, right? Before it becomes natural, I have to keep practicing and practicing. So that's what I say to you. Keep practicing, right? Stand tall. Even if inside you are shaking, stand tall. Okay? Show that self-confidence. You also want to spend time visualizing. When you have a goal ahead of you, we tend to think the worst. Oh, I'm not going to reach that goal. I can see all these obstacles. But guess what? When you start to visualize achieving your goals and overcoming any obstacles, that does something to your mental. I'm telling you, visualization, it helps create a mental image of success. You need that, right? Some of us need that. It makes it a little bit more tangible and achievable. So when I have a goal for myself, I already see myself reaching that goal. I already see myself exceeding that goal, honestly, right? I never say I'm reaching, I'm exceeding, because that's what I do. I exceed all things that I put in front of myself. It's my goals. Right? So I'm setting realistic and achievable goals, and they change all the time. Keep that in mind, right? You are not going to have the same goals you had yesterday, tomorrow. Not going to be the same. Every time you reach your goal, I need you to set a new goal. Remember, this is a lifelong journey. Okay? So we're not at the destination, we're on the journey. Okay? So spend time visualizing and achieving those goals. Sometimes you have to surround yourself with positive influences, right? People that are doing what you are striving to do, not someone that's already on your same level, but someone who has already reached certain goals. Surround yourself with positive influences. Surround yourself with those who have been through the journey and can help you along the way, right? Spend time with people that uplift you and encourage you, and try not to have any negativity. It's hard to stop, but you can, limit yourself from negative conversations. So try to just stay around positive influences. Okay, that is definitely going to strengthen your self-belief. Now, taking care of yourself. People talk about self-care. It's important, right? Self-care, it plays a crucial role in building your self-confidence. So when you reach a goal, celebrate yourself, right? Take yourself out to dinner, go have a manicure, pedicure, right? Get a massage. Take care of yourself. Self-care is very important. It improves your well-being and your self-esteem. Now, remember, I said empowerment, this is on the journey. This is a part of the journey. This is not the destination, right? So take small steps every day and acknowledge your progress. Gradually build strong sense of confidence, self-esteem, and empowerment. Now, third is mindset shifting. So we're almost at the end of this 3-step approach to help you jumpstart your journey. And this is the pivotal step, right, in the approach. Mindset shifting, we must change our way of thinking. Sometimes we have to change our belief system. Sometimes we have to change our environment. Listen, you cannot have new dreams with an old mindset, right? You are setting yourself up for failure. New dreams plus old mindset equals an unbalanced diet. So you have to change your mindset in order to elevate yourself to the next level. You cannot elevate yourself by being weighed down by the old version of yourself. So this process starts from within. Believe in yourself and your ability to shape your own destiny. And you will have to make some necessary changes in your life, whether it's family, friends, coworkers, even strangers, right? Anybody that's bringing negative conversation, negative energy, anyone that's distracting you from your goals and your journey, sabotaging your journey, even you, right? That includes you. Do not self-sabotage. Remember, negative characteristics, get rid of that, right? And a crucial part of mindset shifting is also daily positive affirmations. I know for me, that's my thing. I need to have positive conversation with myself. So I repeat daily positive affirmations. You could do the same. Whatever it is that you want to say to yourself, remember, you are writing, reading, and editing your story. I tell myself positive things about myself, uplift myself every day. So, in this mindset shifting, visualize your dreams. Some of you are going to have vision boards, but I also recommend, writing in your vision journey, the journal, and I'll also provide you with a free journal, right? So I want you guys to get started. And this way you can write out your vision and make it plain. So my 3-step approach is reflection, empowerment, mindset shifting. Now, when you have all of that, there's nothing more, that could stop you, because you can turn your purpose into profit, right? And profit doesn't always mean financial. Whatever you gain from learning about your purpose, and all the people around you will also gain, that is the profit. Whether it's increased job satisfaction, whether it's enhanced well-being, right? Improving your relationships and changing your environment, personal growth, all of that is profit. It's not always about making more money, right? Profit is about anything that you gain that's going to benefit you while you're on your journey. And so I just want to make sure you all know that, finding your purpose, aligning it with your professional development or your next level goal is always going to be profitable for you. Now, I do have a guide. I put the link. Let me see if I need to put the link in here, because I do want to provide you guys with my free gift. This is your call to action, right? It is a free downloadable PDF, and it's called My Dream Journal for Ladies with Actionable Goals. I say ladies because I mostly talk to ladies, but it is for you guys as well. And when you guys get into my 360-degree Mindset Shifting Academy, you will also have access to all of my master classes. So this is just to get you started. If you need to go a little bit deeper, you need a little bit more, register for the master classes. I also want to let you know that if you want this guide, right, this 3-step approach, you can purchase my book on Amazon or Barnes & Nobles, and it is called Walking in Your Rim, Your Path to Purpose. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Wow. So really, Natasha, you've lived this kind of amazing life as you've been walking this path, and no one would ever know that you're uncomfortable on camera presenting to folks. So thank you so much. And I'm not quite sure why we look blurry right now, but as long as you guys can hear us, it's all good.
Yes,
yes, thank you. And I love that reflection, empowerment, mindset shifting, REM. So I love that we get to dream while we're awake. That's really incredible. So is there one last thing you want people to know before we share your QR code again and send you on your way today?
Yes, I want everyone to know that you are born into an expectation. So you are expected to live the life of your dreams every day.
Oh, I love that. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your heart, your wisdom with us today. And there is the Dream Journal. It says for ladies, but it's for everybody, and actionable goals. So get it here. And again, if I were you guys, I would join VIP, because we get all these amazing nuggets. I can't take notes fast enough. So really, really look forward to the recordings and being sure we don't miss any of your great nuggets. Thank you again, Natasha, for being here. Coming up, we have Bimal Shah, and we're really excited about him as well, and everything that he will bring us to offer the biggest 90-day leap. So, Genesis, take us into next.
In a world where change is the only constant, growth is just not an option, it's a necessity. At The Best You, we've embarked on a remarkable journey, celebrating the power of personal development and the transformation of thousands of lives. I'm Bernardo Moya, founder of The Best You. Over the years, we've witnessed the incredible impact of bringing people together through our expos and events. We've seen firsthand the power of shared knowledge, inspiration, and connection. But as the landscape evolves, so must we. The truth is, the world of events is changing. There's a plethora of events out there, often with the same faces, talking to fewer and fewer people. It's time for us to lead, not to follow. That's why The Best You is taking a bold step forward. We're not just organising events, we're crafting specialised forums. We're not just publishing content, we're delivering insights through a dedicated magazine. And we're doing it with the participation of world and global leaders across various industries. The Best You forums are your gateway to the forefront of knowledge and innovation. Each forum is focusing on specific cutting-edge topics like AI, crypto, anti-aging, and more, led by world-renowned experts and global leaders. And with the Best You Insights magazine, we're going deeper than ever before. Exclusive articles, in-depth analysis, and visionary content, all designed to empower you to be your best self. We're setting the stage for a new era of personal and professional development. An era where your growth is guided by your interest, your journey is fueled by innovation, and your potential is limitless. Join us as we embark on this exciting new chapter. Together, let's redefine what's possible. The time is now.
We are so happy to be back with you. And let's bring our next guest up here on stage. Bimal Shah, we're so happy to have you with us today. Great to meet you.
Great to meet you, Maris and Ken. Thank you for having me here.
Fantastic.
Thank you for being here. Oh, I can't wait to hear this one.
I know. So just for our viewers, Bimal Shah is a pioneer, author, and results leader delivering meaningful transformations. Bimal is the CEO of the Rajparth Group of companies with a mission, and this is great, a mission to make 1 million pioneers throughout the world. Bimal, we're looking so forward to telling us about this, making 1 million pioneers throughout the world. And we'll turn the stage over to you.
Thank you very much. So my mission is making pioneers, making 1 million pioneers, and the whole foundation, the whole purpose behind it is I believe that entrepreneurs can solve the world problems. And when entrepreneurs become pioneers, we can make such a meaningful impact and a meaningful transformation that no politics, would come into the way. So
I love that. So you get to take the stage and guide us through that. Thank you so much.
And yes, so thank you all for being here. My name is Bimal. I'm on a mission to make 1 million pioneers throughout the world by helping entrepreneurs become pioneers by achieving their 3-year goal in 1 year through 90-day leaps and weekly sprints. And I'm so excited to tell you that today, during this presentation, you're going to actually build your biggest 90-day leap. We're going to share some tools, resources. I'm going to give away, lots of value, thousands of dollars in value that you will be able to do it as I'm speaking and get access to the books and all other resources. I'm also the founder of Pioneers Academy, and I'm going to walk you through step by step. Imagine building your next 90-day leaps of what you're going to do in the next 90 days to achieve your 3-year goal in 1 year. Are you all excited? Thank you very much. So this is, if you scan the QR code, you'll be able to get the tool and the resources through that, and then you'll be able to walk through the stages. So please, if you get a chance, please scan the QR code or go to the link bit.ly, your biggest 90-day leap, and you'll see how you walk through the 5 stages to achieve your 3-year goal in 1 year and make the biggest 90-day leap. My biggest motivation behind all of this is my family, which is also why I named the company after my kids, Rajparth, Raju and Parthy. And we travel all around the world, and we built so many different companies, advisory, consulting, real estate, holdings, all different types. And it all stemmed from the whole concept of, foundation behind taking the family and myself to the whole new heights and levels. And that's my biggest motivation. We also have a pet dog, Golden Doodle, Muffy. A little bit about me. I'm a business accelerator, a pioneer, a results leader. I believe in delivering results that take you to the next level, take you to exponential growth. I've seen many businesses fail, and I see there are 3 common reasons why they're failed. They lack of systems and processes, not having the right people, and not chasing exponential growth. So these are one of the things that, I'm a business accelerator. I've taken more than 52 companies on an exponential growth from 2x to 10x in 1 year through 4-Leap system, which is my 4-Leap foundational proprietary system, able to build the dream come true team in 30 days or less. I've been an entrepreneur since 1997. Built over 200 thinking tools, founded the Pioneers Academy, the Pioneers Software, the Pioneers Platform, the Pioneers Conference. Also, the best part of it, imagine this, you can get to your 3-year goal in 1 year, and I get a government grant to pay for it. I get your uncle to pay for it. What could be better than that? Imagine that. So that's where you get resources. I also wrote 14 books, 13 book series called Becoming a Pioneer. You're going to get all of those books for free. By going through this presentation, you get a $100 Amazon gift card. So be sure to utilize that gift card today. So that's where you get the gift card. You get $100 just for being here today, $100 Amazon gift card to get my entire book series, Becoming a Pioneer. I don't write just one book. I wrote a whole series of 13 books that guides you step by step. It becomes your book. It comes with video training, access codes, and access tools and resources. And it's a step-by-step system. And it makes you write in the book, so it becomes your workbook and becomes your book. So you build your whole plan, 1-year blueprint, and actions and decisions to scale your business and achieve your 3-year goal in 1 year. So scan that QR code, get the $100 gift card, and get all the books, and start building your 3-year goal in 1 year. Please feel free to interrupt me by asking in chat any question that you have. I will be answering any question that comes to your mind while I'm talking. So please feel free to pose your questions in the chat. As I say many times, I have my quotes out there: the world belongs to the people who ask great questions. So please ask questions. So what is a pioneer? And I also created the Pioneers Club for $1, where you get $1,000 value for just $1. Imagine that, $1,000 value for just $1. A pioneer to me is, I believe that entrepreneurs are like butterflies. So when we all are very unique and different, but we also belong to the same cohort. Meaning, if you see all the butterflies, they fly together, they cohort together. Similarly, entrepreneurs, even though they belong to the same industry, each one is unique and different. And that's why I believe that when entrepreneurs, the foundation of you scaling your business is you're becoming the only one in your industry. And that's why that I have built this whole system of you being the only one, you being unique, and you becoming the only one in your industry. And that's the Pioneer system. And the Pioneers Club walks you through a 30-day action plan. So when you get the book, you get to join the Pioneers Club for free. So imagine you getting $1,000 value with the $100 gift card that you're getting from Amazon that I put it out there, and you scan the QR code. The links will also be in the chat. 5 stages to make the biggest 90-day leap. So you're going to walk through today, right now, where you will get 5 specific stages. There's our foundations of making the biggest 90-day leap. Scan that link, go through that link, and get the $100 gift card. So the 4-leap system is my proprietary system where I help you through 4 leaps achieve your 3-year goal in 1 year. And if you follow those steps, I guarantee the next level growth. There's nobody out there who guarantees that you'll be able to scale to the next level and achieve your 3-year goal in 1 year. The 4-leap system is a guaranteed system that if we follow through step by step for 4 leaps, 4 90-day leaps in a year, you will achieve that 3-year goal. The only thing you have to do is take all the agreed actions and decisions for the guarantee to work. Very simple, very straightforward. So what is first stage? The first stage is understanding your biggest pain. And the pain could come from anywhere. There's a pain, there's a challenge, and there's the frustration. And those are 3 different words, even though you may resonate with the same, and you may have the same answer to all 3. And I'll give you a true story about the same, but it could be anything. It could be employees, operations, marketing, time in the business, sales, getting new customers, funding, leadership, profitability, training, could be anything. Now, I'll tell you a true story about a company. When I asked them, what's your biggest pain? They said employees. What's your biggest challenge? Employees. What's your biggest frustration? Employees. And they were all 3 different, even though he gave the same answer. What we did is, we got grants for him to scale his business. There are 3 types of grants: federal grants, small business grants, state grants, and project grants. The federal grants could be up to $2 million. They're pandemic grants. They're all other types of project-specific grants. The state grants are, specific to the state where you are doing business in the United States, and they're customized project grants. So you can go to the slide that is, when you go to that link, the biggest 90-day leap, and if Ken and Maggie, you can share the QR code. If you go to that link, you would be able to walk through and get the grants link and apply and see what grants you qualify for. So please take that advantage. Please click on that link or go to that QR code and see what grants you can get. You answer a few questions and it will tell you what grants you can get. So this client that I was working with, when I asked him the biggest pain, the biggest challenge, the biggest frustration, when we went on the biggest pain, the real problem was there was no accountability. There was no reporting. There was no feedback on how things are being done, what was being done. Now, you can't drive the car looking in the rear view mirror. You burn and crash yourself. So we created a daily accountability system because you need reports on a daily basis. If you're working every day, you need to know what happened for the day. What did you accomplish for the day? And how do we move through the next day? And what are we going to accomplish the next day? The biggest challenge with employees was processes and systems. The employees were stuck not knowing what to do, when to do, what to do, and how to get unstuck if they did get stuck. So we built SOP, standard operating procedures, if you're familiar with that. And then I have a whole system, a whole tool, that one-page tool. Within one day, I can tell you with a company that had 0 SOPs, been in business for 35 years. In one day, we built 52 SOPs with a team of 53 employees. And that client said, I've never done this in 35 years. How can you do it in one day? And we did it in one day. So my tool allows to do that magic. I've also shared that link. If you go to that link on the slide, you'll be able to see that. And the frustration was the culture. There were a few employees that were toxic in nature that would spread toxicity. We identified that, and we built a replacement where we could get the right people in the right seats doing the right results for the right investment. That's one of the key foundations of any business, and that's what we did. Stage 2, money is very, very important in business. One of the biggest reasons why people run out of business, run out of money, or not able to handle financials. So cash flow is absolutely important. How many of you here feel that if we have cash flow, you feel like you're in heaven? And if you don't, you feel like you're in hell? Because that's exactly how you feel when you are in business. And I'm going to walk you through what are some of the most important things when you want to manage and generate cash flow. The 3 most key important elements when looking at money is the burn rate, run rate, and runway. Burn rate is how fast you're burning your reserves, how fast you're burning your savings. You don't want to burn your savings, because if you can keep your savings intact, you'll have a runway that runs for life, which means you have all the time to scale your business to the next level. So make sure that you keep your savings and reserves intact that you need to do. A run rate is how fast you need to increase your sales and profitability so you can maintain your reserves and extend your runway. And runway is how long you can extend yourself before you can take off. It's like, running a business is like taking off in a plane, and you can't take off in a plane with half a tank or with an empty tank. So you need a full tank. So that's why you need to have full reserves, and you need to know how long your runway is. If your runway, based on the rate you're burning, if your runway is like 6 months, you know that if I don't generate enough cash, I'll be out of my reserves in 6 months. But if you know that if I increase my sales or profitability by 5 to 10% more, I can increase my runway to 6 years from 6 months. So just that 5% difference or 10% difference can extend your runway from 6 months to 6 years. Knowing that is so important. So that's one of the key things of knowing, on cash flow. Now, some of you may be starting out and building your business and saying that, okay, I'm just starting out my business. How do I build cash flow if I'm just starting out? I'm just starting out from ground zero. I have no money. I'm a bootstrapper. What am I going to do? So this is very important. This is a tool, a resource that you can use if you're starting from ground zero. It's cash flow to generate cash flow, starting with K. Knowledge. You have knowledge, but your knowledge needs to align with your imagination. And when you have, your imagination is powerful than your knowledge. So look deep in your imagination and make sure you seek knowledge that is aligned to your imagination, and then convert that knowledge into power. Applied knowledge is power, but seek knowledge that's aligned to your imagination. Attitude. It's the only word in English language that totals up to 100. There's not a single other word in English language that totals up to 100. If you take the alphabets and add it up, that's the only word. So have a positive attitude, have a positive mindset, and be grateful. You probably heard the presentation before. Those are powerful tools for you to know that being grateful is a great attitude. And, you can focus on what you have and what you want and what you can, rather than what you don't and what you cannot and what you can't. So just focus on what you have, what you can, and what you can get. Skills. You've all heard that, follow your passions and you will make money. That's not true. I would say convert your passions into skills, and those skills and craft will make money. So understand your passion and convert your passion into a monetizable skill set. And when you take that skill set, you can convert it into a product, a service, or a journey, and that will have a value for someone that you can target. Habits are key. Habits, we all do things by habit. So understand which habits of yours are deteriorating you, are taking you down. So you change those habits or convert those habits or remove those triggers, and then you can, convert your habits into money. F stands for finish line. This is one of the biggest mistakes entrepreneurs make. They do not take things to a finish line. So if you have one project, if you're working on, take that to a finish line. One thing done equals money. 5 things undone, no money. So this is where you can take cash flow, leverage, O for omnipresence, and V for victories. This is where you focus on, your victories. When you win more, you work less. So this is a tool. This is an example of a person that I took from 0 to 1 million, and an absolute, growth, almost 4x growth every single time he was in the restoration business. And you have a testimonial video on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. This is one of the techniques we used in helping him scale his business to $1 million. Look at every function in your business. So this is where I do a fitness test, where we discover the gaps and the dangers and opportunities and strategy. This is the Doe's business card. And today, as part of this, if you go to that link, you get a fitness test. One of the things that I see when entrepreneurs try to jump, they try to jump standing up. Now think about wherever you're sitting or watching this presentation. If you try to jump, you won't be able to go far or go high. But if you take 20 to 30 steps backwards, and if you're fit enough to take those run, you will make that leap. So you need to go backwards and look at the 12 functions of business. So in this fitness test, I take you into the 12 core functions of business and see how you're fit in each one of these business functions compared to your 3-year goal. And once we discover the gaps, we find the financial impact that this gap can make, and we focus on that gap, and we make that as part of your biggest 90-day leap. So check out the fitness test, go to that link, and you can see if you're unfit in some of the areas of your business. This is the same concept that we used with another company. They had the best year in 25 years with the 4-leap system and the fitness test. We did a fitness test on the business, found out the areas they were unfit in, focused on it, and made the whole leap. And that's how it was structured. We have a 5X guarantee on the coaching and consulting business, where there's nobody else who guarantees that, if you work with us, you'll see 5 times guarantee. So that's a 500% ROI. If you work with us, there's no risk to you. There's a complete guarantee that you will get to your 3-year goal in 1 year by following the structure, following the system. And if we can get a grant to pay for it, we'll get your uncle to pay for it as well. Stage number 3. This is the vision, capabilities, and research. This is where, you find out where, you need to have proper vision, proper capabilities, and proper reach. Very, very important. So you need to have a 3-year vision that's tied to your 25-year vision, capabilities of where you're capable and where you're not capable. You need to understand this. This is where I'm capable. This is where I'm not. And fill in the gaps of where you're not capable so you can scale your business. Reach, very, very important. It's online to offline to online to online. Everybody says, what kind of business are you in? B2B or B2C? There is no B2B or B2C business. It's all H2H. Understand that H to H, human to human. You are talking to a human being who's going to make your decisions and cut you a check. So you need to understand which human being that I want as my ideal client, and that's the reach that I need to have. And learn strategically in research versus doing. I walk you through all of these tools in the link. Go through that. You will see the resources and to build your reach. And we even give you a list. I'll build you a list of, your first 1,000 to 5,000 dream come true 5-star prospects. So you can convert those into clients and make money. So everything that I do is very methodical, very structured, well systematized, and you can see results. That's why I'm a results leader. It's all, results leader. I'll tell you a quick story about a company, and they work with autistic kids. And what we find out, I asked them who's their dream come true prospect, and they gave their prospect a name, Fabio. And I asked them, who's Fabio? They wrote a 1-page essay, and it came about that Fabio had to come from developmental psychologists. So I built a list of 350 developmental psychologists, and they scaled their business from 1 to 5 locations in 1 year. So that's the power of reach, in the VCR system. Next is building your blueprint. Nothing happens without a blueprint. So you can't build a business, scale a business without knowing what the blueprint looks like. Your blueprint needs to have core components, your dangers, your biggest dangers, your biggest opportunities, your biggest strengths, and knowing your 3-year goal and your biggest pains, challenges, and frustrations. So all of those components, you can build your blueprint. I can tell you a quick story about a company where we were scaling. They used, the blueprint system where we converted everything into people, project, time, and money. That's my foundation on, how we scale. So when we structured that and built that, they were able to launch their new product in the healthcare industry and able to launch their health insurance product. They used the PPTM system and the leverage they needed in the business. So as you can see, there are real stories of each component of the 5 stages when we have helped companies and they have scaled. We have their video testimonials on the YouTube channel. Lastly, I would say your biggest 90-day leap, your imagination is more powerful than your knowledge. So make sure your imagination is lined up to your knowledge, seek that knowledge and convert that knowledge into actions. And I'm giving you all the tools and all the resources that you can convert it and take actions and build your biggest 90-day leap. So what's your next step? So if you're ready to start, and let's say you want to start it free. So I have plenty of resources. If you go and scan the QR code, you will be able to access the free tools and resources. You'll be able to get the $100 Amazon gift card, as well as, all the other resources that you can get. Now, if you want to invest a little bit, let's say $50, $100, $200, I have webinars, workshops, events, masterminds. And as part of a VIP access, I believe, correct me, Genesis and Mark, is that they also get access to the CEO Mastermind. You're going to get a $500 value access to the CEO Mastermind that is coming up. So be sure to, scan the QR code and look at that and looking to that. The next is 5,000 to 100,000, where you have other masterminds and other resources. And then the last is the 4-leap system. So depending on where you fall, you'll be able to scale your business to the next level. So I would love to welcome, I have a few minutes left. I would love to entertain any questions. Please put the questions in the chat and I'll be able to answer those questions and go over the links as well as other tools and resources.
So great that you could be here. There's so many powerful systems that you've built. It must have, how long did you spend building all of these different systems?
So I've been an entrepreneur since 1997. My story started when I came here with empty pockets, worked 5 jobs to pay my own out-of-state tuition, and the entire finance industry was puzzled. How can you come out empty, borrow money, and have 20 grand in savings? So they started working with the financial industry. As part of doing that, a lot of clients asked a lot of favors, and those led into tools, resources, structures, books, and all of those. And I built this whole system. And now, I have a whole system where clients can achieve their 3-year goal in 1 year, and I can even get grants and other resources to pay for it.
if people are having trouble with building their business and getting started, what's one key thing that folks can do immediately, even if they don't know a system or that? What's one major pitfall or key action step that folks can take?
I would strongly recommend the Dream Come True journey for your ideal Dream Come True customer, because if you don't have that, your business will fall apart. Whenever you work with a customer, you need to know what am I going to do to to this customer so that he can have a dream come true experience. You need to have that down to a T. You need to have that down, that this is the dream come true journey. I'm going to walk them through from the beginning to the end. The whole phase is going to take 90 days, 3 months, 1 year, whatever that journey looks like. Day 1, day 10, it needs to be written down and built on paper, or however you build it. It needs to be documented. Once you have this journey, you can now market it to your ideal customer, but you need to build it with the customer in mind. So the most important question is, who you're going to serve. You need to know who your dream come true prospect is going to be. And the simplest thing you can do is, give a name to your ideal prospect, like Jerry or James and whatever. And then take a blank piece of paper and write on top, who is Jerry, and write a full page essay, no cheating, no big handwriting, just a full page essay on who is Jerry or James. And then send me that whole essay. I'll build you a list of 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 Jerry or James.
I love it.
Well, we do have a question. We've got a question. Let's see, from Santu. Thank you so much. Are the grants only for U.S. citizens, Bimal? Do you know?
So I am currently expanding overseas and looking at other resources. There are companies who have, subsidiaries or companies here locally in the U.S. They can get access to grants. But currently, I think global start local. So right now I am working on the grants in the U.S., but slowly plan to expand it to other countries as well and look at resources as well, because all of the research and all the things that are developed are for grants in the US right now.
Huge. One of the things that came forward for me as you were talking, and because it is, and look, you guys, this event is a lot like drinking from a fire hose, right? It's a lot of information. So it's why we say not only take notes, but go VIP, because who can remember everything? And it's so valuable. And in the moment, it's hard to take it all in. But one of the things that comes through for me as you're talking is consistency, because you have so many very specific 90-day goals, 90-day goals, 90-day goals, that it seems to me part of the mindset of this is really focusing on the consistency, right? Because if they're not consistent and any of those steps are not consistent, it's always fall back, step forward, and that happens to everybody, but also not to be defeated by that. So I imagine consistency is a big point.
Absolutely,
for you.
100%. You need to have a system, you need to have a structure, and that is one of the core reasons why businesses fail. And that's why I'm a systems person, a structure person. I build even systems in my sleep. So everything that I do is very methodical, structured, and you follow through the steps. And the books that I wrote, 13-book series, it's not one book, it's 13 books in an entire series of how you become a pioneer. I walk you through day by day what steps you need to take. And you answer questions and you write in. So the book actually becomes your book, and it becomes your structure and your system. So it's not my book, it's actually your book, because you write in it and you make it messy.
Well, you are much thinking about pioneers. You are the trail guide. You are the guy that rides out in front of the wagons that are trying to pioneer their way to the West. And we thank you so much, Bimal, for being with us and sharing your story and that consistency. Is that with a K?
Yeah. Starts with knowledge, right? K for knowledge.
That's right.
Exactly. Let's have Genesis put up that QR code one more time. I know that that went up, that came and went. So let's see if we can get that up one more time. And Bimal, thank you so much for your guidance and for your information today. And this is your biggest 90-day leap and transformation. Go ahead and download that. I actually checked it out. It's a whole process and form. So be sure you take time. You definitely want to have some time to fill that out and really process through so that you can get the support from Bimal that he's offering. And thank you again so much for your support, your information. And we'll let you go now. And please, please let us know how things are going with all of your clients and your work.
So coming up next, we have David Fagan is coming up next, and
thank you.
Genesis will take us away.
Are you a visionary leader seeking an opportunity that goes beyond the ordinary? At the Best You Synergy Project, we're on a mission to create a global network of changemakers. As a chapter director, you'll be at the forefront, leading your own dynamic community of like-minded individuals. Join us in shaping the future of personal development and entrepreneurship. It's more than a role, it's a movement. Apply today and let's create synergies together. For more information, go to thebestYouSynergyProject.com.
And hello, we are back. The Best You Expo, Las Vegas Online. We have had an incredible day so far. And I don't know about you, but tips, tools, information, all kinds of things. It's been incredible. We also had an opportunity to do our workshop around mastering connected relationships, especially in an AI world. I think we've really figured out today, human connection is not going away. So this is also why this next person is very important. David Fagan, who is an amazing, talk about entrepreneur, incredible purpose-driven human.
Welcome.
Incredible on-screen, David. Nice to see you, my friend. Happy Surrender Saturday. And you know, one of the things that I think is really important about the work that is being done, especially by you right now, in this whole idea of the conversation shift, right? The challenge right now of how different enrollment has really become. And you and I have even talked about the whole idea of chasing and the importance of creating a connection with someone and all of that. And I think, you know, in all of your world, from, you know, being CEO of Guerrilla Marketing, and I think you sold over 20 million books, if I recall, in over like 60 languages or something, right? That's crazy, amazing. All over the world. And also, you know, looking at your communications business, the guerrilla marketing business, I mean, all of that, I think, I know, you know, you've represented all kind of Academy Award winners, Grammy Award winners. The work you do is centered on human connection and the importance of being able to move things forward in creative ways. I want to leave you the stage and give you an opportunity, but see if there's anything you want to just kick us off with before we step off.
No, and I welcome you to stay. I welcome you to come back. I welcome you to challenge me. I welcome you to ask follow-up questions. I'm going to make this fun. I'm going to make this fast, just the way that it should be on a Saturday. I got a question for you, though, Maris. Are you ready?
Oh, so ready.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys are listening, but every time you talk to her, she has a little thing she says for every day. So just give us the whole week. What's tomorrow going to be? What's the next day going to be? Come on, we're dying to know here.
All right. Well, today is Surrender Saturday, and the reason we came up with these days of the week is because I don't know about you guys, but during COVID, days would go by and we had no clue what day of the week it was. And so finally, Ken and I said, this is ridiculous. We get to be present to everything we're going through and to just sharing with other people. So there you have it. So Saturday is Surrender Saturday. Today is a day we just get to give into whatever is. And for a type A, not always easy. So I love Surrender Saturday. And then Sunday is Fun Day Sunday. Of course, we get to have Fun Day Sunday on the Lord's Day of Rest, right?
Yes.
Monday is Motivation Monday. Because I know about you guys, you kick off the week, we get to be motivated, right? Tuesday is Thankful Tuesday. So thankful to get our weekend going, build that gratitude, right? Wednesday is Wisdom Wednesday. And the Wisdom Wednesday originally came from, my dad used to say to us, to thine own self be true. And I never quite understood that till I started doing transformation work. And then I thought, oh yeah,
so
Wisdom Wednesday.
Wednesday is a day that Maris listens to me. Carry on.
Yes, I do. Greatest wisdoms for Wednesday are listen to your spouse and your partner and be sure they're heard at all times.
Okay.
And then T is for Take Action Thursday. And part of why the T came in for Take Action Thursday was by the time we got to Thursday, I was having a little bit of a hard time being motivated. So Ken and I said to each other, let's take action today. And that's how it happened.
Flow Friday.
Yeah.
Flow Friday. And then today.
Well, Flow, and we did Flow Friday, right? Because during COVID, Ken and I made a commitment after working, literally traveling 260 days a year for 9 years, that we would actually work, as Jen says, above and beyond our business 4 days a week. And the 5th day is really the day that we focus not on client work, but on work that moves ourselves, our personal growth, and ourselves forward, writing our books, things like that.
So but today is Surrender Saturday, and David, we're surrendering
the
stage
to you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we have a title today that I call the conversation shift. And I don't talk about this as much as I would like to talk about this, but it really is what's been needed the most over the last few years and more than ever before. And it's kind of where we kind of get rid of some of the sales lingo. And a lot of the people here at the Best You Expo, a lot of people in the Best You community, without sounding too cheesy or too silly, I mean, you know, they're people that want to be enlightened, right? They want to be the best version of themselves. And I'm sure some of you are saying, well, of course that's not cheesy. Of course that's not silly, David. But I think some of us that are kind of like in the business, doing books and going to all these events, we almost get desensitized to it, right? We just hear the terms so much, maybe they don't hit or aren't quite as impactful as maybe they once were in our life. And because we want that kind of impact, because we want that kind of heart-centered approach, there is this need for what I call the conversation shift. And that conversation shift isn't here to say that sales and marketing is bad. Sales and marketing is very needed. But sometimes there's a better word, right? And for those of us that understand how important our words are, right? There's always somebody listening to us. We're always listening to ourselves. We hear what we say. So we're really working hard to make sure that we're choosing the right words. And that's what I love about the Segals. I love about Maris, right? You can notice, you can see how she's choosing her words very intentionally to really internalize and create, manifest the kind of life she wants to live, the kind of business she wants to have. And so I was very intentional in having her share those 7 days that she communicates her week, you know, each day of the week, because it's exactly what I want to talk about in the conversation shift. Maris literally has the conversation shift already in her life. Now I'm going to probably take it one step further for a lot of you, but that conversation shift is, how do we really think about what we're saying to ourselves, excuse me, as well as what we're saying to the world. And it's not just what are we saying, but what are people hearing? Like you might write down the exact scripted words of, okay, I said this, but then what did the other person hear? Now, this isn't about relationships, but I think it's interesting. Maris, brought this up, Wisdom Wednesday, she's listening to her husband. I'm sure she listens to her husband the other days than just Wednesday. But, if you asked the person you're in a relationship with, whether it's a business relationship or personal relationship, if you say, I just said this, what did you hear? Or don't even tell them what you just said. Just say, I just said something. What did you hear? They don't always hear what it is that you said, right? And that's kind of communication. But specifically today, I am going to relate this more to business. And here's what I want you to know. And here's the first thing for you to take a note of. Good marketing is really just about creating want, right? Good marketing makes people want you. Good marketing makes people want what you have to offer. When you put out good marketing, people will essentially ask the question consciously or subconsciously, how do I get more of them in my life, right? If I do a good job and I'm true to myself and true to my message and I create want, I know that that's being effective because people will click, people will share, people will comment, right? People will take action. We want to inspire action in every audience. We want to inspire action in every individual. This is a part of the conversation shift. Where are people right now for the most part in the world? They are chasing people. And that's okay. It's worked for a lot of years, right? It's sales, it's marketing, it's let me convince you, let me overcome your objections. I'm coming to meet you. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to convince you, right? The conversation shift is going from chasing and pursuing, going from being the chaser to the chasee, going from being the pursuer to the pursuee. Yes, I'm probably making up some words here. I've been doing it for a little while now. But we want to create want. And that's why we want to go from marketing and sales to attraction and enrollment. Now, those two words are probably nothing new to you. They're definitely nothing new to me. I've been talking about them for over a decade. I even have a course and books and articles on attraction and enrollment. What's the difference in the conversation shift? They're coming to you because of the great message you're putting out instead of you going after them, right? It's like somebody being a comedian and saying, I'm a comedian. What do people immediately want to say? It's like, make me laugh. It's a little bit tougher to do. The greats can do it, right? But in the world of business, in the world of building a movement, building a following, building a community, you really need to inspire. You really need to motivate. And we can split hairs a little bit on that word, but I want to land with, you need to attract and enroll. So how do you attract and enroll? There's two main ways that you create want, which is the key to attracting. The first way is to make people curious, okay? Curiosity is your friend. To intrigue them, to fascinate them. If you'll look at some of the best subject lines that get people to open emails, there's a certain level of curiosity to it. If you go online and you see what's called clickbait, what's clickbait about? It's the hook, it's the attraction, right? One of the number one ways that clickbait is created is also by making people curious, right? It makes you go, what is the answer? Who is the person? What are they talking about? I've got to open this up. I've got to click on this, right? Think about how you do that. Now, I've created a list of over 1,000 subject lines for me and other marketers. It's something we give out for free. I want to find a way to give that to you guys. But this 1,000 subject lines are proven subject lines that have been opened by more than multiple people in multiple lists, sent out by multiple marketers with multiple businesses, okay? Which if you're getting the presentation under the presentation, I'm going to get a little advanced with you here. I've already introduced and am currently introducing the second way to create want, and that is to create a perception of value. How many people out there right now want these 1,000+ proven subject lines? I'm confident from doing this a lot of times. There's at least a few of you. Why? Because I created a perception of value of these subject lines. They're proven, right? There's over 1,000, right? We're quantifying it, right? So think about, one, how do you make people want to attract and enroll? Two, how do you make people curious and create a perception of value so that they want, so that you can attract and enroll? So I only have a short amount of time. So my job right now is a little bit of a conversation shift with you right now. I want to create some want. I want to make you curious about what the rest of the information might be. I want to create a perception of value of, man, how do I get the formula? How do I get the subject lines, right? How do I get the plug and play? Well, let me give you a little bit more of this. I want to give you a way to create more value in the things that you're saying and the things that you're talking about so that people want more. We want people to want. We want people to want more, right? Every good line of copy will make you want to read the next line, right? Every good chapter in a book should make you want to read the next chapter in a book. Every good soundbite or segment should be so impactful that it should make you want to listen to more. Okay, so let me give you another secret under creating want and under the category of creating a perception of value. I'm going to give you a strategy for creating a perception of value. We talked about quantifying, numbering things. Here's another one. Name what it is that you're talking about or that you're doing. Things that have a name have value to them. We name our children because they're valuable to us. I have friends that name their cars. I have friends that name their guns. I have friends that name their computer, their laptop. I have friends that name their phone. The point being is we name the things we value. Many people have, furry friends, pets, dogs, cats, birds, snakes. I mean, the list goes on and on. Horses, right? You name them. Why? Because they're valuable to you. So I have something that I teach that's kind of a misunderstanding about being humble. And it really just leads to people becoming the world's best kept secret. And it's well-intentioned, but it just doesn't work out. As I'm explaining it, you probably understand what I'm saying, but it's much more impactful if I tell you what it's called. I call this the humility myth. There is the humility myth out there that if you're a good person and you're just humble and you just go along and keep doing what it is you should do, that someday people will find you, people will love you, people will hire you. Well, that's a very fast way to have very skinny kids. Okay. That's why I call it the humility myth. I named it. Okay. You want to name things. It could be the law of something. It could be the something effect, right? It could involve well-known names. I'll give you another example. There is a good experience that I have with a very well-known person that really taught me the best way to sell. And it is about creating want, right? But it's also about having a proven track record. Now, I could go on and I could explain the track record and social proof and all that kind of stuff. But let me tell you the name for this. And I've had this name for over 10 years. I call it How Tom Hanks Taught Me to Sell. That's the name of everything it is that I want to tell you. It's how Tom Hanks taught me to sell. Does that make you curious? Maybe a little bit more than anything else. Does it have a perception of value because it's Tom Hanks? Right? Tom Hanks, here he is, Los Angeles Tribune. Probably the most read article I've ever wrote was actually called How Tom Hanks Taught Me to Sell. And no, it wasn't in the Los Angeles Tribune. It was more than 10, 11 years ago, maybe 12 years ago. It was in the Beverly Hills Times magazine. But here's how Tom Hanks taught me to sell. How many people want to know the story? How many people want to know how he did it? How many people want to know how it had an impact on me, right? Am I creating want? Am I creating a perception of value just by naming it, right? So think about the things you want to teach people. Think about the things that you want people to know and understand, and then decide what's the name for it. What are you going to call it? How are you going to describe it, right? A good name will create intrigue, curiosity, and a perception of value, right? A good name will want people to know more. So if you're taking notes right now, you might be wondering about these subject lines. You might be wondering more about the humility myth. Some of you are going, he never did tell us. Tom Hanks taught him to sell. But more importantly, I'm teaching you how to create want. I want you to go into your websites. I want you to go into your social media. I want you to look at the emails you're sending out. I want you to look at the subject lines that you're using. I want you to look at all of this stuff. Does it make people want to know more? Does it make them feel like there's a perception of value? Well, there's a test. There's a test so that you'll know this. Here's how you test it out. Here's how you know if you're creating a perception of value. There's probably 3 things that are more impactful than anything else to know if you're creating a high perception of value. Now, some of you are already saying, well, David, why not just create value? Well, there's a lot of things that we believe are valuable, but it's more important that people perceive them to be valuable. Both things have to be true. It can't just be valuable. They have to perceive them to be valuable. It's your job as a communicator. It's your job as a leader. It's your job as a thought leader to make sure that there is that perception of value. There's a lot of things that you might think is valuable, or 1 or 2 people might think is valuable, but every audience that you're talking to, and different audiences value different things, you need to make sure there's a perception of value. So after you create whatever it is, you can turn around and look back at what you created and go, okay, does it meet these three things? One, will somebody pay money for it? Will they pay a lot of money for it? If the answer is no, then it may not have value. Two, will they travel great distances to get whatever it is you have? Now, great distances might just be California. It might just be taking the 405, to the I-5, to the 91, to Marina Del Rey. Like, it might have been 10 miles, right? But it's a pain, but they'll do it. Why? Because you created a perception of value. Something that happened a lot during the world shutdown was another way that I figured out how to measure perception of value. And that is, would people stay up late at night or get up early in the morning for what I had to teach them? Okay. So if people will pay money, if people will travel distances, if people will get up early or stay up late for your message, for your information, for your advice, for your wisdom, for your products, for your services, for anything of those things, just for you, just to be with you, right? Then you have created a perception of value. You have created want. Okay. So that's what I want to leave you here with today, is a way for you to kind of go back, and look at your marketing, look at your messaging, and turn that marketing into attraction, and ask yourself, how am I attracting people? Am I attracting the right people? Why am I attracting them? When am I attracting them? Is there a way for me to create more curiosity? Is there a way for me to intrigue people more, fascinate people more? That all falls under the curiosity component. And then, am I creating value, right? Do I have a way to quantify things? Okay, numbers, hours, dollars is a great way to quantify things. Am I naming things? And is there so much value that they'll click, they'll share, they'll comment, right? That activity. Those micro movements. You got to learn how to monitor and measure those micro movements. When people are moving to come see you, to stay up late with you, to spend money with you, right? You're creating a perception of value. You're creating want. You've got proof of concept. The more you can build upon that, the better it's going to be. So instead of come Monday or come next business day going, who should I chase down and try to sell? Ask yourself, what message might I share that might attract? What wisdom might I impose that might help enroll somebody? What product and service might I share in a way that people are coming to me asking more questions, asking for more information? Now, hopefully I did a little bit of that today here by creating some topics that I'm not really finishing, because legitimately, I don't have time to finish them. Some of you might want more of those types of things. David, where can I get these subject lines? Where can I get these patterns? Where can I get these ways to quantify? Where can I get all this? Where can I get these books? If so, then I'm doing my job. And I'll leave you with the biggest mistake that a lot of speakers and authors make. They don't leave people wanting more. They say so much that people hearing them feel like they no longer need them. I'm about to do something that I just taught to you. I call this the candy wrapper effect, or the law of the candy wrapper. What happens when someone gets a piece of candy in a wrapper? You want the candy. You don't want the wrapper, right? You take out the candy. What happens to the wrapper? Typically put the candy in your mouth. What do you do with the wrapper? You throw it away. You get rid of it. Hopefully you don't leave it on the ground. Some people do, but you throw it away. So what you want to do is make sure that you are giving strategically. You want more. You want to be an icon. You want more fans. Right? If you want more fans, you need to strategically give, serve, and share. You don't want to give, serve, and share everything with everyone all the time. There's no want. we want to leave them wanting more. So ask yourself with your marketing, am I giving too much? Am I giving too fast? Am I sharing my information and my wisdom in a way that doesn't have a perception of value? Am I giving and sharing in a way that doesn't create any curiosity? Am I doing in a way that, you know, I'm the wrapper being thrown away? And I know there's some of you at home right now going, oh man, I know this is true. I give too much in my presentations. I tell them too many things. I want you to know it's not about the number of things. It's about the percentage of things. If you know 1,000 things, you can easily share 100 with them. Many of you know 1,000. Many of you know thousands of things. If you're kind of new to the business and you know 5, 10 things that are like really good secret sauces and laws and strategies, you might only be able to share 1 or 2. But if you have 10 really impactful ways to change somebody's life or improve their business or make more money or save them money or whatever it is, you can't give them all away, right? So this is where the strategy comes in. And so I have a business audit I do with people. It's 101 plus points that are made up of a business audit where I take you through, see what you have, see what you're missing. And a lot of times we can figure out what the low-hanging fruit is. I have something called the law of entrepreneur order, which just basically says that you're more likely to have success if you don't just do the right things, but you do them in the right order. Now, for those of you who are catching the presentation under the presentation, what did I just do? I just gave you the law of the entrepreneur order. I just gave you a 100+ point business audit. Do any of these things create curiosity? Do any of these things create want? Is there somebody out there going, man, I wonder what's in that audit? Man, I'm curious about this law of entrepreneur order, right? Like, how do you name things? What are your laws? What are your effects? What are your philosophies, right? How are you creating a perception about it? Now, I'm wrapping up. I'm getting out of here. But I am practicing what I'm preaching, and I am modeling what it is I want you to know how to do. I want all of you to model what it is you want out of your audience. Marish, you like that? You like the modeling? How am I as a modeler?
Well, I think I you know what? There's so many words I have right now to describe just that whole everything.
Oh,
yeah.
I like this perception of value is so powerful. And what about people people from different perspectives have different perceptions?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work into the formulas?
Well, it's important for us to understand who our audience is. I think a lot of people know that at least a little bit, but yeah, some could argue that before you can make people curious or before you can create a perception of value, you kind of need to understand a little bit about these people. But a lot of what I'm discussing right now is just more of human nature. And, we like to break down clickbait. We'll do case studies like, why does this work? Why do so many people click on this? And when you start to analyze it, you'll start to notice a pattern. And a lot of the great copywriters like Dan Kennedy, does this, Joe Sugarman, they do this. My office floor is scattered with, magazines, and I still kind of get the old fashioned magazines, but I love seeing the copy, right? 53 ways to get toned terrific abs, whatever. But there's always these alliterations. There's always these numbers. There's always this perception of value. So for someone who's looking to get healthy and fit, if it's in a fitness magazine, well, you kind of know what the audience wants. I get a magazine called Writer's Digest. This is for writers, right? So everything it talks about. But all of these lines here they're just copy, But I think you guys get it. I think the people listening at home get it. But it's a lot of fun. I love the psychology. I love to write. I love to sit there with clients and kind of figure out, how do we get people to come to us? How do we get the right people to come to us? And when it works, it really, really works. But it's a much more rewarding life than chasing people. Les Brown calls the salesman breath, right? That desperation they can hear in your voice when you're like trying to sell somebody and overcome their objections. I believe in that kind of thing. It's good to know how to handle objections. But when you learn how to attract and enroll, you'll never need to worry about objections again.
I love that. And that's so important. And look, also remember, our friend Les Brown says, you got to be hungry, right, to be able to just get it, right? And that, and we know that. The other thing that comes up for me in this conversation is that it's also, you know, for years in marketing and PR, we talk about demographics. And I think the big shift to psychographics right now is really about how people are feeling. And you're talking about this perception. It's much different now than it was years ago. Years ago, we'd say, okay, who's your demographic? Who's your market? I mean, and now how we talk about that is also very different. So I think this human relational piece continues to be important in all of this and the work that you're doing. And what I wonder is, we don't have a QR code for you, but how do people find you, work with you, connect with you? What's the best way? Do you want them just to go to davidtfagan.com? Is that what you'd like them to do? Is there anything else you'd like to say?
I set up my calendar on davidtfagan.com so people can book 15 minutes. You know, it's just a real short time. But yeah, they can go to the calendar. If they think they'd like to have a conversation with me, they can put everything into the calendar link and what they want to talk about. And we'll have a very quick call and just figure out, you know, if there's a basis to do business together, if there's someone I should refer you to, if there's someone on my team that should help you. But that's a great place to start. So there's other free things that are going out to everybody through the Best You community. But to engage me, I would go there and just decide, you know, are you ready to attract and enroll more? Do you want more publicity? Do you want more exposure? Do you want more influence? If the answer is yes, then, you know, let's have a conversation.
Great. And so David, I will say that, you know, we met David a few years ago, I think right around that time, or actually 2 years ago, maybe, but officially a year ago, as we were launching our solo book. And one of the things that we have really seen, you know, about David is that this laid back style is also just part of David who he is, right? But he's a powerhouse. And what's amazing about the roots of David is that the essence of him is very grounded. And the powerhouse side just shows up in subtle ways and impactful ways. And so thank you so much for being here today. I think your impact is amazing and just really appreciate your insights and everything. Is there anything you want to leave us with today?
You know, I just want to thank Bernardo. He's not on here with us right now, but I know he's played a big role, you know, in all of our lives. If it wasn't for Bernardo, we probably would know each other, but I don't think we would know each other anywhere near as well, or have the opportunity to respect each other. And I'm sure people are celebrating him as he's not here, but I wanted to be, you know, one of those people. I love how far as magazines come. I love how far as communities come. As somebody that understands publicity and print and being positioned well, I would try to get involved with him, get involved with the Best You magazine, get involved with some of these upcoming events. You know, he's made it, you know, pretty easy to make this a community for everyone. He never sees these events as his events. He always looks at these as our event. You know, he's always sharing the spotlight. So big thank you to Bernardo for, you know, practicing what he preaches, which, you know, we don't always see in the marketplace.
No, it's really true. And you're another one who also does that. And thank you for giving voice to people who also may not be seen in other ways. And so appreciate that. So
thank you.
Have a great weekend, sir. And so grateful. I know we'll catch up probably shortly and we'll talk to you soon. Anything, Ken?
Okay. No, I'm just going to say we have a couple of great guests coming up here next with Lamonte Wilcox and Michaela Wilcox Kaiser. And so they're going to be joining us in just a few moments. And,
I know them both. They're great.
All right. Cool.
Talk to you soon.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Awesome. All right. We'll talk to you soon. Genesis, thanks.
Don't settle for less. Unlock your potential. At the Best You Synergy Project, we believe that your story needs to be shared. We are your key to unlocking your true potential. Join a community where growth knows no bounds. It's not just a network. It's a catalyst for your success. Your journey begins here. Visit thebestYouSynergyProject.com and apply now.
Great. Welcome back. And we have a couple of great guests coming up with us. Let's see if we can bring them up on screen. Genesis, if you could help, because we have, okay, both. Great. Fantastic. You're here. Welcome.
Hello.
We always love when technology works because we're all dependent on it.
We have this fabulous person behind the scenes. Her name is Genesis, and she's doing all this magical work for us. So welcome, Lamont and Michaela. Did I say that correctly? Michelle.
Beautiful.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So Lamont and Michelle, thank you so much to be here. Founders of Full Life Yourself, Fly, Fulfill Life Yourself, Fly, after helping over 500 clients with mental struggles and over 90% satisfaction rate, the Fly model is quickly becoming a go-to program for mental wellness and parenting. It is a way to apply the proven principles of high-level success and performance to transform mental struggles into powerful attributes and achievements. So welcome both of you here today.
So the title of your talk is Today's Relationships and Parenting plus Technology. This is a long one. Equals mental health issues. Must have skills for parents. Okay, mic drop. And yes. And love that you guys are working together. So the first thing I want to ask is, as part of your story, how did that happen? And please take the stage.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we are so excited to share. And many of our speakers and many of those listening have had experiences that were life-changing and they want to get out to the world. And that's exactly what we're experiencing because, I, as a father, struggled for almost 30 years and really tried so many different things that just didn't work. And there was so much struggle within our family and so much pain. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but we just want to emphasize that there are so many. I was not a passive parent. I was a very active parent that was really seeking and searching and trying things and looking for ways and following some of the what is considered standard practices for parenting. And I was doing all the stuff. I mean, literally, positive parenting and positive psychology and learning all these things. Like we really searched and sought for ways and really involved ourselves with our 6 children. And Michelle is number 3 of our 6 children. She's the only girl. And we have been able to find out some things that have completely changed the dynamic of our family, but more importantly, the mental health struggles and the addiction and the different things that we were going through as a family.
And it's so amazing how the mental side of things and how we interact with each other in our relationships. Like a parent to child relationship is so valuable because that's the time in a child's life where their brain is being developed. It's creating that foundation of how they're going to think and how they're going to perceive the world in the rest of their life. And so when we started dissecting the neuroscience behind this idea and realizing that we meet our chemical needs through our relationships. And so if someone has a struggle with depression, for example, and someone in their life who they're close with and who is in their environment constantly, they're influencing that person's mental struggle on such a high level. And a lot of people not understanding this and not realizing it get stuck in the trap of actually making that person's struggle worse unknowingly and vice versa. So this is a major concept that is not mainstream and most people have never heard of these ideas. And the parenting that comes from generations is totally outdated and people are really struggling because of it.
And I know that we're addressing a lot of people who are entrepreneurs. They're out there fighting to build a business, to get their message out, to do different things like that. And oftentimes we find a little imbalance between our life at work and our life at home. And not that everyone is like this, but it is a major piece of the puzzle is that our brain is meeting its chemical needs more through our work than it is at home. I don't know if any of you feel that, but they feel more effective and more in control of what's going on. And they feel like even taking bigger risks on the outside than they do at home. So the whole dynamic of what they do in their personal relationships and their home life is sometimes becomes really pushed to the side subconsciously, and we think that it's not, but we start to feel so much more reward than we do maybe in our relationship with our partner or with our children or whatever. We feel more successful, and so we start to get in this place neurologically, right, in our thinking that is very imbalanced and incongruent with what we truly want to be. But we don't have tools, because what we've been doing is even those parents, again, that are involved and engaged, that are looking and reading the psychology and the parenting advice and different things out there. There is some new research and new things that have come out in the last 10 to 20 years, and even the last 4 or 5 years, that have completely changed the perspective around what parents are doing. And I'll give an example, just a couple things that are really commonly seen as good, helpful parenting strategies. For example, one of them might be parents that praise their children for their accomplishments. Okay, there's a new study just recently that came out that said, if you praise your children for their accomplishments, you are starting the seeds of someone who will become deceptive, potentially lying, people pleasing, learning about codependence, and the list goes on. And those things turn into anxiety, depression, and then they lead to even more severe things like OCD and a whole myriad of mental health issues and addiction. Like we literally, as parents, don't realize that we are implanting into our children these patterns of reward systems within their neurology that they are unaware of, and as parents we were unaware of, that we're implanting, that turn into all these mental health struggles. And technology today is amplifying that, which is opening our eyes to question, what in the hell are we doing? Like, what are we doing to our kids? And as I started to research and learn about our brain and the neurology, there's things started to come to light. And I started to see how, one is that I could tap into this guidance system that's built into us. That's one of the biggest things that we're missing, is understanding when we try to act like a parent a certain way, we're acting out so that the child, as a matter of fact, if you take most courses in parenting, they're going to teach you based off of what the child does, you do this. And if they do this, you do this. And it's this whole list of things, which, by the way, is so overwhelming to try to memorize. But second of all, it's teaching us to be an actor. We're being taught to be an actor. We're not tapping into who we really are and figuring ourselves out and being authentic and genuinely helping the child in the way that we really want and that our system is telling us. We're trying to act. So most of the strategies out there for parenting, and I'm gonna say we're talking about parenting, but this is any relationship. This is literally any relationship, especially with your partner or the parent to your children. That this is a crucial thing to start understanding, is that our brain is not designed to understand reality. As a matter of fact, there's a new area of research they call neuroeconomics. And it's how our brain is distorting our reality, calling things reality that make us feel safe. Because our brain desires safety so much in this new world with this new technology. Our focus has gone so much to safety that it's this neuroeconomics is this bias that we have towards the world in all of our 5 senses to see things in a way that make us feel safer, and distorts the reality, really distorts the reality. So we're truly doing things as parents that are implanting into our children the future seeds of trauma, of codependency, of severe mental struggles. And they all come from within us as parents. It starts, and we've passed this down from generations. Most of you have heard about generational trauma and ancestral healing. Like, though it's true because it's been passed down, and it hasn't necessarily been passed down through our DNA. It's been passed down through these patterns that we take.
And even imagine for a second, if you're a parent and you're struggling and you're trying to help your child through something, and you're focused so much on your child of how to fix their struggle or how to relieve the pain that they're going through. And because of this process of, not understanding on a deeper level what you're actually doing, because parents, they're taught to tell their child what to do, but children, they're taking on the frequencies and the vibrations of the parent. And so by parents just telling their children what to do, that's only helpful to an extent. But if parents are able to do, then the children are going to learn from that on such a deeper level, because they don't do what you do. They don't do what you say, they do what you do. And so if you as a parent are worrying and you're frustrated and maybe you're struggling with your own mental stuff, that's teaching your child to also worry and to also be stressed. And so if we can help parents understand this on a deeper level, then the key is to go with inside yourself to figure out what's going on within you to be able to help your child first.
And this is what's really key, is that being able to understand oneself without using the five senses around our reality, right? If you look at all the mental health struggles and addiction, right, they're all driven by these perceptions of reality that we think are real. Like, this is a real thing. This is another real thing. And as parents, again, we're implanting things. We say things like, now sit down, be quiet, and be good. And we teach them, do good in school, do good here. We're implanting these constructs of thinking that are based off of a reality, oftentimes between bad and good, as one of the generalities that we use, that are very detrimental to our kids. And being able to find this neutral ground of thinking, this new language, this new way to see the world that has a different foundation to how we define our reality and how we define what's going on, what's really happening. And within the model, the thing that one will learn is how to use their consciousness to be looking at what's happening based off of a neurological experiences, not so much what their five senses are picking up in the world, but what their emotions are telling them. And the thing that we found, and actually I'll go into a little bit of what happened with me as I was going through this, and our family was going through these struggles and these intense difficulties where we even found ourselves in the ER multiple times with, thinking there was, and I won't go into too much detail, but we'll just say that it was a lot of pain that drove me to figure this stuff out. And when I started to learn some of these things, and it started to change me, and I struggled with different things. That one of the patterns I struggled with is just anger issues. I felt out of control when I was at home and when I was with my kids and when I was with my spouse, and I would really get upset, and it would come out in this anger. And Michelle can attest to some of those issues and how they affected her. And I don't know if you want to touch on that for a second.
Yeah, I want to talk about how, from my perspective as a child, I didn't really understand necessarily what was going on at those younger ages. And so that's how my reality was. I just thought that was normal and it was okay and that life was great. And then after learning this model and understanding that life didn't have to be like that, and then watching my dad go through this process of shifting within himself. So him understanding his own anger issues and his own struggles and being able to transform that to where he didn't have them anymore. Whenever I came up with an issue or a struggle, he knew exactly how to help me because he had been through it himself. And so many times as parents, we think, oh, we need this external source, this therapist or this psychiatrist or this medication or all these external things to help our children. But with this, if you've gone through it yourself, you're the best person to be able to help your child. And your brain patterns and your ways of thinking are so intertwined with each other that it will speed up this process on a level that no one else can with you and your child. And that's what we've done in our relationship. We have an amazing relationship where we can walk through this process with each other, and we don't have this tension of emotions and judgment and all these things getting in the way, because we've been able to work towards that level. And it is an amazing relationship that we can thrive with and are so open with each other. And it's so fun to teach other people how to get to that level as well.
And as I was putting these things together and understanding them and learning them, And I tend to be just naturally a very critical thinker about all these programs and different things. And one of the things that I did in this reprogramming process in the mind is I moved out of the way a lot of my belief systems and perceptions around the reality around what people could do to me and what maybe my boss or my manager. And I was working the 9-to-5 job, but it was really, 8 to 6, and then sometimes 7:30 to 8. And it, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with that life, but I lived that life for so long. And I got into my head around this, how authority would affect me. And I reprogrammed that. And I left my career of 20 years and with actually no plan. I literally just jumped in with no idea specifically what I was going to do. And within a few months, I'd started a business. I was making 7 times what I'd ever made before. And I made enough money that I didn't have to work for the rest of that year, which was about 8 months remaining. And I spent the rest of that time researching and studying because I knew there was more here. And the programming I'd done on myself was real. And I'd helped other people, and I'd seen it in other people. And I was lucky enough that as towards the end of these 8 months, I shared it with a doctor who was a functional neurologist who specialized in traumatic brain injury. And he'd gained a reputation because so many of his methods and therapies and modalities that he used on people were effective in helping them with mental health struggles and addiction. And he had gained a reputation for that. So he had a constant stream of patients that were doing that and that were coming in for that. And I went and he sent me 3 of his clients that had some pretty severe mental struggles, one of them suicidal. And I met with them once at the time. I'd met with them just once, and I met with them all day. By the time they were done, there was such a foundational shift that those things had massively changed. And that doctor was so open to what I was doing and loved it so much. We met and he said, I want to clear out one of these rooms and give you an office. I want you to meet with all my patients. And so I did that for 2 years. Mikkel joined me about a year into that, and we started helping people. And we had such a miraculous result with people going through this process of learning this model. And we call it the FLY model. That stands for Fulfill Life Yourself, because it's something that each individual can do themselves. And that's the key. And I know a lot of parents out there are like, man, my kids need something. Like my kids, I will guarantee you 100% that you are the one that needs it. You are the one that if you change, your children will get that response from you. They will start to see a new way of thinking, even subconsciously, even through the patterns that they can feel from you that aren't related to their 5 senses, because your change and shift will change everything in them. And this is how you know that will happen. Imagine if it had happened to your parents. Imagine if all the things that your parents did that stressed them out, that made them worry, that made them depressed, that made them feel unworthy or incapable. Imagine if they had changed all of those in front of you, right in front of your eyes. Imagine that your parents became so authentic and loving and kind when you were a teenager, let's say, or before you were a teenager, even better. If you had seen that transformation, your brain would grasp onto those concepts. It would now see a new path. Most of you have heard that our brain only makes about 5% of its decisions per day consciously, that most of it is just unconscious responses. We're in a micro trance. We're just going through life, and we're not functioning at a level where we're using our agency to choose. And so when someone opens up with this model and changes that and starts to see the part they play in every scenario, that everything is them and nothing is the actual outside world. I know it's an extreme thing to say, but imagine if you could grasp that concept and fully engage in all parts of your life with this. Because what we find is that to get someone to have the neuroplastic change from that addiction or mental health struggle, which by the way, in the brain looks about the same. These mental health struggles are addictions in the brain. That's what they call neural addictions. And when you take someone and to get them to make that change, it takes pulling them all the way to the other end of the spectrum, where they see life with so much vigor and hope and enthusiasm and energy and excitement. And I know you guys are saying, well, someone depressed, how are they going to do that? Someone who struggles with suicidal ideations, that are so depressed, they're so down about life that they can't stand to live. How do they do that? that's what we figured out. And that's what helps people at such a high level. And after being there for 2 years, we had what Dr. Oliver said was about a 97% success rate with people. We worked with people all the way from personality disorders to generalized anxiety and depression, from OCD to panic attacks and even more extreme things, even seizures and different things like that. And we had parents come back to us and say, or not just parents, but clients and parents. Sometimes we worked with a lot of parents, as you can imagine, because we know where that core comes from. And we had these parents come back and say, I struggled with this for years and years. I had 12 years of therapy and couldn't get over this mental pattern or this addiction. And it's gone. In one day, it's gone. Like, how did you do that? You've got to train people. And so our journey turned into training others. And so we now have about 70 facilitators. We had over 500 people through our program. And we are on the verge now of really moving forward and getting this out to the world, because we spent all that time in the office. We've now got a full 3-month program that we help people with. And that has turned into something so big, and that we need to get out to the world. As you can imagine, if we have something this successful that has helped this many people at this high of a level and in the mental health field, you never see people that offer a money back guarantee. And ours is 100% money back guarantee. And we use that to leverage and motivate people. Everything we do is an understanding of motivation in the brain. So if you have kids that struggle, if you struggle, if your relationship struggles, if you have kids that don't seem motivated, they don't seem resilient, they don't seem like they can go out into this world and start working, I can tell you this is phenomenally life-changing. It will change every person in your life that you are close to as you change. And it is not a complicated thing. It is not complex. You don't have to memorize a bunch of things. You don't have to, there's no mechanics. It's all in your mind. It's all what you're doing in your thoughts and your belief systems. And we've found a way to introduce that and put it out in a way that helps the individual start to understand the power that they have inside themselves to take control of their experience. And dopamine, everybody's talking about dopamine, what dopamine does here, there, and there. And the number one thing, the feeling of dopamine is a feeling of control. So when you can take over that feeling that those dopamine hits, you don't need the sugar, you don't need the video games, you don't need the entertainment, you don't need the pornography, you don't need the drugs and alcohol, you don't need all these things, because you've learned that you are the one that's creating all that. And all these external sources are nothing compared to what you can create. And if I were to list the difference between my life before I did this, both as a parent and as an individual, and in my career, compared to the way I live now, it is absolutely night and day. The way that I see mental struggles now is that they are a superpower that everyone can use as leverage to achieve more, to be more, to experience more, to make and set and create goals that they can achieve and do everything that lights them up in life. That is the key. That is what will change someone from here to there. And I know the people struggling with mental health are like, whoa, that's a big thing well, we have 100% money back guarantee, and almost everyone follows through and loves it. So we're so thankful to have the opportunity to share a little bit, and thankful for you guys to having us on. Did we get a glitch?
Wow, shining this light. Can you hear us?
Yeah, you're coming out in and out.
Can you hear us now?
A little bit of glitching. I think it's better now, at least from my side.
So let me, I'm going to take, okay, good. So just thank you so much for shining this light, and for being a light, and for supporting people. So many things you talked about. One of the things we do in our work is talk about it's an inside out job.
Yes, very much.
It's not something that comes from the outside. It's an inside out job. So just thank you. We invite everybody on here to go to the QR code, take the QR code, and thank you again, Lamont and Michelle, for being here.
And I wanted to just check. So what are you pointing at, Michelle?
Yes. So this
QR code?
Yes, you can scan this QR code, and we have events that are introductory events because we actually really encourage families to come and understand this together. Because as each person grasps these concepts, it's like they're using or learning a new language. So then they can communicate with each other with that new language. And so by scanning this QR code, you can come with your family. And if you just buy one ticket, everyone else can come for free to come and get that introductory experience as a family.
Great. So I'm wondering, so a couple people have requested, is it possible if you could provide an email? So some people, the QR code, because they're abroad, actually there are fees associated with them doing that. So if you can actually just be sure that Genesis has your email for anything that you guys are providing, that way that can be shared, and for folks as well in Genesis, if you just want to pop it in here once we have it, that would be great. One thing I do want to ask you guys, because a lot of what you talked about is that essentially adults as parents should embrace their mess, but not put it onto their children, right? So the whole idea of how do we navigate that as parents, and that's part of what I'm hearing you guys. And look, my mother was a clinical social worker, so I grew up with a lot of, how are you feeling about that? And so the notion of the parent connection and the role of parents and all this, and there's a gap. I do want to ask you guys one thing. What is one thing, if you could just offer a tip that parents can use? Because I heard you say in the beginning, just acknowledging our kids and saying, and acknowledging what they've done and they've done well, not always the best thing to do, not a bad thing to do. And of course, a parent would say that's the right thing to do. So one thing that you would suggest, take away today, that parents can do at home, something maybe over the weekend that they could start this process.
Oh, thank you so much for asking that. And I meant to actually share a few things, and I was just watching the time, and so it kind of was going by. But I'll give two things. One of them is that when you praise your children, praise them for verbs. Praise them for their attempt to do things, not their accomplishment of the thing. You will turn them into growth mindset monsters. If you good monsters, they will go up and they will gobble up life in the growth mindset by praising them for their attempt, their action, their effort that they're putting into something, and attach it to what you see as effective. Like, show them the pathway of effectiveness in your words, in your descriptions. The other thing is to get rid of generalizations of things like right and wrong, good and bad. These are dead-end ways of thinking that trap them into thought processes that turn into this anxiety and this struggle in life. Like, instead of seeing the right and wrong of things and the good and bad, describe what it leads to, what it gets to. If you have this behavior, what's the outcome potentially going to be? And always admit you could be wrong. I could be wrong as a parent. I don't know for sure, but from my experience and what I've seen is, when or you can question them through it. What do you think is going to happen with this behavior? Take the time. We always think we don't have time, but if you do it once, you don't have to do it very many more times. If you keep doing the old way, you got to do it over and over and over and over because it's ineffective. And so those are two big ones that I would look at as a parent, especially with young kids, but in all relationships, as a matter of fact. Build their identity based off of what they're putting out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Lamont and Michelle, thank you so much for being with us on the Best You Expo. And we are going to take a short little break here. And next we have coming up is Andy Brodaway. So thank you again for being with us.
Thank you guys so
Bye-bye.
much. Looking forward to connecting more.
Since its launch, the Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, the Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyouMagazine.co.
Hi there,
We're
and
back.
we're back. Oh my gosh, this day has been so incredible. And Andy, so happy to see you because we actually did start our day with you this morning on a phenomenal panel or this afternoon. And so we get to have Andy back. So Andy's really, he was part of a conversation this morning we were having about a different way to connect crypto, AI, the importance of that. And so we're going to really hear from him now about how to 10x your productivity strategically, leverage AI to monetize and automate your business. And Andy is an accomplished author, publisher, sought-after speaker, business strategist, keen interest in AI. We heard some great stuff from him this morning. With over 18 years of experience alongside world-class speakers, business leaders, athletes, A-list actors, and musicians, Andy brings a great perspective to really tackling problems and creating new opportunities using AI. So look forward to hearing from you right now, Andy. Thank you so much for being here again this afternoon and this evening for some of us. And look forward, please continue to impart wisdom for those who want to be engaged and not resist the amazing world of AI.
Absolutely, absolutely. My audio coming in loud and clear. Everyone can hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. All right, super. So welcome to my presentation today. And I'm going to talk a little fast because we got a lot to cover. And at the end, if you've got some questions, we can answer those. If not, I'll give you a way for you to reach out to me and ask me some more questions. But the presentation today is how to 10x your productivity and strategically leverage AI. I'm going to provide you a series of tools that I use, that I also teach others to use, and how to leverage AI and essentially 10x your productivity and your income. So I didn't even put the income in there, but definitely be able to make more money with this too. So let me go to share my screen here, and it can pop up right here. And we're just going to grab this one right there. And I believe it is showing. Just want to confirm. Is my presentation showing up on the other side, please? Confirm. I still see myself here. If somebody can confirm that. All right, there it is. Wonderful. Okay, so here is my presentation. It's the how to 10x or 10 times your productivity using AI. So let me just get right over to here. And so let me begin with this. What this is not. This is not like the Terminator stuff that you've been seeing over the years. It's not fear mongering. It's not like how AI is going to take over the world. What I'm going to explain to you is how we can leverage the tools that are out there. Now, AI has been around for quite a long time. It has been used in businesses, and only recently in the past couple of years are we able to start leveraging the tools that have already been in existence and being used. And the entire AI world has dramatically changed, as you know, because you start hearing about it. But, and I'm going to say but, not dismissing what I just said, but I'm going to say but, there's very few businesses, small businesses like us, coaches, entrepreneurs, that are actually leveraging the tools. So you want to pay close attention to what we're going to present today, because this is going to give you that competitive edge. So you've heard the quote before, but I revised the quote a little bit and says, AI will not replace your business, but businesses that you're using AI will. So you definitely want to be one of those people that are using AI in your business. So let's just cover the 4 major tech phases that have occurred. And we're fortunate enough, most of us have been able to see these 4 technology phases that have occurred over the past 20, 30, 40 years. Number 1, the personal computer. You know, Bill Gates said that his vision was that there will be a personal computer in every home. That vision has been fulfilled many years ago. We have a personal computer now in our hand, but a personal computer inside the home. The second one was the internet. the creation of the internet. Number 3, the smartphone. And then number 4, artificial intelligence. Now, I want you to look at the first couple of these, the personal computer, the internet, and the smartphone. How many people that you know of that said in the past, oh, I would never use a personal computer. They're too expensive. I don't want the computer taking over my world, right? You had a lot of businesses when the internet first came out that said, I don't need a website. Why do I need a website at all? People can reach me via Yellow Pages or Penny Saver. Now I'm dating myself here because of the different publications that I'm mentioning. Most people that are in the age of, in my children's age, they have no idea what a telephone book was, a Yellow Pages. But a lot of businesses didn't adapt right away to the internet. They said, oh, that's just a fad. And then the smartphones the same way. A lot of people didn't adapt to the smartphones initially. They just wanted the flip phone that they were using, or not even having a smartphone at all. So we're right now at the beginning of things, and the beginning of fun stuff that's beginning to happen with artificial intelligence. So there's 2 ways to think about this. One is you can deny that this is even happening. You can run and you can hide. So you can do the first line and deny, run, and hide away from this technology. Or secondly, is you can have an abundance and a curiosity mindset. So this little session of mine that I'm teaching today is just opening your mind to the abundance that you can have using AI and leveraging it in your business. So remember, this is not something that you want to deny, run, and hide. This is something that you want to start looking at. And maybe it's a daily thing. Maybe you go to YouTube and you watch a video about a certain bit of, AI technology, or you use some of the resources that I'm going to share with you today, that you go out and start utilizing some of them, right? So that's what we have in mind. So this caller, for the people that say, I want to have an abundance and a curiosity mindset. So the age of AI has begun. Today is the beginning for most people because you're just getting initially adjusted to it. But maybe some of you have started hearing about it and started playing with ChatGPT and some other tools out there. So maybe this is your beginning. Maybe you began a couple years ago when ChatGPT first came out. And that's the next slide here. November 30th of 2020, there was a company that nobody knew about called OpenAI that released a tool called ChatGPT. And that literally changed the landscape of everything. AI really, it was around before that. I was playing with AI technology way before this in earlier versions of ChatGPT, but publicly it came out November the 30th, 2020. Now, here's an interesting thing. The founder of this company, or the person that that created this, had this vision. Hey, why don't I create this little chat bot that can communicate with this OpenAI stuff that we've got in the background? And everyone told him nobody would be interested in a tool like that. He said, I'm going to go ahead and release it. What ended up happening was the growth of that particular app grew faster than any other app in history. It reached 100 million users in less than 2 months. Now, if you compare that with any other tool or any other social media, a tool out there like Instagram, took 30 months to get 100 million users. ChatGPT, 2 months to reach 100 million users. Now there's several 100 million users using this over and over and over on a daily basis. So this is not something you want to ignore. Now, number one, most of us, before ChatGPT and not knowing how to use that particular tool, most of us, if we wanted to create something, we would be looking at our computer screen and literally there's a blank screen and that you're sitting there wanting to type something to figure out what is it that I need to create. And you're sitting there looking at a blank screen and you look at a blank screen and you keep looking at a blank screen. Maybe you type a few words and it's difficult. Today, that ends. That ends because you've got a tool like ChatGPT that you're able to go and type in some text and make a request, as what they call a prompt, make a request, and it will start creating content. And if I have time, I'll show a quick demo of what that looks like. But here's some of the frameworks that you want to use getting from ChatGPT. So the better the question, or what we say the prompt, the better the results that you're going to end up getting. Number two, when you're using a tool like ChatGPT, I suggest that you experiment, you iterate, you layer prompts together, you think about abundance, and you also be playful and curious about it. So ChatGPT is a free tool. You can get the version 3.5 for free. Just go sign up for the tool itself, and you can start playing around with it and just be curious about it. So type in a command like, I'm a health coach, and I would like to create some ideas on how to create videos for YouTube or Instagram, and it will come out and start giving you some of those ideas, right? So that's what you want to keep in mind, the abundance in being playful and be curious. Now, if I do have some time, I'll come back and demonstrate ChatGPT, but I want to get into the second phase of it. Now, there are different things. This is a concept called text to image creation. So we all could go to the internet and find images. Most of the time when we find them, they're not copyright free, right? So you don't want to be using images that are copyrighted already. But what this does is using these 4 different tools, and these are 4 different pieces of software that you can use. And I'll tell you what my favorites are, but you have DALL-E, which is built into ChatGPT already. And if you've got the paid account, the 4.0 Pro account, you'll pay like $20 a month for that particular tool. You'll get DALL-E 3 and ChatGPT together in a tool. Now, that creates amazing images, meaning you could type an image that says, I'd like a dog at a park with beautiful skies with some clouds and a sunset. If you typed in that sort of command, it will come back and generate an image live for you right there on the screen, most likely 2 or 4, depending on how you have it set up. And the images will generate right there in front of you. You can tell it, hey, I want a wide one, I want a tall one for Instagram stories, whatever. And DALL-E now has the ability for you to click on the image and start making edits. It's wonderful. And I've got that in the book where you can actually make those experiments. There's another called Leonardo.ai, which is actually, again, text to image creation tool. You've also got one that is Midjourney. Now, Midjourney is inside of a thing called Discord, which is really built for gamers. And there's a lot of different commands, and it's kind of a geeky tool, but it is really great, a tool. That's where it kind of all began. And then the rest of these tools built a great web interface for us. So then you also have Microsoft's product called Copilot. Now, here's one thing to keep in mind. When ChatGPT first came out, there was this small little company over here, and I'm being sarcastic, small little company over here called Microsoft that saw what ChatGPT was doing, and they literally invested $50 billion into ChatGPT to help them create more tools. From that, Microsoft just created this Copilot, which actually runs on top of ChatGPT, so you can create some beautiful images. And if you've got the app on your phone, you can actually talk to it, and it will help you create it. But creating images, creating content with Copilot is very, very nice too. Okay. So those are text to image creation tools. This is going to save you a bunch of time for you to be more productive and be able to create the exact image that you're looking for any of your social media posts, et cetera, et cetera. So here's just some examples or some samples that have been generated. All these images have been generated through DALL-E 3, Midjourney, and some other ones. And there's a copy of my new book there called DALL-E 3, right? That image was created directly from DALL-E 3. The other image off to the side, that's an AI version of myself. I uploaded a photo of myself, and I said, I'd like to create an image that's got like a Disney Pixar feel to it. And it created that image. And I said, and I want it on a background with some AI elements behind it, and it generated that particular piece of art, as you could see there. Now, I then took that piece of art and I animated, and I'll show you one of the tools. I animated my mouth moving along with words with my own voice and created little characters. So if you go out to my Instagram page, you'll see this one fully animated, and those are called faceless videos. So if you're not comfortable creating videos of yourself, well, you can use a tool like that, make a cartoon, or upload a real image of yourself, and it's going to move your lips and your eyes and your eyebrows, and it is fantastic. So these are some of the samples that are created from tools like Midjourney, from from DALL-E to Microsoft Copilot. Here's a few other ones. So if you're in the area and you want to create books that are maybe, or if you want to create content that is geared to a specific audience, all of these images, like these are children's images that are generated through Midjourney, ChatGPT, DALL-E, those ones. If you want to create a logo, that was a command that I created up at the top. I created a logo from that. And then down at the bottom, that artificially corny book, which I'm about ready to release, I used ChatGPT to create the jokes, by the way. I said, hey, create me 100 dad jokes that are about artificial intelligence, and it generated 100 jokes for me in about 2 minutes. Now, I'll warn you, whenever you're asking ChatGPT to do something for you, go through and make sure that you create it in your own style and that you make sure that it's giving correct information. Sometimes ChatGPT hallucinates. So, and it just does it kind of naturally. It did it worse a couple years ago. It doesn't do it quite as often now, but you want to always review the work that's coming out of ChatGPT if you're asking it to create content. So that particular book was all generated. The cover art, the other than the text I put on myself, but the rest of the cover art was generated. There's another book called Forward to Your Future. Same thing. The art was generated through Midjourney. And then another book that me and my lady have put together, and that is called Delightful Droid. We actually wrote a children's book using ChatGPT and all of the images in there. Now we then went through and edited, and inside of there are 12 life lessons about this robot taking a little adventure into 12 different areas. Quite a fun book, and it's available on Amazon. You can go get it today. But it was all generated through AI. So you can see what the characters and all the images. We basically told it, here, we want to create this children's book based on this life story, life adventures. And again, we took what ChatGPT gave us, and then we edited ourselves and tweaked it even further and made it more friendly. So there's ways to use those tools. Now, number 3, this is what we call video creation or text to voice. Okay, so if you want to take your voice and something like I did a while back, and I've done for other clients, I took a sample of their voice. Now, back about a year ago, there's a tool called 11 Labs. About a year ago, you had to upload about 30 minutes of audio for it then to create for it to train it on your voice, where you could then go to 11 Labs, and I wish I had time, but this is a pretty short call today, but you can go to 11 Labs and type in a paragraph of yourself or something that you want to say, and it will actually create an audio with your voice with the exact tonalities of it, and you could just say generate, and in about 30 seconds it's going to come back and give you that audio. You could drop that audio into a PowerPoint slide deck or whatever, and you never have to say ever a word again, right? It used to be 30 minutes. Now it's down to 30 seconds of audio that now you could train it longer, but it's taken a 30-second sample. Now, I don't want you to worry about somebody else using your audio. 11 Labs is highly secured with that, and you actually have to authorize that it is you doing it. So you give it a sample, and then you have to authorize 11 Labs to be able to use it. And it's got to be the same voice. Okay, so very, very, very cool tool on that part. Now, the other one is a DID, which is, I showed you that image of myself with the cartoon. You could take the audio from 11 Labs. Oh, and by the way, let's go back to 11 Labs. Imagine you being able to speak another language. Well, you could do that with 11 Labs. You convert the text into another language like Spanish or Italian or Chinese or Japanese or whatever you want. They support over 100 different languages. You convert whatever you're going to do, use ChatGPT to convert it in the other language, upload that text, and it will use your voice, and now you are now speaking Spanish. So imagine the implications on what you could do to taking your content you got already and then converting it into another language. It's mind-blowing, okay? So that's a really, really great tool. Now, DID is a tool where you can upload a photo of yourself, a photo, and you upload the audio from 11 Labs, your own audio, and then it will move your face. Now, it's not perfect. It still looks a little bit animated, but that's a great tool to get you, if you want to do faceless videos, that's a great one. Now, V.io, I consider AI, but it's really an online video editor that will allow you to put text on the screen and a bunch of other tools that are there. So this is great. I know I'm moving fast. Number 4, you want to think, if you want to go to the next level, and we've got a couple of clients that are doing this, and that is you being able to train this program called HeyGen. You upload video of yourself in a certain format, upload it to their server. Again, it's all secured, meaning that when you upload a video of yourself, you've got to authorize it with a camera that you're now the owner of that content. So you can't upload content from somebody else and put it up there and start playing with it. There are companies that are not that are not doing it the correct way, that you're seeing fakes that are being done. HeyGen is not one of them. HeyGen is the best platform for creating one-stop AI video generation. But basically, you upload a video to it, it'll train you train it, and then you can now start typing in words, and it will do a video, and it does a very, very good job at it. So whatever you're seeing now with this technology, I say that it's the worst that you're ever going to see, because this technology is getting better and better and better. HeyGen updates almost weekly their technology. And so very, very powerful tool. So again, if you don't want to be on on video every time, we've got clients that we've taken and we've trained the HeyGen with their content. Now I can go, and my team can go and start generating video with that client. We always show the client what we're doing. They look at it and go, holy crap, I can't believe that you just did that with my voice and my face. I love this because I don't have to go do it, right? And it is remarkably close. Like, it is getting closer and closer every day with that technology. Now, let me give you my top 5 tools. So if you're taking a screenshot or your camera, take a little screenshot of this one, and I'm happy to give my slides away. So Genesis or Bernardo or the host, if you want me to give my slides away, I'm more than happy to give my slides away later. But let me explain to you one of the number one automation tool. So not only does AI help you generate all those tools, but it will also help you have the ability to automate. So the best tool, and it happens to be our tool, the best tool that you can use for automation is AI Brand Accelerator. Now, if you've seen anything that's been coming out with the Best You or the Best You Expo, Bernardo has actually been using our platform for the past year, sending out text messages and automation and things like that. And so whatever you've seen him in doing, that's our tool. So let me briefly explain what this is. So if you are using any of these tools, if you look at this map and you go, hey, I've been using Kajabi or ClickFunnels or Calendly or any other programs, and there's a lot here, our tool replaces everything that you see on the screen here in one tool. Now, I've been in the internet marketing space for almost 20 years, and I've always had to band-aid all of these together for my clients up until this new tool. Now, our tool replaces everything that you see on the screen here as a tool, and what we have, what we call this is an AI-powered SaaS platform, and it normally goes for $497 a month. Now, I'm not here to say or to pitch you or whatever, but I'm just saying that our normal tool, if you were to go to our website, is $497 a month. We've worked out something with Bernardo. We're going to give you a 14-day free trial for this software, okay? And all you need to do is go to aibrandaccelerator.com/bestyou. You'll get access to a 14-day free trial. After that is $297, okay? This offer expires on 4/17, but let me tell you what you're going to get when you join and when you be a part of this. Number one, You're going to get a digital version of my book called AI Digital Marketing Secrets. You're also going to get over-the-shoulder training videos. Now, these are 20 videos over the shoulder to show you how to use Canva. If you're not using Canva, I highly suggest that you do. These videos are going to get you up and going quickly with Canva. We're also going to give you another online tutorial, advanced Canva training access to videos on how to use some of the advanced features. We're also going to give you 20 over-the-shoulder training videos. Now, when I say these training videos, I've had my team create them. None of them are longer than 10 minutes. Most of them are 2 or 3 minutes. You're going to go on to the next one. You're going to watch the video, go implement it. Very easy to use. You can get through all these courses in about an hour. When you join, you're also going to get an onboarding call with myself, not a member of my team, but with myself. We're going to show you how to use our software on a 1-hour onboarding call. We're going to take your business, and I'm going to make some suggestions on how you can start implementing our software. If you've got a database, I'll help you upload your database into our system so you could start using it immediately. We also have bi-weekly group coaching calls that you can join, where I do a bi-weekly call every 2 weeks using our software and the changes that are in there. So if you want to start animating or automating a lot of the things like text messages, DMs, and I'm sure you've seen people go out to Instagram and say, hey, comment the word such and such, or send me a DM with such and such. Our software takes care of all that also. So you don't have to buy a ManyChat or do something else. Our software does all that built in. You're also going to get bonus number 7. You're going to get 6 digital books. These are the 5. You're going to get access to all 5 of these books, plus my newest book that I have on DALL-E 3. Isn't that a beautiful cover? That was all generated with DALL-E 3. The book is this digital book shows you how to use that. And the subtitle of the book is From Imagination to Impact, Harnessing AI to Craft a Compelling Visual Stories. Okay. This book is not available on Amazon. I'm not sure if I'll ever put it there, but it is available through one of the bonuses that are here. So all you simply need to do to get access to your 14-day free trial is to scan the barcode or go directly to that website, and you can get started. Again, 14-day free trial. During that 14 days, you're going to get access to all the bonuses. You're going to get an onboarding call with me. Plus, on top of that, we're going to schedule a call where I specifically talk about your business and how to use some of the AI tools. So this is a one-on-one 30-minute call. You're going to come to me and say, hey, Andy, I've got this idea about something. This is my business. What tools would you suggest? I'm going to make some suggestions. We'll do like a live demo with you, personal one-on-one on some of the tools that you might want to use on outside of our tools, like the Chat GPTs and the DALL-Es and actually how to use that. So that's where we're at with this. I really appreciate your time. I know I got another speaker coming up, and I know I talk fast, but I was trying to get through a lot of content here. But let me close with this. AI is revolutionizing the landscape of the business world. The question is, which side of the transformation will you choose to be on? Remember, I began with saying, are you going to run here? Are you going to do this? Or are you actually going to use it? So this is where we're at right now. So I'm just wrapping up here. Appreciate the time. And if you got any questions, feel free to reach out to me on Instagram. And I'll close my mouth and turn it back over to the co-host.
Well, just stay right there, Andy, if you wouldn't mind staying. Maybe take your slides down.
All right, let's do that. Let me move my mouse over and say stop screen. All right, there we are.
There we go. Wow. I mean, this has got to be the most exciting time. I mean, people, our parents lived through the first telephones. Well, maybe our grandparents. First television. And now we are moving into this area, and we won't get into singularity at the moment, but
yes,
so cool, all the things that you're offering. And I would say that I'm a singer-songwriter, and I had a chance to play with having fun with it, to write a lyric to a song. And what comes back is pretty astounding in 10 seconds.
Absolutely astounding. In fact, one of the major recording artists now is a major investor in that company, and I can't think of it right now. I think it's not studio. I think it's called Udio is the name of it, and literally blow your mind. I didn't want to get into that because that's music, but literally blow your mind. Like upload lyrics, they'll create a song, you type the genre, game over. I mean, it's blow your mind.
And equal to the excitement of that, of course, is what the entertainment industry is. Everybody's been navigating around AI and replication and how is this going to work, and all of the pieces that are so important in really ensuring that we are bringing forward recognition, acknowledgement, paying people appropriately for their work, for their name and likeness, and all of that. And what we hear a lot around AI, and I know Daryl, I'm acknowledging one of the things that you said is, that obviously this does not replace the emotion and the human connection.
Correct.
And yes, what we talk about in our relational leadership work as well. And and Daryl's not alone. Obviously, the big thing that people, I think, get to really understand is that, you guys, we've been living in an AI world a very long time, a very long time. Right. So the notion of now all of a sudden, oh my gosh, it has a name, I'm afraid of it. Right.
Yes.
I mean, and so the reality is, let's just take a breath.
Yeah.
Let's acknowledge that human touch and human connection will never be more important than it is now and moving forward. It is equally important today as it was yesterday, as it was 10 years ago, a million years ago. Human connection will not go away. It will become more important. The value of those connections will become more important. And so I think that's a really, and as I look at Ken as a singer-songwriter, and I've lived with him for 20 years, watching how this work comes through and how people connect to it. And so I look at that and I say, don't tell me that's going to take you 5 minutes, because I love the process.
I mean, your whole speaking about the end of the blank screen. The creative process. The creative process is the blank screen is the problem that has to be solved in the creative process. So the great thing about these tools is that they can just prompt you to think. So when I put in an idea for a song, it comes back. Some of it is, a little iffy, and the rhymes go a little bit astray and get a little bit Moon and Junie kind of thing. But there are occasionally some, wow, that's an interesting combination of words.
Yes.
So it just sparks your attitude. My approach to it is saying, well, it's like if you have a company and you have a team that's your copywriters, call them in the office. Guys, I need a copy on this and this and this. They go off, they come back with it. It's essentially a staff person in your computer.
Yeah, you want to think of it as this, as your first draft partner. That's where you want to look at it, or as your personal assistant that you go tell it to go do something, come back, and then you review it and make it better. You never want to just cut and paste what you've done and then use it. You always want to craft it, but it gives you that first draft so fast that it was like, okay, now I'm just boom. It's blow your mind. Let me wrap up with one other thing too, and that is, I was just in Atlanta, Georgia, and one of the major studios there in Atlanta, Georgia, and his name is skipping my brain right now, but it'll come to me shortly. He has one of the major video production studios there in Atlanta. Okay. He just made an announcement that he was about ready to spend $800 million building a new facility. And when he saw Sora by OpenAI, I don't know if you guys have seen Sora at all, but when he started seeing the samples coming out of Sora, he canceled that $800 million building project, because he said that I can hire my engineers, my creative staff to go use that tool and create stuff that'll be quicker, faster, and we can get movies done Tyler Perry, that's his name, Tyler Perry.
Oh yeah,
Tyler Perry Studio, and just an amazing tool. It's not been released to the public yet, so people are starting to play with it. But if you started seeing some of the stuff, blow your mind, absolutely blow your mind. It's not perfect, but it's getting.
Well, and then this is the other thing I think is really important that I don't know if it's said enough. Look, ChatGPT, AI, all of these things are phenomenal tools, and I love what AI Andy just said. Consider it your draft. Consider it. Ken and I talk a lot. We're now in 17 books, featured in 17 books, and have our own. And we do this writing together, which is sometimes challenging. So Ken actually, he usually, as we say, get the rocket off the ground, and then I work with it as well, and then we come back together. And actually, I think that ChatGPT has been a helpful tool to just get it off the ground. And you're right. A blank slate for me freaks me out, even though I speak all the time. Yeah. I've got whatever that mindset around it. So, but I think it's really important for people to also recognize that this is a tool. It is not the answer or the ultimate solution, right? And by the way, it also does not necessarily have all correct information.
Correct.
Right? So you get to really be careful and do that. So I'm going to ask you to leave us with one specific answer to a question. Santu, thank you, is asking us, is it legal? Is what comes off, is what you do that comes off of ChatGPT legal and copywritten? Can that be copywritten?
Okay, so I'm going to answer that question this way. I'm not an attorney. I don't practice being an attorney online, as you know that we've used that phrase, right? I don't practice to be an attorney.
Play one on TV.
We have George next.
Or at all. But what I'm going to say is I'm going to revert that conversation onto an AI copyright attorney. And right now his name is slipping my mind. I had him on my AI summit a while back, that he actually is the AI attorney, and he covers some of that. So I'm only going to say it this way. According to the Copyright Office, for the U.S. Copyright Office, according to their law, they're stating that when you print something, that first time you print it, it's automatically copyrighted, right? So if you wrote a paragraph or something, right, that it's automatically copyrighted, right? Now, the way that the Copyright Office is now looking at stuff is people are now presenting their books and their covers and their things to the Copyright Office. They are currently being rejected because they say that it's not human based. Well, the argument, this is going to flip. It's going to flip very quick because the argument is this. If you spend time writing a prompt and you type it into ChatGPT and you wrote the prompt, and some prompts I've got prompts that are paragraphs, not just sentences, but paragraphs, because I set up ChatGPT to act in a certain way. I took the time to write that. What it spits out should be my work because I spent all the time writing it. That's the argument. Now, again, I'm not an attorney. That's all now being adjusted and being changed because of the argument saying, look, I just spent time doing that. I wrote a prompt and created an image. So currently, no, but there's a no, yes, and a gray area, right?
Yeah.
So the only thing is going on right now, and I've been in the book publishing business for 30 plus years, right? Amazon currently has a question when you upload a new book into KDP or in Amazon. The question is, has this been generated by AI? Now you have to answer the question, yes or no. Now, if you went through and edited a lot of it, my answer would be no, it wasn't generated by AI. I used AI as my assistant, but I went through and modified it. So my answer would be no, right? But if you just took it and just straight up and maybe you made a 5% changes, then you have to answer that yes. Now they're currently not flagging books that are saying this is AI generated, but in the future they probably will, just to let the consumer know, right? Yeah. But they've been flooded with books. So that's
it's moving. It's moving so fast.
So AI, Andy Brodaway, thank you so much for being here with us today. We have actually Nevada's 31st Attorney General coming up next. So maybe we might get into that question.
Very good. Well, I'm actually here in Nevada myself, so that's cool. Fantastic.
Oh, cool.
All right, let him come on up. I'll slide on over.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. And Genesis, you can do our little transition dance here. Andy, we'll see you later on. Look forward to meeting you in person.
Thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't settle for less. Unlock your potential. At the Best You Synergy Project, we believe that your story needs to be shared. We are your key to unlocking your true potential. Join a community where growth knows no bounds. It's not just a network, it's a catalyst for your success. Your journey begins here. Visit thebestYouSynergyProject.com and apply now.
We're back, and it's been an amazing day. And guess what? It's not over yet. We have still a great speaker coming up and mind, and I'm going to bring him up to the stage now. Welcome, George Chanos. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. And I'm just going to give a little brief intro here. There's so much more that could be said, but George Chanos served as Nevada's 31st Attorney General. He's chairman of Capriotis and Wing Zone, two of the fastest growing franchises in the country with over 200 locations. And he's also a strategic business consultant, an author, and a speaker. George, so happy to have you with us this afternoon on the Best You Expo. And it's great to see you.
Hi, my friend.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in last minute, too. We're so grateful it worked out, and I'm glad your tech stuff got worked out.
Yeah, well, thank you, Maris and Ken, for having me. It's wonderful to see you again. And to answer to the last question, I'm not a intellectual property attorney, but I can tell you that you cannot copyright something that is not original to you. However, if you take an AI product and you modify that product, then the argument is that that new product is original to you. Yeah. And so that is the argument that you would make. And I think that to make that less confusing, Amazon ought to offer more than just yes or no, because if it's just something you generated with ChatGPT-4 and you did not change it in any way, then it is absolutely not protectable to you. But if you did modify it, then it's not the product of ChatGPT-4 anymore. It's a product that you created with an assist from them. Mm-hmm. So
exactly. And that makes so much sense, obviously, and it makes sense to us. And I think that obviously Amazon and everybody else is going to be catching up, like the entertainment industry, like the music industry. I think everybody is just beating street fast to just keep up, let alone get ahead of it, right? So yeah. I think that's a big challenge right now. And go ahead.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's a big challenge. So, so we've had an amazing day talking a lot about AI. We've talked a lot about relational intelligence, RI, what Maris and we've talked about how to heal generational relationships and mental health. Such a wide-ranging day.
Enrolling, selling. We've had a remarkable.
But you can talk to us tonight about an unprecedented convergence. What is that?
Of promise and peril. So so I don't know what your format is. I haven't been online to see exactly how this is going. Do you want me to just run with this, or is this a dialogue?
It's really up to you. It's up to you.
We'll get off the stage and leave it to you.
Pop off, whatever you're most comfortable with. You name it.
I'm good either way. I'm totally good either way.
So we're going to turn the stage over to George, and we'll come back later on and we can talk a little bit more if we want to.
Okay.
So we've got 25 minutes, and go for it. We'll come back. About if we come back at like,
Don't
you know, like,
disappear.
let us know. We're right here. We're not going far.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess what an unprecedented convergence of promise and peril is a presentation that I gave at Google last year on November 1st to Google project managers around the world. And it's an hour-long presentation, and we don't have that much time. So this is going to be an abbreviated summary of that presentation. Today, I'm talking about the intersection of social, political, economic, and technological change. What's happening in the world? You see what's going on in Israel tonight with Iran raining down missiles and drones on the state of Israel. What's happening in the world today? So let's talk a little bit about how you understand that, because I've been spending years trying to understand what's going on in the world today. So first of all, I think the thing that you need to begin with, there's a lot to digest and not a lot of time to cover it. So I'm going to go through some of this very quickly. The first thing that you need to understand is that change is coming on an order of magnitude that is well beyond your expectations. No matter how much change you think is coming, it's going to be more dramatic, and it's going to come much more quickly than most of you realize. So we're living in the most extraordinary period in human history. Theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking said that the singularity, that moment in time when machine intelligence would eclipse human intelligence, would be the greatest event in human history. Greater than fire, greater than the wheel, greater than anything that humanity has ever encountered or conceived of. Ray Kurzweil, the head of artificial intelligence for Google, tells us that that moment in time could come as early as 2029. When I started following Kurzweil, he was saying 2045. He's been tracked in his predictions since the 1990s, and he's been found to be correct more than 80% of the time. So, others may disagree with his assessment that the singularity could be reached as early as 2029, but my money's on Kurzweil. Elon Musk has said it may come sooner. I think it may come sooner as well. So we have a magnitude of change that is unprecedented. Kurzweil goes on to say that by the 2040s, then this puts into perspective the magnitude of change. He says by the 2040s, which is 20 years away, artificial intelligence will not be our equal. So we're waiting 5 years for it to become our equal, 5 or less years for it to become our equal. He says in another 15 years after that, it will not be our equal. It will be 1 billion times more capable than human intelligence, 1 billion times. Now, I would argue that the human mind lacks the ability to even comprehend what an intelligence that is 1 billion times its own represents. But it's seismic, it's tectonic, it's something that we lack the ability to even fully digest. Alvin Toffler, futurist Alvin Toffler, says that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write. It will be those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Our brains are filled with a lot of false information. And part of that, understanding that, is understanding how the brain works. So first of all, how does your brain work? Your brain receives approximately 11 million bits of information per second, every second of the day. This has been happening since the time you were born. So all of these noises and visual cues that are happening all around you, the senses of smell, all of that is information. And it's roughly 11 million bits of information per second. Now, the human brain can only process consciously 15 to 50 bits of information per second, which means that the vast majority of information that is entering your brain is entering outside of your conscious awareness. And if it's entering outside your conscious awareness, it means that that information has not been interrogated by you consciously, which means that you don't know whether it's true or false. but it's entering your brain through the trapdoor, the unconscious trapdoor that you're not consciously aware of, which creates an opportunity to learn vast amounts of information, which is why the brain is perhaps structured that way. But it also creates an Achilles heel, a susceptibility to misinformation, manipulation, and misdirection. And it's important to understand that. We're also at a state of turmoil that's happening around the world. And part of the reason for that is that the United States and China are involved in a race towards this singularity. In 2017, Putin said, "He who controls artificial intelligence will control the world because they'll be able to subjugate all other governments." So the United States and China, think of it as dueling Manhattan projects, where each of these countries are racing towards the singularity to move from a multipolar world to a unipolar world, where there is one actor that is in control of everything. That's the race. It's a life and death race. It's going on now, and the stakes couldn't be higher. I expect a significant amount of disruption to occur along that path as we're having that race. And it's not just the US and China that will be involved in that race. Other countries, the UAE has a $1.5 trillion wealth fund, and they've announced that they're getting into the AI game. Saudi Arabia will get into the game, is already in the game. Japan, India. It will be a multi-party race moving towards the singularity, moving towards general artificial intelligence, with arguably one winner who will cross a point where once they cross that point, that machine learning will take off at a level that that number two can't keep up with, and will give number one the ability to take action like shut down financial systems, shut down satellites, shut down critical infrastructure, and essentially win the race and cause all second, third, and fourth place finishers to be unable to cross the finish line, if that's what they choose to do. Theoretically, that's what we're looking at. And so that's what's going on. So they're racing towards the singularity. Data has become the new oil. Yuval Noah Harari spoke at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2018, and he said that the people who control the data will control not just humanity, but the future of life itself. He said that the main industries of the 21st century will be the manufacturing of bodies and brains. He said that disagreements and disputes in the future, divisions in the future, will not be based on race, will not be based on economic, socioeconomic, or cultural conditions, but will be based on the differences between the species that we will have created. So this is the type of world that we're getting into. Now, it's a very in my profession for the past 40 years, I've been a complex problem solver, mostly dealing with the problems of high net worth individuals. Today, I'm looking at the broader picture. I'm looking at the intersection of social, political, economic, and technological change, and trying to make sense of everything we're seeing, trying to make sense of what's happening in Ukraine and why we went into Ukraine, why NATO marched from 12 countries to 31 member countries, why BRICS has just added 6 new countries and has 40 in line, why BRICS wants to establish a new global currency based on rare earth minerals, why the United States pivoted on a 50-plus relationship with China that was opened up by Nixon and Kissinger in 1972. What Russia is going to do in response to this movement of NATO towards Ukraine and invitation for Ukraine to join NATO. Vladimir Putin in 2007 spoke at the Munich Security Conference and drew a red line, saying that Ukraine was his red line. The following year, in 2008, George Bush said, let's invite Ukraine to join NATO, which has put us on this perilous path. Joe Biden was vice president and was in charge of Ukraine in the Obama administration. And, you know, during this administration, we've supported essentially the war in Ukraine by arming Ukraine. So, you know, the New York Times repeatedly writes the unprovoked war in Ukraine, unprovoked war, which could not be further from the truth. There's a great scholar in this area. His name is John Mearsham. He's at the University of Chicago. He's one of the world's leading authorities on Russia and Ukraine. And if you watch his videos on YouTube, you'll see the other side of the story that the Western media is not telling you. But this was very much a provoked conflict that could have been avoided. Part of the reason that we engaged in that provocation and are doing what we were doing in Ukraine is because as we race towards the singularity, one of the things that we don't want in the United States and in Europe is we don't want a strong Russia and a strong China to be aligned against us. And so this was an effort, supposedly a low-cost effort or a high ROI engagement where it wouldn't be U.S. troops that were fighting. It wouldn't be U.S. young men that were dying. It would happen on the mud-filled, mud and blood-soaked fields of Ukraine, and Ukrainian citizens would die, and Ukrainian citizens would assault Russia and do the heavy lifting. We've supported that with F-16s, with cluster bombs, with Patriot missile defense systems, all to degrade Russia's military capability and make them weaker so that they can be less of a threat in joining China in the event things get out of hand and we're forced into some type of a conflict with China. So this is what's going on. And it's very dangerous, and it is reverberating throughout the world. So what you're seeing in Israel now is a byproduct of what happened in Ukraine. Iran, who's launching ballistic missiles and cruise missiles and drones on Israel tonight, Iran is a client of Russia. And so, you know, what better way for Russia and China to move the fight away from Russia and Ukraine to a different part of the world than for Russia to reach out to Iran and for China to reach out to Iran and to tell them if their clients, Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels, want to attack Ukraine, want to attack Israel, that they will be supportive of it, that they will have their backs. I've recently read that Russian troops are now on the border of Israel. So this escalation began actually back in 2007 and has been moving forward since, relentlessly since, with the growth of NATO and the expansion east. You know, in the past, the centers of power in Europe were Britain, France, and Germany. Those centers of power have moved further east to Poland and Finland and the new NATO members. Poland, it's estimated, its military expenditures will be 3 times that of England, France, and Germany in the coming 3 years. So they're becoming the shot callers for NATO. And for whatever reason, the history between Poland and Russia, you know, their fears about Russia, Poland is very much in support of this effort. I do not believe that the war in Ukraine was necessary. I believe it was eminently avoidable. I don't believe that the United States should have invited Ukraine to join NATO. In fact, back in 1980, Ronald Reagan's Secretary of State, James Baker, suggested that we invite Russia to join NATO. And Russia for decades wanted to join NATO. And the logic was that Russia has the longest border with China, and that China is the real long-term potential concern, and that we would have been well served by inviting Russia into NATO. Why didn't we do that? The claim is that Vladimir Putin is this maniacal, villainous thug that you can't do business with. Well, anyone who knows history knows that Roosevelt and Churchill sat down with another thug, another Russian thug named Joseph Stalin. And Joseph Stalin was arguably responsible for killing 20 million people. And we were able to do business with him. We were able to do a deal with him. And so the idea that we can't do a deal with Vladimir Putin is absurd. But in any case, what you're seeing going on in Israel today is a direct result of that decision that we made to invite Ukraine to join NATO and to support Ukraine militarily the way that we have. My position generally on these things is that we are living in a new age. We are living in a post-nuclear, pre-singularity environment. And that the rules of engagement that may have existed for centuries about global conflict no longer exist today. We're in a different world. And that new world requires collaboration and compromise rather than conflict. We no longer have the luxury to have countries lobbing ballistic missiles at one another. Russia has 6,000 nuclear warheads, more than the United States. And as we move into the singularity era, the technologies and the potential for draconian action or existential threats to the planet and humanity as a species are only going to increase. And given that reality, my argument is that we need to evolve. We need to evolve past conflict and war. And we need to find solutions where people can work together collaboratively and cooperatively. Dan Mapes is a friend. He's an AI scientist. He wrote The Spatial Web. And he has a publicly traded AI company called Versus. I have an event that I'm putting together, and Dan Mapes is going to be one of my speakers. We were supposed to have our event on April 25, but the space that we had contracted for fell into a landlord-tenant dispute, and so we had to postpone that event. But we will reschedule that event. That company that I've formed is called Uvolution.io, and we're bringing in people to talk about all of the issues that affect us all and to build a community that we can all thrive in and that we can all work together in and that we can all collaborate and learn how to collaborate in. But Dan Mapes in his book, The Spatial Web, talks about a new form of connectivity where trillions of sensors will connect everything on the planet. And these trillions of sensors will give us real-time information that will vastly increase our capacity for efficiency and productivity. Mapes and his co-author, Gabriel Byrne, believe that they have the ability to create smart cities around the world that can 10x the global GDP and create abundance for all, solving all of those problems. Hunger and illiteracy and everything that we've been dealing with. And so, that requires collaboration. That requires working with countries to create a second enlightenment rather than a dystopian future. So I believe we have that opportunity. I believe we need to work towards that opportunity. And I believe that we're moving in the opposite direction today. And so, Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook said, you cannot change that which you are unaware of. But once you are aware, you cannot help but change. So I'm hoping that by increasing awareness among people about what's really going on in the world, that we will realize that we're moving in the wrong direction, and we will back away from the abyss. And we will realize that the people of Russia are just as good as the people of the United States. And the people of China are just as good as the people of the United States. They may have different values. They may have different cultures. They may have different beliefs. But those aren't, I don't think that we should be thinking of those as threats. I think that we should be thinking about those as assets so that we can see the world more clearly. You know, we sometimes think that we know the answers to things. And I'm going to give you a visual that I think you should think about when you think about your thoughts and your opinions and how you see the world. First of all, the Talmud says we see the world not as it is, but as we are, right? So your view, your particular point of view has no privileged legitimacy. Think of the truth as a big jigsaw puzzle with 7.5 billion pieces. You're one of those pieces, okay? If we add up all those other pieces, we get a clear picture of reality and truth, okay? So don't be so wedded to your little piece of the jigsaw puzzle, okay?
Wow. I love even, I mean, first of all, many mic drop moments as always with you, but the notion, you know, I think sometimes we forget that whatever is happening right here is a thumbnail of a thumbnail of a thumbnail of a pinhead of a pinhead of a pinhead. And yet for us, it's just the biggest badass, you know, moment. And it is. And I think it, number one, I think that's always just the insignificance of the significant perspective, you know, it's just that whole piece of it, which is always so humbling, right? In a lot of ways.
It's really interesting. Before I knew you were coming on, I was reading last night from your book, from Sees Destiny, and you just went into chapter 13. Chapter 13, the profound influence of perception, right? And how much we're governed by that. Yeah. And it really struck me last night, George, I have to tell you.
It's interesting, and George actually is author too.
You got to read this book.
I was just going to say two of my yeah. So this book, Millennial Samurai is go for it.
Well, this book I wrote for this book I wrote for I wrote both books for my daughter, my nephew, and my nieces. But out of all the things I will leave my daughter, this is the most important thing that I will leave her. It's this book, and you can download the entire book for free at millennialsamurai.com. 14,000 people already have a head start on you if you haven't downloaded this book and read it, or you can get it on Amazon. But it'll give you an insight into the future that you don't have right now, because I spent 5 years researching the future to write that book, and half the things in that book I did not know before I began that research. But I'll tell you the most important and profound insight. I'm 65 years old, and the most important and profound insight that I've had in my life is to recognize how incredibly ignorant I am. You know?
Yes. Yes. We know, just a fraction of.
Yeah. There's so much that we do not know. You know, right. We're like little grains of sand or little stardust speckles. There's so much that we don't know. And so when we get all full of ourselves and think that we know, you know, the man, Aristotle said, the man who thinks he knows everything knows nothing at all. And I think that the path to wisdom, the path to true wisdom, is to embrace your own ignorance and the recognition that you have the intelligence to recognize your own ignorance, right? And embrace it, because that's what motivates us to learn, right? If we think we know everything, if we think we know everything.
Right. I think that, and it's really, it's just funny what comes up for me too around even the Best You community and why we're all doing what we're doing, is that we are people who stand in a space of being constantly in discovery with a curious mind, right? Yeah. So, you know, people say, be in the world as a student always, right? And so we say, look, if we can always be in discovery with a curious mind, then one, we're never in judgment. Replace judgment with curiosity. What would the world look like, for heaven's sakes, if we just replaced judgment with curiosity, right? So everyone today has talked about the importance of the connection, the information, the connection, the relationship. And yet, in so many ways, things like relationships are just not on the radar every day, all the time, and we can't avoid them. So in the work that you're doing now with Evolution, I think, one of the reasons we so connected when we had dinner with you guys and talked about this and are really excited to be a part of it and to be speaking and sharing and wisdom and gaining is the notion that we are all connected as humanity. Like it or not, we are all connected as humanity first.
Yeah.
And the bottom line begins with a relationship, no matter what. So you can choose how you're going to be in those relationships, in your personal life, in your professional life, one big life. You can choose that, or you can stand in reaction to it and not be in response. And so then what? So I think what your notion behind Evolution is just that, right? Is it's bringing the humanity back to living.
Yes. Yeah, you said some important things in what you just said. First of all, curiosity. Curiosity is a sign of intelligence. So be curious. Always be curious. I love what you're doing, what you and Ken are doing. I love the Best You Expo and what you're doing with that, because you're helping to create awareness. You're sharing knowledge. You're sharing information and empowerment with other people. We're going to be doing the same thing with Evolution. And these are important additions to, what's happening. People, if you think about how the brain works and you think about these data points, right, all this information coming into your brain, and then you think about the fact that, you grew up in a certain household, you watched certain movies, you had certain friends, you had certain parents, very different than Ken. Ken grew up in a different household, had different parents, watched different movies, had different friends, listened to different music, listened to different or read different books. The kid who grew up in war-torn Syria has a brain formulated that is very different than the kid who grew up in a penthouse in Manhattan, right? So if you understand that, then you begin to look at alternative perspectives, not as threats, but as assets, right? They fill in the blanks. They fill in the blanks that you have, that you don't know, right? So science makes its progress through disconfirming information, right? So if you're right about the way you view the world, then you're good. You're in good shape. You got it dialed in. But when you're wrong, who's going to tell you? It's the person who thinks differently than you, right? That's what you need most. You need that disconfirming information when you're wrong. And it's going to come from the channel that you're not watching today, the person that you're not talking to today, right? So broaden your horizons, open your mind, embrace alternative perspectives, listen to other people's view, and then, use critical thinking to try to analyze all of the information that you have. Recognize your biases, your confirmation biases, your motivated reasoning that you may engage in. You have a worldview, and then you see a piece of information and you try to analyze that information in a way that corresponds to your worldview. That's motivated reasoning. If you find a piece of information uncomfortable, that's cognitive dissonance, right? You see things a certain way. You're hearing a piece of information that's different than the way you see the world, and it's causing you anxiety, right? So, just a basic understanding of how the brain works and how valuable these moments are. When you're feeling uncomfortable with information, pay attention to that information, because that's the information that you most need to hear and analyze. Whatever's making you feel uncomfortable, that's the information you really need to hone in on.
Yeah, no, it's so true. And George, like we could go on in this conversation for hours.
I think we have.
What we do want to leave people with really important before we go today. And I'm so glad that you were available. Thank you for making the time and for taking the call. And just we look forward to really next with you and all of this. People are asking a couple of things. One, Uvolution. So how do you want people to engage with Uvolution? So if you could speak that slowly. Genesis, let's see if we can get, and we'll give that email to Genesis, but go ahead, Uvolution.
Yes. So first of all, you can reach out to me directly at GJ Chanos, GJChanos@gmail.com. That's my direct personal email. You can check out Uvolution at uvolution.io. It's spelled like evolution with a U instead of an E. So uvolution.io. Go on the site, register to receive our newsletter, to get updates on our events. We'll tell you what's happening. We're having a dinner tonight. We do dinners, we do brunches. Those are all nonprofit. All the money goes to the restaurant. We gather together, we talk about issues, we meet new people, we make connections, we form relationships, we talk about the big issues of the day. And we do it in a loving, civil, thoughtful way. We don't let anyone stay in our group if they don't behave that way, right? So you can have whatever opinion you want to have and express whatever opinion you want to express, but do it with kindness, do it with civility, do it with love. And that's what we're trying to build. We're trying to build that kind of a community. At our Uvolution events, there is no selling from stage allowed. So we don't pay our speakers. You can't pay to be on our stage, and no one will sell you anything from stage at a Uvolution event. We don't sell courses. We are just pure personal empowerment. We're trying to be an affordable disruptor in the empowerment industry, and we are trying to do things right. I think that you can build a good business by adding real value to people's lives and creating raving disciples who go out and say, this is the best program around, and I want to be part of it. That's what we're building at uvolution.io. I'd love to have you become part of the family. Maris and Ken, you are already part of the family. I look forward to having you at our next event when we post information about it. I look forward to having you share your knowledge with our audience and participate with us. So thank you.
George, thank you so much
George,
for being
amazing.
here. And on behalf of Bernardo, who's now comfortably, hopefully sleeping in Spain, where he is. So thanks so much to Bernardo. And
George, hopefully you'll, if you're around, you can pop in and say hello tomorrow. Let us know. Thank you so much. And we're going to let you go. Tell Donna we said hi.
I was just going to say thank you for opening our closed minds with a velvet crowbar.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, Bernardo. Thank you, Bernardo, also for having me. And thank you both for giving me this opportunity and recommending me to Bernardo.
Of course, always. We love bringing our friends into the family.
See you, George. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Have a great weekend.
All right. Bye.
Right, you guys, the end of the first day of Best You Las Vegas. So you guys, thank you so much for being here. Just in these last kind of 8 minutes, let's just do a very quick round robin, because we also want to, thank our speakers, and two, we definitely want to give people a little perspective on tomorrow, but let's just do flash round. A couple things,
flash round.
Well, from today.
I mean, coming back from George, just finishing this up, just really expanding our minds and just making us look at things from a different perspective. I love that. Yeah. And of course, the AI that Andy Brodaway brought to us earlier on, and earlier on this morning in the panel discussion as well.
Yeah, was just such a great way to start. I think the big takeaway from AI today is embrace it and don't be a resistor. There's so many tools already out there. We're already doing it, so no need to be a resistor. Great takeaways, I think, too, from David Fagan in terms of really creating experience with people and trust. I think that was really important today, too. Really, Daryl was remarkable in providing so much content in terms of really what you need to be thinking about in marketing and positioning yourself, and that everything really matters. It all really matters. And so I think from Stern Storming is just really great info
and
from there
from Jen,
as well from Jen. Wow.
Jen Duplessis, and talking about how to create, how to become your life, how to integrate everything so that you have a all 4-wheel drive vehicle that can go over any terrain by integrating yourself.
And Robin was really remarkable. Thank you for just your guidance today and insights on intuition, really trusting our instincts, which I think is so beautiful. And Jeff too was just, oh my gosh, Jeff was really so powerful in talking about business growth and really providing very specific tools of support. And I say this, you guys, because I don't know about you, but I certainly couldn't take it all in. And so if you go VIP for $49, you can get all the recordings, which is so important.
Yeah,
and
there's
be able
so
to
much.
pick everything up. Thank you, Genesis, for putting that in. Appreciate that. $4,000 worth of just additional value, et cetera.
For Natasha Robinson, we certainly appreciate her being here today and sharing her REM, which is, I really found a different way to look at my REM sleep, thinking about REM. And for Bimal Shah, who has system after system after system to really support the entrepreneurs and make you pioneers, make us pioneers in this world, which really entrepreneurs are. Absolutely. In many ways pioneers.
Absolutely. And actually, and Lamonte and Michelle, I think you guys, just that this father-daughter duo is in such a remarkable space of discovery, what they've been discovering about themselves and relationship and family, and what they're evolving now with their Fly program is absolutely incredible. So again, if you go VIP, you can do that. You can actually get all these recordings. And so just truly want to thank so much our amazing speakers, panelists today. And truthfully, Bernardo, your vision, to be able to see all of the possibilities, live through, evolve with the best you. Let's just talk briefly about just some of the things that are coming up tomorrow. We have
I just wanted to thank
incredible speakers tomorrow that Bernardo put together.
Along with Bernardo, who's put all of this together and brought us all together. But in the behind the scenes,
the rest of the best you.
Genesis Vasquez has been supporting us behind the scenes, making sure everybody's, and she's just been amazing. And we so appreciate Genesis, you being part of the team and being a huge part of the team. So Maris,
and also
talking about tomorrow.
Knowing you're not well. So thank you so much for navigating through that. And the rest of the Best You team, it is absolutely a mighty team and led by our dear friend and amazing visionary, Bernardo. So let's talk a little bit about what we have tomorrow. So back here tomorrow, same time, same bat channel. So we are 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific, 1 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've got a number of people coming in from other countries, so I hope that you'll be able to figure out your timing on your own there. Tomorrow, we've got incredible folks. We've got a conversation with Hannah Rumsey, Passionate to Page to Publishing, all about that. There's a panel conversation as well tomorrow around that. Then we've got Mastering Resilience with Lori Lee Bellamure. So thank you so much for that. That's tomorrow as well. Marketing with AI, the Blueprint, Larry Locke, which is great. So more about AI and really talking about marketing, which is important. Mind-blowing AI stuff today. And Jose Ucar is talking about being a leader with global influence. And what we were just discussing with George Chanos is that global perspective is where we need to go. Absolutely. So we're going to talk about. And then our friend Anna Melkian actually is really speaking about humane AI, which was so much on what we kept touching on today and what we touch on in our work, just in the relational human piece. So I'm really excited about what she's talking about, hope and possibilities in the world of AI. And Chris Farrell is going to be here to talk about DeFi profits, how to make daily passive and sustainable income. Maybe that's kind of like money while you sleep. I hope so. I think that's what that is. I'm in. I'm definitely in. Yeah. And Francis, can you hear me? Physically there, but not mentally. Oh, wow. But mentally absent. That's going to be a great conversation about just being present. Yeah. Just being present. And then one of the most amazing, I call him, I think, the ultimate mentor, Bill Walsh, Speak Your Way to Massive Success. So Bill will be with us tomorrow. Some of you may know him. He's really amazing, amazing human, such a giver, amazing philanthropist. Then we also have Eric Severson tomorrow, How to Write and Publish Your Book for Profit. So many people right now are really thinking about writing books and haven't yet. And my question is, why not now?
And we have a great panel discussion coming up, disruptors, pioneers, trailblazers of the past and present with David Fagan, with Janice Niederhofer, and
Deborah Myers,
yeah, Melissa Osorio, and David Jones. That's going to be coming up tomorrow.
And that's going to be a great panel. We're looking forward to actually joining the Trailblazers program.
And we're going to have a quiz. We're going to go back after this to see if you can remember everything we've just said.
And then tomorrow we also have Carissa Johnson. So Chris is amazing. She's going to be talking about leading with soul tomorrow, ancient practices for leadership mastery. And we had an opportunity to spend a little bit of time with her in Los Angeles last year, and she's a remarkable human. And then our last speaker tomorrow, who will cap out the event.
And how our spiritual counselors can enhance our re-engineering process. So Anna Teresa Dingo is going to be here. And maybe I mispronounced that.
Wow, that's going to be a remarkable
it's all going to be great.
So tomorrow will be full.
And Bernardo will be back with us tomorrow morning. And thank you again, Bernardo, for really creating this community.
And for allowing us a space in it. A couple of other things important for you. This crypto forum, actually, people have been asking again. The crypto forum is happening June 28th and 29th. We will have and there's the QR code. Somehow we're not on screen, but the QR code is up, and that's okay. So you've got the QR code right there. And if there are any specific questions, here is an email that you can send an email to if you have questions that you're not hearing answers today, okay? info@thebestyou.co. info@thebestyou.co.
And with that,
and then that last, I think we are complete. Genesis, you want to take us out?
Maybe a little music to go out.
We'll see you guys tomorrow and look forward to it. Have a beautiful Surrender Saturday evening, wherever you are. And we look forward to sharing Fun Day Sunday with you tomorrow. Good evening, good morning from The Best You.
Since its launch, The Best You magazine has been a beacon of inspiration and transformation, guiding readers through the ever-evolving landscape of personal and professional development. Through the years, we've featured groundbreaking articles and insights from leading experts across the globe, touching lives and shaping futures. Now, we invite you to join our journey. If you're on a quest for insight, have wisdom to share, or wish to connect your brand with a vibrant community, The Best You magazine is your platform. Read, contribute, or advertise with us. Be part of a legacy of empowerment. The Best You magazine, unlocking the potential within. For more information, go to www.thebestyouMagazine.co.